Well, hello everybody. Wow, my green screen's doing weird things. I've started the stream at exactly time when the sun is getting through the only window I've not blocked up. So I'm going to look a bit weird for a while. Just pretend it's still Halloween. Hello everybody. Hello Blues. Hello Flat Eyes. Turn on your closed caption subtitles. They're already on. I can see they're on, you cheeky little Flat Eyes. Anyway, thank you. Hey, nice first skeleton redeem. Impressive. Good to see you, Queen. Skeleton redeem. It's the Queen. Guess who's on time for once? What are you chatting about? I am always on time. Always. I am punctual. You could set my clock by me. Hey there, poultry speaker. Hello there, Octo. Hello, hello, hello. So yeah, we've got a very clear mandate today. England 6 only. Now, England 6... yeah, I've just got holes in my face. Don't worry about it. Blocking the windows. Streaming lends itself some proper hermiting. Yeah, right. It really does. Readers, you just top up on parasocials. You don't need actual socials. But yeah, the sun just keeps moving around. It's a flipping nightmare. Do you have this problem? Does the sun move around where you are as well? You meant me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just go straight in with the hostiles. Hello, Polar. Nice to see you. Nice to see you all. Yeah, England 6. So, there are some spirits where this feels like something I should be able to just win. And then there are a whole load where I feel like I won't just win, but might just win. And then there's some where I know it's impossible for me to win. So what's impossible? For me, with my level of skill, impossible, England 6, Shadows is probably impossible for me. I think probably with Fangs, I love Fangs, but I don't think I've played enough with them to beat them. I have beaten in England 6 with Thunder Speaker, but not in Branch and Claw. Actually, that's a point. I need to remember to enable these, because I recorded some base game videos. So I think these are actually impossible. This is probably... it's possible. Yeah, this is definitely possible, but my brain might explode. River is really hard. I did try a little bit of that. It's a really hard matchup for England 5 or 6, because you've got this bump up in difficulty here. There's extra health. It's a nightmare for River. I just launched straight into the Spirits and Islands. I should be a bit more sociable. Happy Friday, everybody. Weekends, eh? Imagine that. Says the guy with a translucent face. Weekends. Okay, Heart of the Wildfire. I think if I was good with Heart of the Wildfire, that could be a good candidate for beating England. England 6. Okay, what are the ones where I feel like I've got good chances? So Ocean is my mainstay of defeating England 6. You know, sometimes you wake up in the morning, you're like, I want to beat England 6. That's when you bust out Ocean. I think Bringer it's a bit of a roller coaster, but this is by far my best spirit for beating England. Lightning is meant to be good for England, for England 5 or 6, but I'm terrible with lightning. I think I'm just bitter about this being my only way of gaining a power card, you know? Bitter. Haven't tried Wildfire solo versus England 6. Pulls its own weight in multi versus England 6, though. Yeah, it's a very powerful spirit. It's just solo Wildfire is tricky. That the Blight, it's hard. And I think the main thing I've learned more recent times about soloing with Wildfire is that you need to hit this Burnland Regrows as a real priority. I think I wasn't prioritizing this enough. And I know it seems like it's one of those things where it seems like an obvious thing to do, but I wasn't doing it. And I think I did improve a bit when I started using that a bit more. Sun is shining on my part of the island. Yeah, it's just up there. So I blocked up that window that's up there, but not that one. I thought, I can't block up all the windows. Oh, the neighbours will start asking what's going on in there. But hello, Newt. Good to see you. Good to see you. So I think I might do this as my second one. And why England 6? Well, people like fighting England 6. But I'm going to be working on a video about how to beat England. So I wanted to actually be playing some high-level England games with that in mind. But if England 6 is, far away from your not really in your particular crosshairs, feel free to ask me any questions about this game. I love this game. I like to think this game loves me. It doesn't. It doesn't love anyone. It's a game. So probably I'm going to go with this as the last match because I think it's not a guaranteed win. I don't, but it should be good. I'd say my best odds, right? Serpent, we did a load of Serpent the other week. I'm quite keen to try this one again. This is also incredibly strong. It's just a very, very, very strong spirit in general, and it should still be just as good against England 6. You've even got the fear support. So you've got this thing on this. I actually don't think the step between 5 and 6 is actually that big, really. But you do need to play around this. So if you don't resolve a fear card, you actually get a double build from high immigration. And again, if you have any questions or want me to go, what are you talking about? Explain things in whichever way. Please just say, and I will go into it. I'll go into it. So the good thing is Serpent is going to be generating that fear with this ability here. I love this little ability. Just get 2 moons, get 2 earths, bam, 2 fear, push a town. What glorious time it is. Obviously, my brother and little niece for their home fireworks display this evening. It gets bigger each year. They needed a bigger garden soon. Oh, it's funny. I think the one thing I'm missing a little bit is like family-ish kind of socializing. Now that I don't really have a family, he says, bitter and broken. Yeah, like, those kind of like low-key families. Well, I'm not saying your events can be low-key, but there's like family events and there's Bens running around, Miss that. I miss that. But all the regular socializing, nah, don't need that. Got Serpent, I've got Ocean, got Twitch. Don't need real socializing. That sounds lovely, new. That sounds lovely. So I think Serpent is going to be just objectively one of the strongest. The strongest. I think Ocean's probably less strong, but I'm more familiar with Ocean, so those are candidates. And the other thing is, like, do you go dual or single spirit, or will I in the stream? I think actually single stream is probably better, actually, from this point of view, because it can take a long time. Like the 10-hour stream that was basically just 2 dual spirit games. That took a while. So I'm probably going to favour solo spirit, but a nice pair against England. The Bring It Ocean pair is a classic fun pair. But then there's like the really wombo pairs. I'm just going to talk about this. I'm unlikely to do a dual spirit, but I've not actually tried the green wildfire pairing. Actually, wait, have I? This is why I write everything down in a book. I'm lucky I'm close to my brother and they live nearby. They have a lovely cat. Apollo moved further from my phone, so I don't have to meet up so often. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, kind of me too, really. Just don't tell my family. They sometimes are watching. Family about as far west as you can in the UK, and about as far east as you can. Yeah. Spoke to Gran. Gran actually was really sweet this afternoon. She's 94. And yeah. It's pretty tricky when you get that old. Octo moved a whole state over. Just like, I don't want to be 2 states away, just one. Just 1 state away. Apollo moved 50 miles away, far enough that they don't visit all the time, but close enough that they can. Yeah. The joy, eh? I think it's funny because I think some people that have kind of nice, like a happy family kind of situation. I'm not saying that there's any family that's like perfect, lovey-dovey, I think there's this that I don't know how they don't know how lucky they are, Buttspot, good old Buttspot. I thought Buttspot was going to be winner of the week, but I actually think it might be Viking. Viking won 3 raffles in a row yesterday. So in my 20s, when both my parents both got remarried to awful partners, I escaped as far away as possible. God, what a nightmare. I'm lucky I didn't have that particular nightmare to deal with. Bot spot. Awkward. How many times did Vikings say but? I don't know. I don't know. Probably not as many. Probably not as many. I mean, yeah, he does what he can, but he's merely a Viking. Okay. See, now that I've got chapters on my YouTube stream videos, I don't feel any rush to start the game. See, I can just keep on talking gibbers. So I reckon Solo Spirit and green is another candidate. I think when I recorded my green versus England 6, I just beat on first time, no biggie. Just gonna do that. But I think that was even in the days before the extra blight was in the app, so I think that's another strong candidate. But we've all seen green wrecking everyone's face. What is a more mid tier for me? So I think maybe I'll go with I don't want to just go with one I'm gonna lose. So I don't want to go shadows, I don't want to go fangs. I think fangs can do it, but I can't do it with fangs. I don't want to go lightning. So I think a kind of mid difficulty might be something like Vital Strength of the Earth. Or Keeper. Though Keeper Bringer will be exciting. Can't guarantee a win. Not that I want to guarantee wins. River is hard. River is really hard. Broke 100k pesos. What to spend them on? 20 nicknames. Oh god, I'm sorry. Yeah, I do need to add some high peso redeems. There's so many little jobs to do. If I say like butter on my butty, will Buttspot repeat all my butts like a pain in the butt? But maybe I like lots of butts. Maybe they do. How's text-based going? It's text-based day, isn't it? Text-based day. It's the day of text-based. Text-spaced. Let's get some sibilants out for those of you that are listening to amateur content on expensive or alternatively very bad gear. Okay. Maybe Earth is a good one to try because I'm not confident of this. But I there's no reason why Earth should be terrible. Earth, Year of Perfect Storms, actually very useful against England 6. It is. Planning on building passenger ferrying, got tied up looking to a bug around squads. Apollo has a lot of butts to catch up on. Yeah, you can't just turn up here on text-based day, throw down one post with a few butts in. You can. And you have. Okay, so I'm not going to go thematic because... Yeah, not thematic, I don't think. England 6 is enough, all right? So I think Earth. I think this is 40 to 60% win, probably, for me. Okay, and then let's just read the most recent chat message to work out what board I'm on. So, just did. D board. We're on D board. Oh, funky. Just did some figuring and realised the distance I went to leave Texas could have gotten me across 6 or 7 state borders in the northeast US. Yeah. Or like 6 or 7 countries in Europe. Okay, with Vital Strength of the Earth on D board. It's the swingy board, but I like it. It's a good board. Look at it. Lovely. Double wetlands. Does that matter against England? Maybe it does. Just quickly check. Yeah, because I have sometimes started a game without events and it's not felt right. It's not pointless. Oh, not against France. Oh no, it is good. I've lined up where I'm meant to be. Serious size discrepancies, yeah. Okay, let's run down what we're actually up against so that I don't make a mess. Okay, proud and mighty capital, otherwise known as building London. 7 normal buildings on the same land. I just lose. Just lose. The whole of Europe, yeah. God, those Americans with their big countries. Okay, here we go. Indentured servants. So this is the definitive you're playing against England rule. I think everything else is just extra, really. This is what makes it England. The escalation, not really. This is it. So invader build actions affect lands without invaders. If they are adjacent to at least 2 buildings before the build action. Blues, you need your name in the base. Okay, Blues. I need you to remind me that you've spent your pesos. And you're not just doing it for trolling. 67% price increase. Yeah, it is a price increase. I thought I should be in line with other people that stream Factorio. Okay, so extra setup, a city and a town, high immigration. This is tricky. I'll just point at it in a moment. Buildings have extra health. This is brutal. The extra fear and the fear pool per player, and if we don't resolve this down here, so this means we've got an extra. Oh, we've got an extra slots for an invader card, which means that England have the unusual ability to build and then ravage. So when these match up, you've got to pay attention to that. I crossed the counterboardy 4 times just on the way to work, which is 26 miles. You're playing level 10. We're playing, well, difficulty 10. We don't have Scotland 10, unfortunately. There'll be no punching me in the face. Or no, solar plexus, I think. Maybe England's more face. So which difficulty level 10? Because solar plexus is Scotland. I mean, no, I feel, I'm half Scottish. I'm somewhat qualified to say I think Scotland would go chin. I think they want the fight. They don't just want to they don't want to just take you down in one hit. My wife gave birth in our car on the way to the hospital. I named him Carson. Hello, Viking. Lovely to see you. Less punching, more headbutter. Yes. Actually, that's it. You get headbutted. Or no. You get smacked with a Buckfast bottle. There you go. That's your UK-based reference of the day. Okay. Actually, let's consider the position. This is only adjacent to a single building, right? So it is in theory preventable, but we're Earth. We don't prevent that kind of thing. But we can set up we can use draw to gather 2 Dahan in here for counterattack. This is doomed. This is probably a good place to use Year of Perfect Stillness. This is a trap card in almost every situation except against England. What starts with an E, ends with an E, and usually has 1 letter in it? Envelope. They call me the Riddler. Solver. Is Ergotbot disabled today? Do I actually have to pay for my jokes? Ergotbot is partly disabled. I think I might have, because I was getting a bit annoyed with Ergotbot. I'm going to have to work on Ergotbot over the weekend. Viking got it as well. That's a nice one. That is more like a riddle than a joke. I approve of it. So stillness is good. Potentially, it'll save us a blight. But as this dude, we don't care about blight. We've got fast blight removal. England. Yes, I think we let this land go. I don't really want this Dahan to die because we could use it for rituals. I probably will forget this. That's a good riddle. I always feel like riddles are one of those things where there can't be that many of them. Otherwise, I don't know. They're rare. So we'll probably go turn 1 draw of the Fruitful Earth in here. If we are lucky, we'll get anything but a Wetland Explore. If we get a Mountain or Sand Explore, we can prevent the build. Oh no, we can't prevent the build against England, peasant. We can't prevent Jack Diddley. But yeah, we can't prevent the build. That makes this way less powerful than usual. They're infinite, really. Well, they are, but I never see, here's a book with 1,000 riddles in it. You know? So I think this is going to be inevitably going to be our turn 1 anyway. We're going to want to go major. This has actually worked out quite well for this point of view because we can go with this next turn, make the sacred site here. So actually it's probably about targeting as much as anything else. We'll have a sacred site here. If we place a presence in this land here, what that's going to do for us is mean we can make a sacred site in this land that we might, it's slightly more priority to defend. But actually probably more important to have a sacred site here for targeting. Good ones are rare, maybe. Yeah, it's just one of those things where, I don't know, it's just a hunch, right? Just a hunch. You want a riddle that is hard to do but won't mislead. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is just a great big great big books of them, but I just don't, maybe there's a secret. Maybe people are a bit secretive with riddles. Found the perfect bit for me. Riddles, kids age 4 to 8 challenge book. Interesting. I'll save that link for later. That's my... Oh, God damn it. You're such a boomer peasant. Alright. Tab linked for later. 4 to 8. That sounds like I might be able to do it. Why is a raven like a writing desk? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Why is a raven like a writing desk? Are you offering me something that sounds like a riddle but actually is a joke? Oof. Be fuming about that. I wouldn't be fuming. I'd be fine with it. Or we could start making sacred site here, but we're going to drag 2 of these Dahan out of here anyway. It's no 1,000 crazy jokes for kids, but it'll do. England 6 plus having to do riddles. I haven't the slightest idea, says Octo. Thanks. ROP Pizzo spoons. Yeah, God. But I've got no spoons left. I am actually still thinking about the position. Don't worry. People on YouTube be skipping ahead. Where's all this? Riddle from the Mad Hatter, but he didn't know the answer either. Oh, nice. That's a way to confuse me. Cultural references. I have no culture. I'm just a floating head and shoulders on the internet. Friday's my favourite day of the week. You know why? Because it's fish and chips day, traditionally. That's why. It's the day where people traditionally have fish and chips. Making it a great day. Okay, so we're going to do gathering. We could gain a power card turn 1. Forget rituals. We could do that. We definitely want to have this easy defend and counter. We're probably going to... We might just let this go. I think we save the Year of Stillness for if we have the highly likely situation where we don't make our fear, and this is actually going to be a double build. That's it. Yes. Pizzo knows. Because they can both make notes, says Texture Glitch. Is that the solution to the Riddler's riddle? Let's go back. Where is it? Where is it? Why is a raven like a writing desk? They can both make notes. Almost. It feels. Yeah, it feels close. That feels close. So yeah, people that have joined not right at the start, I'm probably going to go with this, which I think is a between 40-60% chance of winning. To maybe Snake, maybe Ocean. But the thing is, England 6 can be quite a long fight. Unless you're Kaelan Noreth, who's a super cool speedrunner you should check out on YouTube. Top answer that comes up in Google, Apollo. Text which has been rumbled. I guess because it's a cultural reference, people would have really thought about it, won't they? So, yeah, actually, do we look at the card now? Looking at the card now means we can plan. You know, and I do love planning. This is exactly where we want a sacred site. Oh. Yeah, we could get it for the plans. He's already gone into the tank. Hey, Fun. Good to see you. How you doing, Fun Gable? Funs and Gables. Let's give a shout out to Fun Gable, #1 no game streamer. How you doing? Do you want your brain to bleed out of your ears, Fun Gable? Lead grind set expert. Why don't you try this one? I am still thinking about position. Don't fear not. Fear not. Yeah, actually. This is super worth doing turn 1. We're gonna want but I think the energy is just as useful, just as much flexibility. The second play, we're not going to really be able to afford to do a second play for ages. Can you show the rules of England 6 again? Yeah, sure. Okay, let's just quickly go through those. That happens when I play Oxygen Not Included, says Fungable. Yeah. Yeah, that's a surprisingly crunchy one. Okay, so additional loss condition. This is the 7 buildings in a single land, instant loss. I lose to this. If I'm going to lose, this is a classic way. Escalation effect. They build in the land with most buildings. They've got their ability to build regardless of if they have an explorer or anything in there. If it's adjacent to 2 buildings before the build action, extra buildings at start. Both of these rules are about the extra tile. So they've got, so down here in the bottom, they're going to build before the Ravage. So this is going to slide across to there. And it stays out all game on 4. Extra health on the buildings. This is absolutely brutal. And then if we don't gain a fear cut, if we don't have a fear card that gets resolved in the turn with high immigration, then this actually happens twice. And that's brutal. You can generally afford it to happen once or twice, but not more than that. Would this be a fun game for someone that isn't necessarily into board games but likes strategy games? Possibly. Possibly. It is a board game, though. That has been made digital by the lovely folk at Handelabra. Well, the lovely John, really. Let's be real here. The lovely John. You can actually check it out very cheaply on mobile if you have a good enough mobile. Sample from Apollo's book. I move without wings between silk and string. I leave as you find my substance behind. It's for like 6-year-olds, isn't it? Wow, that actually sounds really good. Carol actually gave an answer because it can produce a few notes, though they are very flat, and it is never put with the wrong end in front. Well, well, well. Med said there are a lot of rules in this game, which is partly why the app is. I mean, I've always liked the app, but I think I'm appreciating it more and more with time. As long as you don't like the strategy game mainly for the competition, that's a good point, Clemmer. That is a good point. So actually, I think I'm going to consider targeting. I'm going to want to rescue this lone Dahan into here anyway. I think we might let this Ravage once. So that means this isn't a good spot. So I think I'm going to put it in here. There you go. That was, apparently that took me half an hour to reach that decision. And we're going to do this turn 1 to drag in a couple of Dahan. It's a shame to break these up to drag in, but we want them for the counter. Oh yeah, and Fun Gable, if you have any questions about this game, I'm happy to go into it. Happy to answer them. But I won't do it unprompted. You need to prompt me. Okay, we've got sand. Okay, well, that's all right, actually. So we've got our lovely draw. So we can gather this explorer, but it doesn't make much odds. Interestingly, well, if we drag this explorer out, though, it takes this Ravage down to 5 damage. It puts it in range of this. Now, 5 versus 4 is a bit close. Oh, nice skeleton redeem. Are you a skeleton, though? I was always under the impression that you were a mushroom, Fun Gable. You might have just cost yourself some prestige. I'm sorry. So I think it is still worth dragging this explorer out. But if you drag this one in, then... Oh, we are playing with events. It's a risk. It's a risk. Maybe this is a year of stillness type deal. We could... Next turn... Presence at 0 range to get this defend. And then maybe just stillness in there. I smell a liar, by the way, posture. What do you know about my posture? You can't see anything. Just a floating face. Is that part of the rules, says Fun Gable? This is quite there are some rules in this game. There's several. Don't want to get wrecked by events, you know? I definitely want to drag these Dahan in, though. There's no point dragging this in because we are against England. That's going to build anyway. If I drag this in, we're going 4 versus 3. I think I'm going to leave that there and maybe go with stillness next turn in here, possibly, or the major power again. So we're not gonna gather any explorers, but we are gonna gather in this chap and this chap. They're all chaps apparently today. It's awful. My posture is very, very good. I'll have you know. Okay, so this Ravage, I'm just letting it go. Sorry to you in there. I would have rescued you, but I can't. We need to make a sacred site in here so we could use Earth's Vitality for Defend 3. So this is the best thing to do about that. So we're going to gain a major power. If you're gaining minor powers with Earth, you've got to ask yourself some serious questions about your choices. Okay. Interesting. It's an interesting collection. Trees and Stones is pretty much the only power that makes me think about using this. this horrible this horrible innate. They are certainly cards, yeah. And if you're playing this on a physical copy, they will be printed. They will be cards. You need some pretty good. You need the good stuff against England. Is this the good stuff? Is it a time for accelerated rot? 4 damage will kill an England city, and we want the fear as well. I suspect this is actually is good anyway. The threshold is still annoying. We do get it if we use Rituals of Destruction though, and we should be able to make them work together somehow. But Ardahan is so vulnerable in events. Oh yeah, I need to be trying to use people's Spirit Island names where I remember, or just thinking of them. If I have any spare bits of brain energy, I can give people Spirit Island names. There is actually a fungus-based spirit. What the hell's it called? Spreading Rot? It's an Apocrypha spirit. Is it rot? Spreading Rot? Rots incorrigibly or something like that. With Threshold, that's enough to kill a single city. Yeah, this is actually... These are possibly so bad for us compared to what's out there. I think we take this. Yeah, that we might even just be using it once and then forgetting it. Probably Rot. England 6 is a bit too serious for Trees and Stones. What do you mean? Infestation Rage 0 is a bit restrictive yet. It's Rage 0 and Jungle Wetland only. Rot also Jungle Wetland only. Forget about the threshold. Because we're unlikely to get to 3 actions in a solo game without help from other spirits. I think Trees and Stones is the only one that does enough. But Glimmer thinks Rot. I do respect the Glim opinion. I mean, it's almost a fear card, because remember, we're England 6, so it costs 5 fear to get a card. 4 damage is a city, plus 2 more. But the thing is, a city, if you're just killing a city, you leave behind a town. Well, generally, you're going to leave behind a town and an explorer. I guess then you're in Sacred Site defend range with Vitality. Actually, I think Trees and Stones is objectively good here because it's a defend card. And it also will help us with this little situation here where we go build into Ravage. Defend is pretty much the only way to address the build into Ravage. I think I'm going to go Trees. And this push also could be useful, especially if we're low on actions. I'm not sure. I mean, I think this might... But then we probably want to keep rituals for the sake of this push and the little mini combo between rituals and trees and stones. Because 5 damage plus 2 fear is basically what we'd get from Accelerated Rot. And we can set it up with trees and stones if we play them on the same turn. That's a way off. That's at least 2 turns away. Actually, no, it's not at least 2. It's minimum 2 turns away because we were always placing presents. Trees a defend card here. The damage unlikely to be useful. Well, because it's partial damage. So if you're using it in a Ravage, you could do some damage before the Ravage and then some after. I think that is the pick. But the thing is, the trouble is with this is that I think it's worth hanging on to rituals here. It is rare that I would make a case for rituals of destruction. Because just because. Guard the Healing Land is just our best starting card, so I'm not getting rid of that. Especially against England, this is going to allow us to do potential stack, let blight, fast blight remove. Maybe it's a draw of Fruitful Earth, forget. If we, as long as we can, we might have to prioritize doing this to gain the energy. This is actually good against England. This is great. This is only this is 5 energy, and this we won't be able to do this, right? Because if we play those 2, we won't have a power card that costs 1 or less. So that's not worth considering. But the fact that we could potentially do this, defend and move, I think that's potentially useful. Hold your horses. I can upgrade to 500 megabit, 73 megabyte internet. Wow. I'm glad you shared that with me. Can everyone on YouTube be like, thanks, Fat Eyes? There's no one on YouTube. It's only bots on YouTube. So I think we forget draw here. Imagine living in a world where you had good internet, Flies. How would I tease you with my very funny jokes about updates taking forever? How would I do it? Wait a second, what am I even doing this turn? That's something to consider. This turn, all I'm doing is placing a presence here to defend. That's I actually hadn't considered what I was doing. It's a shame we can't target deserts, isn't it? Are we actually playing nothing this turn? We might be playing nothing this turn. How peculiar. Could just play Fire and Flood. We might be just playing Fire and Flood. Where's our Sacred Site? We're going to have one in here and here. We could destroy both of these coastal cities. Dubious. Tough luck, YouTubers. Peas and MG Peanut. Yeah, I do want to make Peas and MG Peanut. I might have to make it myself, though. Is that just stupid? It might be. But it could also be very good. We could even use it to destroy this town that gets built this turn and this adjacent city. And which would get us in a nice position to prevent the double dodge. Hey, Massive, how you doing? If I had any bit of artistic talent, I'd help, but alas. Hello, Massive. Let's see, that's just going to be old shouty. Hello, welcome to the Massive Raiders. I'm Peasant. Streaming this game, Spirit Island. Ah, the Path of Exile. I was lurking in one of your Path of Exiles. Was it last week? And I imagine that this might, unless you've played this game, you might be looking at this going, Scratching your head like I was watching you play Path of Exile. Oh man, I'm PoE'd out. Well, don't worry, there's no Paths of Exiles here. I cannot... There's so many things on the screen. You know, I like it. There's like this thing up here. There's these things down here. How was your stream, Massive? I saw it and I'm like, another card game I have no idea how to play. Yeah, this is a game, right, that's kind of hard to follow even when you know the game well. I estimated I've got about 800 hours in this game between my physical copy of this board game and the app. And I still struggle to follow it when I'm watching it. So yeah, good luck. It's good. Finally got past the campaign on my second character. Hey, nice. Nice. So I'm playing against England 6, which is probably the hardest adversary. So you get to fight against different colonial invaders. I'm going against England, and this here is me. Look at me. It's like looking in a mirror, really. Could do a raffle for the Raiders. We don't do raffles. You've mentioned the raffle, Skeleton. You know the rules. You should do by now. It's not. This is not greed. This is tragedy of the commons. Damn it! I thought this is a big decision. Which major power do I go for? Let's ask Massive. Massive. Do I go Fire and Flood or do I go Trees and Stones? Got past the campaign. Didn't do the biggest power spikes you could get while doing it. Fastest I've been through campaign. Massive C saying Fire and Flood. Okay, we do it. Okay, that at least means I can forget Rituals of Destruction. Thanks, Massive. You've done me a solid there. I think you could make an argument for either. We definitely need this in here. Would say choose based on elements, but it's Earth, so yeah, exactly. Poultry Speaker knows what what's about. Okay, let's see if the event Rexus. Okay, invaders explore +1 distance. I just don't care. Choose a line of disease, 2 damage to invaders and 2 damage to Dahan. No disease? It's an outrage. God, if we'd got disease in there. God, that would be good, wouldn't it? Okay, so sorry about these guys. Blight's gone down there, but we've got our little counter here. Let's see where the explorer is. It's a wetland explorer. Okay, now we've got to target it. Thanks, Massive. You really helped. Feels good to have Fire and Flood. Feels good. So this is defendable just by placing a presence. I have no idea what's happening. All what's happening is you're helping. You just came in here for your raid, and I'm just trying to extract every little bit of brain power from the raid I can. I think you made a good choice. With Fire and Flood. I do have, yeah. This might be a one and done. We might not do it multiple times. Card Risk. There is like these guys look a bit like Risk guys. Hey, thanks for the follow. Great name incoming. I see Factorio Force Champ. Oh god. Yeah, I've been doing Angel Bobs. Glimmer's saying wetlands and sands. Yeah, we need to target a wetlands, right? We've got wetlands issues gonna, especially given that this is on this board. We've got 2 wetlands on the coast. But yeah, so it's not. There's not much similarity with Risk, but it is a board game, right? This is originally a physical board game that's got a lovely digital version. We If we make a sacred site, that's taken care of next turn. We can't really do much about that outside of maybe stillnessing it. Never done a Bob's Angels myself. I've had a few little attempts, but I've never launched a rocket. That's what I'm trying to do on this run. Yeah, Monday I've got like a news show, and it's a bit shabby. But looking at what's out this week, I think my favorite recent find in the Inscription looks amazing, but I haven't actually played it yet. But like Dungeon Deathwall, if you like Into the Breach and like Blood Bowl-esque kind of sports, I've been really enjoying that. That's my hidden gem pick at the moment. So this is sorted anyway. I think we use it as a chance to just do some damage. Maybe next turn is Stillness. I'm having to do quite a lot of planning here. If we can get to 6, that's good. Might even we can afford Fire and Flood again. Stillness next turn. Guard turn after top wetlands. Yeah, it's a decent guard, isn't it? Yeah, still that is. Yeah, because there is a counter there. We are going to have to hit this first with fire, but that's fine. I think we use this to do a bit of coastal damage, right? Maybe hit this city, because this is going to be at 6 damage next turn. Dungeon Deathball is something I would be all over on Switch iPad. I wonder if the devs got plans to take it to Switch iPad. Miner may help with bottom wetlands. Yeah, I like that suggestion because we've got the counter. But we need to take out this city, that's fine. Better eat my ice cream before my wife does. Hey, thanks for bringing yourself and your people over. You take care. You enjoy your ice cream. Not ice cream. That's I only live on canned food now. That's why I feel I can do an AMA on canned food. Choose the originating land. I use this so rarely. I just need to check. We're just gonna do as much damage as possible. Did you have the Devon channel? I did. I think they said they've done Switch versions of other games and will probably do this one too. Okay, awesome. Try to drop when you go through new games. Yeah, that's Mondays at the moment. It's generally my first stream of the weekday. Canned food, kind of pog. Exactly. It's all about the beans. Though the latest thing I've learned as a canned food enthusiast is that the amount of salt in different brands of beans varies a vast amount. Just talking beans, not like baked beans, though there will be variation there. So you like plain beans, you can go from like practically no salt, like a trace, to a gram. That's the latest thing I've learned about beans. So this build is still going to happen. So yeah, that feels like a good year, especially as this is London now, right? Hey, thanks for the follow, Saber. I should talk about baked beans more often. People just just canned foods in general. People just throw down the follows when you start talking about beans. Okay, I need to make a sacred site here for the Defend 3. Well done, Urgot. Yeah, Urgot bot is still existing in a minimal capacity. I'm still trying to work out how to make Urgot bot into the best bot. So yeah, I think the Glimmer plan. It sounds like some kind of World War II military plan. The Glimmer plan, I think, is fine. It's a shame we don't have to Harlan there. How long can I persist with just one action? Stillness. It's a shame for this land to blight because it does have so few adjacencies. I can always clean it up later though. Implement Urgot bot in flat eye cards. Maybe I will. Hey Vlad, good to see you. My canned beans are usually the refried sort. I do actually have some refried ones, but I don't really I just don't ever go there. They're in a carrier bag in the bedroom. That's actually just true. Get defend minor, go plays, if not go energy. See, I'm thinking because we've got such a big card here, we're never going to get well. We're unlikely to get threshold on Fire and Flood, but it is actually quite good. But it is 7 energy. There's part of me that's thinking push energy, but we've got a 0 range place is really good here anyway. So, and yeah, Glimmer's on fire today. I remember there was one stream, or there was a stream where Glimmer, was busy glimmering out in the world, and my performance terrible. But do I want to go? Do I want to go for a minor power? I feel like I'd be better served to get just getting a better major power. Not that Fire and Flood isn't great, Thanks massive for picking it, but Glimmer is masterful. Yeah, Glimmer has the ability to actually follow a game of Spirit Island that's being streamed. So. Because thing is, if we get a better major, we could just forget Fire and Flood and still have draw, which is just really nice card. It's a really nice card. Befuddled by Bodan. Oh yeah, God, that is a befuddler. I've played enough Bodan that I don't find them too befuddling. Not like Thunder Speaker levels of befuddle. Or Mist levels of befuddle. Ziara, I actually think this might be too expensive to use regularly. So I think I favour a major power over a minor power. We've got jungle presence. I wonder if is it just me that's thinking major power rather than minor power here? Because we never get to 3 plays. It just doesn't happen. So we're never gonna. So because we're unlikely to get to 3 plays, we're against England though. It's a long game against England. Because we're not unlikely to get to 3 plays, we're very unlikely to get this extra 4 damage. Against England, 8 damage actually isn't all that. Major, 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 says Poultry Speaker. 7 cost, he may not be able to play 2 majors every turn. Yeah, but I'm not even sure if it's going to be worth playing more than once. I think we probably just need to replace this major. Forget F and F though. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking though. Who knows? I think it's a major. Doesn't feel right to go against the Glimmer Doctrine, but I mean, what's a minor power going to do for us at best? Defend. I probably won't use Growth Through Sacrifice. Maybe I will. Here's England. 2 cities for play. I like Fire and Flood here. True. Here's 2 cities. Let's look at some other major powers. Indo-Claimo is acceleration. And big defend. We like. Fright is fear. We like. England 5, remember. We always want to have at least 1 fear card. This will mean that we can make sure we've got a fear card. We're never going to get threshold though. Well, not never, but we can't rely on it. Monsters is a nice one. Scaling fear and damage. Though we'd only ever be able to use it on the coast. Things like Father and Horrible. Sweeping the Sea, good. Hunger's good. Talons? 5 fear, basically, if you kill a city with it. Flowers, good. Winds, Rap, good. Vigor, good. Though we already have lost it to Han. Looking at this lot, I am now thinking that we maybe like Fire and Flood. And mine will be Forget Fodder, likely. But we've already got Forget Fodder. My instinct's saying Major. I'm going to go Major. Especially after that horrible collection we had last time. Like, oh, it can't be any worse than that lot. Disease against England. Again, it's an impossible threshold. But 8 coastal damage. Trouble is that our London is actually in here now. It's a shame. Would they, actually, is that something? Because I'm trying to make a video about beating England. Maybe try and keep London on the coast. What I mean by London is the land with the most buildings. Because not just because of tsunami, but just because generally the coast is a little bit easier to slap. To defend is not a lot of defend, but the disease is pretty significant. I suppose if you think Sacred Site plus 2 defend is 5 defend, which is minimum for Explorer Town City. What about Gatesy? I don't think Gatesy. I don't think so. We don't have the luxury of just having a turn where we gain a power. Blood Rack by process of elimination, yes. Yeah. But Tsunami, though. There is going to be a coastal city town explorer this turn. Not that we probably want to prevent the blight placement here, though. So with this selection, we haven't got something better for us than Fire and Flood. Oh, the other good thing about Fire and Flood is it's actually flexible, right? We can use it wherever we like. Let's think about Firevine. Now, the Wilds doesn't do anything much against England because it doesn't matter if their explorers don't go in there. Yeah, horrible. Okay, horrible. Tsunami. We've already got a big expensive card that we can't afford. We don't need a second one. Yes, I think it is Rack. And the disease is going to help. So I think we forget draw. Even though that is our only Dahan movement. But yeah, I think this is a good stillness, especially as this escalation, if assuming it's an escalation card. Yeah, the defend also, especially actually with the England build Ravage. So if it lands empty, they'll build a town and then Ravage. That's a wrinkle I'd not considered. So given that the escalation is probably going to target that unless the event intervenes, it means that this is actually a perfect stillness. How long? So this turn we stillness. Next turn we could Bloodrack Plague. Prevent this town build and defend 2 next turn. So we don't need to use guard and we get a bit of disease on the board. You can Bloodrack that jungle. Oh, yeah, prevent this city build. Depends both wetlands. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, you're right. You are right. Yeah, okay. Do I want... So we stillness, we Bloodrack. So we're still doing fine on one action. Bloodrack even's going to help if we do get coastal lands or wetland. Wow, Bloodrack actually pretty good. Would be nice to have Dahan in there, but... Crunch, crunch, crunch. Good old Blood Rack. It's one of those cards where this is probably going to be its best use ever for me, by the looks of things. By the looks of things. Just trying to work out whether I want to push towards 2 actions. I don't really have the energy to play 2 actions, right, at the moment. Yeah, okay, we take the 6. We take the 6. Because that'll also be saving us energy. We make a circuit site in here. Okay. We stillness. Do it in here. Should hopefully prevent a Ravage and an Escalation build. Event could balk it up, but on paper looks good. Yeah. Events, eh? Explorers have +1 health. Does this face look bothered? Okay, beats are going to generate fear. And oh, excellent. Extra Dahan. That's good for us. We skip this. We skip this Ravage. This Ravage isn't going to happen. But I might put the Dahan in there anyway to prevent it from events. How many Dahan have we actually got in with us? We've only got 2 Dahan in our lands. I'm going to put it in there, I think. Yeah, I'm going to put it in there. It is fun to pair with Law and Pen Up Calamity, etc. Oh, god, yeah, with Pen. That would be lovely stuff. Each player remove an explorer from land with Dahan. So remember, we are against England. We're not preventing a build here. And if the Blood Rack plan works, it's a fast effect, so this defend, we should get it regardless. I suppose that this damage might be buffed. So we're not preventing a build. So I could take this from 5 to 6 on a future Ravage, but then actually it's going to be more like 8 by the time another Explorer's gone there and another town. Maybe we just protect ourselves from bad luck in here. No, I don't think we do. we embrace the bad luck. Okay. Oh, they do have a coastal London now. I should just look at the cards. I should be surprised by any of this. Okay, so that one was defended. That one there's no Ravage there. Okay, we get 2 coastal towns and escalation. So we get to choose this. If I choose here, they won't build. So I'm going to choose here. Between Fire and Flood and Blood Rack, London shouldn't be a big concern. Yeah, let's hope. Okay, so yeah, we go with the Blood Rack Plague here, which defends both Ravages. That's lovely. I guess here, if I'd had a minor power that could drag some Dahan in there, that would have been nice if we'd gone 2 plays, but... And we're actually going to be banking... All 6 of these are kind of going to be in the bank if we just play Blood Rack Plague. But if you are thinking about getting a Fire and Flood, maybe we just go with the energy placement. Yeah, I think so. Let's work out where we want to put our sacred site. It feels risky. I mean, I could put the presence in here. It's mildly risky. As in, I think an event could buff the damage. But I'm actually a bit hazy on events. Anyone that's watched me before will be like, oh yeah, peasants deliberately not learn what the events all are. And it's true. Can't deny it. I'm pretty sure there is an event that buffs damage in lands with my presence, so I don't want to put presence in there. So actually, I think I'm going to put a presence in with this. With this blight here, maybe. Oh, wait a second. So 5 is going to become... Oh, double build in here. This is going to be a 10 damage Ravage. In the future. So it could be another year of stillness kind of situation, maybe. Especially given that this is going to be the London candidate. London says will probably have to be another stillness. Yeah, I think it's forced my hand. Stillness being like the #1 Earth trap card that you don't want to rely on too heavily. Do we want to push energy? If we push energy, if we go gain energy and plays, then next turn we could maybe go reclaim, uncover second play, and we'd have 8. We'd have all the energy we need to go rack and stillness. Sorry, not Blood Rack Plague. I mean, Fire and Flood and stillness, which we'd be destroying stuff. Oh, we're not gaining any fear this turn. So there's going to be a double build in these sands. Yikes. That's real yikes. Huge yikes is all round. Do we want better cards? Of course we want better cards. Where are all my Dahan? I'm actually gonna put a presence in with Dahan just because it might help us it might help us get beneficial events. So I'm actually gonna put it in here. Okay, so we're gonna Blood Rack in there. Fire and Flood plus innate defend makes Little Sands okay, I think. Don't think we're going to have time. And this is going to be a double build because we don't have enough fear. It's kind of unfortunate. And we don't have... We didn't... God, do we need a... Not that we can play more than Blood Rack, and this is almost certainly the right thing to play this turn. But we might just need some real damage. We need to go to 2 plays. But do I look at another card this turn? I think I might have to. Because you can afford, like, you know, you can afford this double build to happen sometimes, but... Especially given that this turn, I'm only going to be gaining a single fear. I mean, the event might give me a fear. So that would mean we'd have double builds in these wetlands as well. Which might force me then to use Stillness, but I'm not going to be able to use Stillness. Yeah, Stillness, Fire and Flood was my plan a while ago. But I am wondering if we need something that's going to... Because that's going to mean 2 double builds if we go with that. Which then means we're going to have 2 undefendable wetland ravages. But we could use Guard, the Healing Hand, just to yoink a blight, from somewhere. So that we still got a healthy island. We want to keep a healthy island as long as we can. If we are going to forget something, though, these are all things we need. So maybe we gain Forget Fodder. Or we hope to just get a more useful major than Fire and Flood. They're definitely out there. So yeah, that was my initial plan. But we're gonna waiting until next turn slow phase means we're gonna allow 2 double builds, a double sand build and a double wetland build. Which is, I mean, it's not necessary. You don't necessarily just lose if you have. Oops, looking at the wrong thing. If this triggers once, that seems to be okay in my experience. If it triggers more than once, it gets more and more bad. It becomes more and more of a really bad situation. I think we still blood racking here is just. I think it's just objectively the right thing to do. Though maybe actually we might want to blood rack somewhere with the where they're gonna build. Just let that one go. No, I don't like it. I think this is good. And the thing is, Fire and Flood, it only generates 4 fear as well. I know that we're not on kind of 0 out of 5 fear, but it's still just 4, right? It's not actually that much fear. It's just not very much fear at all in the big scheme of... In the scheme of cards that cost 7 power to play. But there are minor powers that cost 0 that make that make 3 fear. But I think it was a good thing to pick and play. I stand by a massive decision. So I think I'm going to look at another major. Probably, unless... I don't think there's anything that's going to be better than Bloodrack here this turn. We've got jungle presence. We've got all the presences as well. But yeah, we're going to have some flexibility. I think it's necessary. Because... Why do I care so much? Because if this double sand build... Yeah, why do I care so much? Because if we get a double wetland build, then we're basically going to be well outside the power of this to help us on both coastal lands. And at that point, we could maybe defend one of them. It's just not good, right? So I think we look at a major. Let's see what we get. Okay, those are cards. These are definitely cards. But I think these are better than the previous ones. We don't have a great Rapid Wings of Sunlight, but we can set one up over 2 turns. Sweep, of course, is the fact it can destroy all towns is valuable. And the fact we can push is pretty valuable too. And actually, this is good for the build into Ravage too, because it is defend. And if we're moving into a land with our Sacred Site, it's actually 8 defend. Nothing that actually really solves this land, though. So this is probably going to be another Stillness. But it'd be a good value Stillness because it should prevent this likely escalation. Fire Defense is quickly getting weak. Yeah, exactly. It really is. Really, what I wanted was Fast Fear, actually. So that's Fear before the event card. This is the only thing that will do that for us. It will get us... crucially, this will get us 5 Fear. If we use it to destroy a city. Oh, not that there are any mountain or wetland cities. That would be too convenient. But in this case, it will get us the Fear when we need it. So it will prevent a double... what's going to be a double wetland build. I mean, possibly we could just use Talons in that land with the beast and the wetland on the coast with the beast. And then we let this have a dirty Ravage. Bear in mind we are Earth. We do have Guard the Healing Land. We can clean, we can get this island clean. It will be pristine by the end of the game. We might still lose. But once we've got 2 actions, we'll be cleaning up everything. Well, maybe. So we could leak a Blight. We could leak a Blight and prevent the double sand build basically from this Fear. Savage is the 2 fear you need, but I think Talons... Yeah, but I think Talons is better. I mean, the Threshold, of course, it's a 3 action in solo kind of Threshold, so not a nice one for us. I feel like sweep is good though, but because it is potentially all the explorers and towns. But this we can use in half the lands to kill a city, so I like the idea of doing this turn. Except it's not adding anything to the board. If we... Okay. So I think I'm gonna forget Fire and Flood. So if I use a Talons this turn, I can gain 4 fear in the fast phase. Which will put me at a card, which is what we want, and then 3 more to get the next one. Which we could, if we go Talons this turn, we could then reclaim it and go Stillness Talons next turn. And we should be kind of keeping pace with gaining fear cards. Forget Bloodrack if you're not going to play it this turn. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I still think that the Bloodrack might be good though, because Disease is going to help keep the builds low. Yeah, and if we do go with Forgetting Bloodrack, then of course we don't. You know, we keep it hanging on to guard. Leaves us the flexibility of just letting a bit of land blight. I think I'll keep my Dahan if I can. We could have this land down here blight, and then we can clean it up with... Yeah, I'm going to go Talons. The thing, I don't really want to forget Bloodrack, because like if you look at these mountains here, Bloodrack, if we Bloodrack in here, we could be, like not now, but in a future turn when mountains show up, we can Bloodrack to give defend in 2 different lands. It's the only case where it really is it's going to matter because everyone else is too built up for it to be relevant. Of course, Talons can't target our deserts. Talons is very expensive. I think I prefer getting rid of Fire and Flood. I'm going to put an extra presence in here because it has to be at 0 range. And this we might lose a presence in here. So we'll still have a Sacred Site. So I think I like the Talons. I'm going to do it up here, I think. So this is going to blight. We'll still have a healthy island. Next turn, and crucially, this will only be a single build. This is going to go to 7 damage ravage. Eek. This is going to go to a 7 as well. Are you playing against AI? Kind of. It's actually so I'm playing against like a little deck of cards. So this is telling me where the invaders are going to go. So jungle, sand, wetland, and mountain. There's another one that's like for the coast, and this is telling me what they're going to do. So this is like this card isn't normally in the game, but basically building is when they add stuff. Ravaging is when they kind of attack and pollute the land, and then the explorers like when they show up. But this is like quite a high difficulty playthrough. So it's a bit funky, right? This isn't the standard. It's a bit funky. So I'm going to preserve my Dahan because I'm sentimental, but also because they are a resource. Especially with this land being clear, the Bloodrack might be good with it on a future turn. Okay. So We gain fear. We clear those. Can you play as versus players? No. You can play it as a cooperative game with other people, with each of you playing a spirit and adding an extra board. But it's not a PvP kind of game. It's one of the things I really like about it. Okay, here's our event. Add an explorer to a land without invaders or Dahan. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's a very, very cool game. I used to play a lot of board games, and then this game came along, and the others just aren't as good, you know? They're just not up to standard. Okay, each spirit with a 3 explorer. Okay, we're not going to get to use that. So we've got to add an explorer to one of these lands. I'm going to add it to this one because there's no blight in there. Quickly check there's no more to it than that. So yeah, co-op game. And actually, if you like there are ways to play this free online as well. So this is a particular app that you can get on Steam. You can play it on Tabletop Simulator as well if you're a Tabletop Simulator kind of person. I actually don't like it that much on Tabletop Simulator. But I think that's because I'm so used to the luxuries of having a purpose-built app. Though that said, the Tabletop Simulator by Iacona and MJ, that's the mod to go with, and it's really, really good. It's just that Tabletop Simulator drives me a little bit spare. Each player may gather a town into a coastal land. Okay. Do I want to do that? Well, okay, we could take this explorer and put it in here. The trouble is, we'd be making a London a land I can't target with talons. But that's okay. It keeps the island a little bit healthier, which is fine. How many more escalations I got? 3 more. Oh, that's another thing for my video. Wait. How many escalations? Because at the moment, I'm working on... It's not a script, but more like the bullet points for how to beat this adversary. I'm going to try and make a video. But I want it to actually have stuff in it that's not obvious, you know. So if you want to beat this adversary, just read the rules for the adversary and don't do the things. My brain stalls out on this game when I'm not doing all the rules upkeep. Oh, really? See, for me, it's just like an extra thing that I'm just glad that this app takes care of it. Especially in the context of talking at the same time. I'm quite happy with all the rules when I'm just on my own in a dark room with my physical copy, which is going to be part of my plan for the weekend. Just go chill out. Played some Volcano games and some Days games, I'm thinking. When I am doing the rules in addition, my mind melts a bit. Oh, God. Yeah, this is quite a melty game. It can be. I think some people, their brain just can handle it. I think it's worth risking piling the 3 in here. Especially as it's not one of... Well, it might be, but we've not had it yet. We do, of course, we are playing as Earth. We do have Year of Stillness. And this is actually going to be London. So I think, yeah, there's a whole load of, like, when you're playing England, there's a whole load of, like, England, like, juggling to avoid this loss condition. It's actually hilarious with River against high-level England. You're just pushing towns around constantly to just stop yourself from losing. I forget what I was just doing, then sometimes can't tell if I added something or not. Yeah. I have to be really systematic. Well, I try to be systematic. Okay, so we've got a city building here, town building here. We've got that event, that fear card did help us there. We have a healthier island than we might have expected. All right, so yeah, fun and anyone that's not super familiar, I just I should have explained this. So we're now in the bit where the invaders do things. So we've done this card and this card and this card. So they built buildings in these sands, and then they would have, if they had people in these wetlands, they would have ravaged, which is where they do damage to the island. Which is basically, it represents them like just like chopping down all the forests and planting sorghum bean or whatever. So is sorghum a bean? I'm not sure. I don't think it is a bean. But, you know, that kind of thing. Not a good bean either. And the blight is... Oop, damn it. Okay. So this is where the new explorers are coming into. So that's a mountain, and now they've gone there. Something you might have noticed something popping up here, and that was because there's like an extra effect because of this, because of England, because I'm playing against England. So here I've got a healthy island, and this here is blight. This is how much blight starts on the island. I've currently got 2 blight on my card, but you notice there's a blight here and a blight here. Once these 2 are gone, I have an unhealthy island. And that's kind of what ravaging does, just to try and be straightforward. This is actually bad news. I might have just lost here. I might be forced to do some Year of Perfect Stillnessing. This is really bad news, especially as my talents won't target it. And I didn't pick Sweep into the Sea, didn't I? So, the amount of damage they do in a Ravage depends on what building type they are. There are 2 types of buildings, towns and cities. Towns do 2 damage each and cities do 3. So this is 12 damage. It's a lot of damage. This is a bad news turn. It's 5-7-9. We are likely to have a blight going down in both of these. Now, Year of Stillness is the right call, I think. But then what do we do? What do we do with the other one? Okay, we have to get Stillness back so that we don't lose. So we don't just lose. We need to reclaim. We're probably going to have a blighted island this turn. But we will at least have a second action. So the initial plan was to fire and flood, but some peanut forgot about it. He forgot the card to get Talons. The good thing about Talons is that I can use it to gain a fear card and prevent a double wetland build. Preventing the double wetland build means that I can defend both of these lands with a future Bloodwrack Plague and get a counter. I think that's a worthwhile thing to aim for. So we go with the Reclaim. I'm going to place a presence. This is an opportunity to place a presence in a new and exciting land. So I think I'm going to place it in here. So that I'm going to place it in this land here. We're going to get our second action out. Do we have enough energy? So we Stillness. And I think we Lightning. So we're Stillnessing in here to prevent this Ravage from happening at all, which is what this card does. Invader skip all actions. Stillness in here mainly for the fast fear. God, that's a horrible thing to do. And we can destroy a couple of Explorers in here, which doesn't really make much odds, except it does mean that this is kind of taken care of. And they will still build a town, but we've got 3 defend in there anyway, because we've got this defend 3 in every land. Wherever I have this symbol here, this is a sacred site, which is 2 presence off my board in the same land. It's not that obvious in this, unless you know what this represents. It's actually what 2 of these. Okay, there's just going to be a blight there, but we will still have a healthy island, which is good. Okay, so Talons, Stillness this turn. They build, and then they build here once and here once. They Ravage here. We lose a blight goes down. They build a town here and a town here. They explore somewhere. They escalate in here. It's forgotten because it doesn't happen because of Stillness. Next turn, they're going to try and build here. I probably have to Stillness it again. So that probably means another Reclaim. Yikes. A Reclaim and then, but we can go Year of Perfect Stillness to prevent the... Oh, no, we could go Bloodwrack Plague. The event might screw us over. We could Bloodwrack Plague in there to prevent the escalation build, defending in both of those with Bloodwrack Plague, which gives us an opportunity to play Guard the Healing Land to tidy up a bit, but it's not damage. That's the trouble. That's the trouble, Jim. It's going to try and talk you out of the Talons, but with only 4 cards and the Stillness committed, I can't think of anything better. Yeah, I think we're in a bit of a rough spot. Because we're not blatting through the cards particularly either. And it is a problem that I've got nothing that really hits in here. Yeah, well done, peasant. It's just that this basically picking this is already. I mean, I didn't have to forget the card I did, right? But what this has done for me is it's meant that we've got defendable ravages. Oh, what am I talking about? It's more like if wetlands or coastal lands come up, which they will. One of them will, possibly both. The thing is, we couldn't afford to run Talons and Fire and Flood. That's the other thing about it. Okay, so we do this to prevent the Ravage and any builds and any explorers, though that doesn't matter too much. We could Talons in here to get the Fast Fear to prevent the double build in the wetlands, which I think is worthwhile. You're thinking Bloodrack on lower wetlands. Wait a second, let me just quickly check what you mean. In here? Oh, to prevent this build in there. Ah, okay, and then get some defend in here. For 5 defend versus 9. I think I prefer enabling a Bloodrack disease defend next turn with this. I like this. Though actually this is more to the point because there's actually already a sacred site in there. So actually I think this is better. Though... Can I actually just not use... Could I gamble on disease next turn in here? So some of the reason it's a gamble. So a disease token, there aren't any on the map just now. It's weird when you're trying to pitch your commentary at possibly new players and speculative players and also veterans, but I'm doing what I can, okay? These disease tokens, we don't have any on the board, but they prevent a build. However, some of these event cards will mean that the disease token is ignored. So it's not as safe as potentially using stillness. This is pretty much infallible when it comes to preventing these builds. But the advantage of using Bloodrack in here to put disease down to prevent the builds, because not only does it also defend this, but what it would mean is I don't need to reclaim these next turn, and I could look at another major power. The advantage of that being I might draw something more useful than the things I have. What though? Good question. Maybe Indomitable Claim. Maybe Manifest Glimcarnation. Or Paralyzing Fright. Or Jungle Hungers. Monsters. I mean, there's a lot here that are really good. Maybe we get rid of Guard the Healing Land. Actually. I know I kind of slightly... You know, I flippin' love Guard the Healing Land. Love it. Given that this is so much worse if it fails, because it's going to be a double blight placement, it might be better to get rid of this Explorer. So we go Talons in here, get our Fast Fear, prevent this from being a double build. And then in the build, they'll build a single town here, they'll build a town here. We're going to use Bloodrack in here to put disease. So we're taking a risk. But we shouldn't insta-lose if we fail. This will go to 6, so we probably have lost anyway. But we... Manifest can win you the game if you can set it up on a bit of a lull turn. It's rare to be the correct pick, though. Huge investment. Yeah, but yeah, it's your favourite investment. I actually think the risk on Plague here is the right call. If you disagree, I'd be interested. Because we're going to be playing this in here anyway. And it means that I could potentially be doing something really useful. I'm going to go with this because it's way worse if this overflows than if this overflows. But we do get that fear card. The fear card might do something for us. But it's unlikely. Add a town to a land with build explorers of towns. Here's a top tip. Never. Don't add it there. So, this land is screwed anyway. Let's just look at the rest of the card. Add a disease to the sands or mountains with the most buildings. Okay, well, a disease is going to be added in here anyway. That's kind of interesting. I saw in that physical playthrough you got like 36 fear over 2 turns with it. Yeah. I mean, it's really powerful. Each spirit with at least 2 to harm amongst lands gains in energy. So we do have a preference for adding things to mountains. I'm not going to add it there because they're going to build there anyway. So that will be taking up to 7, which is too much. I don't want to make a second England. Sorry, a second London. I think I'm just going to add it to here. Oh, wait. So maybe if we... Okay, we might... Do we try and milk them a little bit? Do we milk those Englanders? Have you milked your Englanders? Like if I place it here, they'll build a city this turn. Next turn, we could go Plague and Talons again. That is a reclaim. But what that'll do for us is we'll get to milk our Englanders a bit. 4, 5 fear because we'll destroy a city and gain 3 fear. And we need at least 5 fear to get the next card. But that does force us to reclaim. But I think it's good. The trouble is with the reclaim, we don't get to see a new card. If we add it in here, that means that the next time there's a Ravage, it will probably be an 8 damage Ravage, which is well beyond what we're capable of. If we don't add it in here, then it's a 5, which is actually something we can deal with our Plagues. I don't like adding it in here. The other approach is to just add it somewhere where we're already having a bad time. The trouble with... I don't like adding in here, though, because we can't target these lands with our only beat stick card. We can, of course, stack Plague and Guard, which could be worthwhile in a land that already had Blight, I suspect. And the other thing to think about is we do actually still have a healthy island. We could allow a Blight through somewhere. Huh. But I don't really want to commit to using the Talons in here. But I like the fact that the Talons enables preventing the double build, and bear in mind that double build is in the sands. I'm doing it. I'm doing it quickly before someone convinces me otherwise. Already up to 2 hours on this. Each player may push an explorer into a land with more buildings than the land it came from. So it is optional. May as well. I don't think there's any big reason not to. No, I don't think there's any big reason to do it either. Okay, so they are building even though they don't have invaders. That's not normal. That's an England thing. England 1 or more. England level 1 or more. Bad news Ravage. Skipped Ravage. That's the extra disease from the event. Okay, then we have the town here, the city here. The city we're going to destroy next turn. Okay, jungle and escalation. Escalation is going to target here and be prevented because of Year of Stillness. This is why this card is worthwhile in against England, but against anyone else, it's risky. Okay. So this turn, yeah, I think I like this plan. Well, I don't love it though, because we're still not doing a whole lot of damage really. Is there a way of... The trouble with it is we have to reclaim, so we're not looking at a card or gaining extra energy. Oh, wait a second, peasant. You can't afford to do your stupid plan. You actually can't afford your plan. You've made a mistake. Well, that is a mistake. I should have done some counting, right? Blood Rack is going to cost 4. We could guard the healing land to defend in there. Or we could guard the healing land in anticipation of this Ravage here. So that, yeah, that's just a mistake. I didn't count. Because this is expensive. So we're going to... Oh, there's actually an extra disease in there. Wait a second. So we will be adding 3 into there. So it's 6 defend. Oh, it does work. My counting is lackluster. And it's 6 on 6, which should be okay. Okay, fine. But we need to prevent that double build. We really do. But I don't think I've got a way of doing it. We need 3 whole fear. There's just like nothing that's going to get us that much fear. But if we do just gain a power card, 0 range, put our presence here, make a sacred site, 3 defend versus 2 attack. Let this one, and then we've got 4 energy for a potential new major. Yeah, again, it's just a bit too expensive for us because we are basically all our cards are expensive. Possibly I've been misplaying. You can't reclaim and talents, don't have the energy, says Glimmer. I know. When plans fall apart. It does help to be able to count to 10. I'm hopeful that, you know, one day I'll learn this basic skill. And it should be a basic skill. I actually kind of like the idea of going Plague Guard. The nice thing about that is we can afford to do that. And maybe yoinking a blight from this land here so that we can just let this Ravage happen next turn. Because that's beyond our range of defending. But the trouble is, if we don't make that 5 fast fear... Okay, the other problem is that going with something like that, we're being too passive. And that's the classic Earth problem. That 3rd disease won't be there for the Ravage. Oh, that's true. That is true. That's true. So it will be a 6 on 5, which is risky. Good point. We can't afford to do... Yeah, okay. Don't think that's worth putting on my England video. Remember to count. Use all your energy. Sands is double building. Yeah, I know, it's grim. Oh, this one too. Yeah, right. I'd realised that this one was double building, but I couldn't accept the idea that this was double building. It was just too horrifying. I wonder what I think we need to just get a good major. But that's what you keep saying. You're not getting them. I actually think this is a really... And I know that Spirit Island is a dire situation simulator of a game. This is actually our last escalation. We're nearly out of the woods of sudden death to London. I actually think there are a lot of cards that could be really good for us here. Might just be lying to myself. I just don't think this is the right toolkit. Yeah, I think we need another major. But I think I'm making this because it feels like a high risk, high reward strategy. I feel like if I try and grind this out with the cards I have, I'm just gonna lose. But that's not based on calculation. It's based on intuition. Okay. Well, these are good cards. These are good cards. In fact, this Blood Rack was even mentioned earlier in this very chat. We can combo these a little bit to do some pretty serious damage in here. Widely regarded as overpowered. I don't know about that. The threshold's quite hard for almost every spirit. Actually, that's a bit of a bold claim. It's hard to get for a lot of spirits. It's fast fear as well. It's fast fear. It's fast fear. So what it's doing is it's going to mean fewer double builds. Well, if we were consistently doing slow damage, then we'd be happy, but we're not, because our big slow damage card was too expensive. We couldn't just throw it out every turn. Now, what about land thrashes? What about tigers hunting? Everywhere's going to be blighted soon. But again, fast fear. The damage is a bit sad against England. It's not doing much on this board. Well, if we use it in here, in conjunction with the Bloodrack Plague that I'm pretty much committed to playing anyway, we could do 9 damage in here, which will gain us... We'll destroy 2 cities and gain us 3 additional fear. So that'd be 7 fear. The nice thing about the getting more than 5 fear is we'd be off this horrible threshold of just scraping the card. It also would leave a strife behind, which might interact well with fear cards. Pyroclastic is... It's not enough against England 5 or 6. Land Thrashes is not going to be enough, but it could become a lot of damage. Depending on it very heavily depends on what the Blighted Island card is, whether this is viable or whether we'll just be dead before it's useful. 2 plays to kill 2 cities. Well, I was going to. It's not just killing 2 cities though, is it? Because what it is here's something we were doing anyway to defend in here. I guess we don't need we don't need the defend in here, but as we're doing it in here anyway. And it's also preventing us from just losing to London. So it's not as I think it's doing more for us than 2 plays to kill 2 cities, because it's preventing a double build in the sands, which is probably just means we lose. I know there is disease there, but the event card could mean disease is irrelevant. So I think it is. I don't think it's as much. I don't think it's that. Yeah, I think there's more to it than that. Is the defend from Bloodrack a static defend or a one-time trigger on play? I think it's a static. I think it happens here and then it's there. I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. So we could pretend that this was just for science. So I think this is better than these alternatives. Yeah, because simultaneously we are removing the threat of loss by London. Now we can still lose by London. And what I mean by that is losing to this additional loss condition, Proud and Mighty Capital. So it's removing our most likely source of instant London loss by preventing this from being a double build. Also, it's going to take us to Terra 2. Now, it's very hard to win at Terra 2 against England unless you've really, if it's got to this point, that's unlikely to happen unless you're Snake or something. So, we might even get to 3 plays. It might be worth considering Thresholds a little bit more. But we don't have Moon Mountain things, so okay, Land Thrashes is not likely. We don't have Moon Fire. Yeah, none of these thresholds are going to be likely. So yeah, we're going to do some science with Bloodrack. We're going to learn something. Are we entering a world where we forget Year of Stillness? It's done a lot for us already. Oh, have we entered a world where we can do just yoinking with Guard the Healing Land now for the rest of our days? And yeah, you could make an argument for why not both Peasant? And you'd be right. The trouble is, because all of our cards cost minimum 3, okay, right, maybe this is an argument for drafting a minor power. Knowing that you could always dump it for a major later on is that currently our turn is costing minimum 6. Misplays. Hey, what about their interactions here? See, I think the stillness really comes into its own when you've got escalation effects to worry about, and we're not going to have them soon. So maybe we get rid of stillness. Keep lightning. What's upcoming? Ravage in here. This is one we can solve with a yoink. They're going to build a city here. That's defendable with a rack. Yeah, I think it's time to forget stillness. It's also time to be decisive, Peasant. Do we push to 3 or do we gain energy? We're going to have 8 this turn. I think we gain... It's tricky, though. That extra... Oi, oi! Pen up a blood rack. Nice! Yeah, but might not be nice enough. Might not be nice enough, poultry speaker. It might not be. This extra energy is going to mean that after this turn, we have 2 energy left over, which means that we'll have 9 the following turn, which means that we could potentially use Talons and Guard. Actually, no, we'll have 8 if we go up there. Sorry, 10. Going to start playing through cards, you'll need the energy. Well, yeah, or to to draft. Yeah, you're right. You are right. If you're going to butt playing 3 cards, you'll butt the energy. Oh, butsy. You're doing your best. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, so maybe that's just a general Earth misplay then. Yeah. Okay, so we're doing... It's a minor combo. And we'll also find out if this is static. I think this is a static amount of defend you get, and then it's there. That's generally how defend works. Still love you, Butsy. Yeah. Okay, so we defend in there. So that's buffed these. Let's see if... We'll remove some tokens. 2... Moving all those tokens. And 9 damage. Just sanity check. So 9 damage is either 3 fear from 3 towns. Yeah, we killed the cities. Just very briefly have to just check that the obvious thing isn't wrong, you know. Tempted to put a pip on a town in case we get a fear card that means that 2 Dahan do a damage each. 3 towns, it's triple building. Triple building? Nah, it's not triple building because we're doing this. So there's going to be a fear card in here. Wait, no. But that's... It's probably escalation building, and it's... Actually, this might be escalation building next. Never mind. Hey, no worries. I say it often enough. This game is hard to follow. Really hard to follow. Even if you've played, like, hundreds of hours of it. I kind of feel like the pip on the town is a punt, you know? It's could be worthwhile. This is after this is going to be it's going to be 7 damage. After the build it's going to be 10 damage. 9 versus 10 damage. Let's just take a punt at cheesing a fear off the fear card. Okay, there's our card. I forgot to count the fear per card per token. Yeah. Yeah, without it, that wouldn't have been enough, would it? Okay, let's see what our event is. We want a good news event. Coastal land on each board. Move a town 1 or 2 lands inland. Well, all right. All right, Captain Irrelevant. Not necessarily. Oh yeah, what else is on there? Choose a land with disease. Well, I might have just removed all my disease. Well, unpleasant. Yeah, I may have removed all my disease. Defend 1 per Dahan. Okay. Yeah, damn it, I'm not getting gifted any Dahan movement either. Still alive! I am still alive. Prevent a city build by removing from jungle. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the most relevant, the most useful thing to do. We know we're not going to get tsunami now. We know we're not going to get swooped into the sea. 1 or 2 lands inland. Where are we going to put it? Where are we going to put you? Push it here, it makes a city build. We could push it here, where it's not going to make any difference. Then they're going to build. Then they'll build a. They're going to build a city there anyway. Where do I actually want to put it? Thing is, now that we were our last escalation effect, I think we're a little bit freer to stack them. Hello there, Anarka. Good to see you. I take it the new Nova Drift update hasn't dropped. I put it so that the announcements from the Nova Drift Discord would go into my Discord. Oh, I suppose if it's happened since I'm streaming, I might not have seen it. Hope you're doing well. I'm here. My little brain is there, scrambling. So this is going to go... We could just push it in here. We're safe. That'll go from 4 to 7 on the build here. Update is next week earliest. Oh, has he pushed it back a little bit? Okay, good to know. So 4, 7. 7 is hard for us to defend. Oh, also, by the way, we know the science now. So this defend that we added stays. They're going to build a city here regardless. We could just push it into here. Could just push it in there. So it would go back up to 5. This... Oh, no, 6. Yeah, we don't want to push in there. They're going to build a city here. 5, 6. Just, yeah, tricky, these decisions. I drifted some Novas today as well. Anyway, good. Someone's got to drift those Novas, you know? We can't all just be waiting till 2.0. Preventing this city build. Peasant's gone in the tank again. Just some random meme. No re-rolling build attempts. All of them didn't even reach wave 200. No re-rolling build attempts. Nice. I like doing that with the mod that gives you five upgrades, but you can't re-roll. Decoherence? I actually really enjoy that. It's one of my favourite things to do. Because you're forced. You're forced into that predicament. So yeah, don't push here. Crunch. This is a wetland though. I push in here. Yeah, I push in here. Okay, what's our fear card? Oh god, just removed all those disease. No. We get to remove an explorer from an inland land, apparently. Do you be laughing, poultry speaker? Do you be laughing at my plight? Let's take this down to a more tolerable. Feckin' RNGesus. Feckin' Butsus. Yeah, quite. Damn it, RNGesus. Okay, so London choices. Do we want London in here? Do we want London here? I actually don't think it makes much odds. So this is about to go off the end. We didn't get coastal lands. The fact it's in with a blight doesn't make much odds because we have Guard the Healing Land. I mean, I've not played it yet. Just held on to it all game. It's my only starting card left. These are actually very similar position-wise. I guess this is in with a sacred site. Does that make any odds? Might make some odds. Yeah, actually, this is better because of the we can. Oh. Yeah, actually, doesn't make any difference at all. Doesn't really make any odds at all. I think we put it in here. Could be wrong. It's tricky when it's starting to look really rough. There's part of me that's like, I think certainly when I'm just playing on my own, I sometimes just speed up because I'm like, this is doomed. But then the problem is because I'm speeding up, I'm then just making worse decisions. Oh my god, are we actually gonna have a counterattack? Unbelievable. Surprising. Okay, so wetland, city build, 6 damage ravage to turn after, which is not something we've really got a fix for in our toolkit. But if we do use Pent, we can defend in there and get a counter and destroy a city in the counter. Wow. We do have the problem, though, of fear. Unless we use the Big Daddy. If we use the Big Daddy, if we go energy, we'll have 10 energy to play with. We can afford Big Talon and one of our other cards. So we could go Big Talon up here to get the fear we want. Wish Earth had a reclaim 1. Yeah. Earth is very powerful. I think I've made some misplays here. I think my majors have been a little bit unfortunate. But then I'm saying that and I'm thinking what would have been better. But okay, the double build in mountains is a bit grim. We're just not really doing enough crunching. Well, I'm crunching, but Major Daddy. Yeah. Yeah. We actually get a counter here. We can put some disease somewhere. And then I can take it away again the second it's useful. How about that? Is that a plan? Yeah, great plan, peasant. So, for example, we could put some disease in here for a future Pent or something. And defend in here. Although we could do that. Oh, yeah, there's this. This is a problem. Okay, so we could either guard the healing land to yoink the blight and then it goes back. Or we just let it go. Just let it go. The trouble with that is that it's going to cascade to one of these 2 lands, and then they're quite likely to be problems that we could fix with guard the healing land. So we could let this go, Blighted Island, but the Blighted Island could hurt quite. The Blighted Island effect could really hurt us. If we are going to deliberately trigger it, we'd rather not trigger it with a cascade. We have survived stage 2, though, all unpresent. Crunch, 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 crunch. Maybe 2 disease in here for the defend. I think we kind of have to reclaim. Damn it. Both jungles and fear this turn. Can't deal with all 3. I'm thinking let it double build. Not seeing a great path to killing all the cities, though. Yeah. I think that trying to kill all the cities is... it's gotten a bit out of control with the cities. Because there have been a lot of ravages with defends and no counterattacks. This is one of the first. This feels like one of the only ones we've had this game. We've not gained any of the kind of defendy mages. There are a chunk of them, like Claim, Vitality kind of is. Winds. Vigor is like defend, but you attack first, you know. You know, the old... Just means you have London, Manchester, and Birmingham to deal with. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's really great. So the double build in the mountains doesn't actually make any difference. This is going to go up to 7 damage. The difference between 7 and 10 from our point of view is actually It's not. There's no difference. Searching for a big fear major may be the best route. Yeah. It is possible. Nightmares are paralyzing. Yeah, nightmares though isn't paralyzing. Yeah, but nightmares isn't without the threshold. It's just not gonna. We are not very moony. Yeah, and in fact, unlikely to ever be moony enough. So yeah, qualitatively, the difference between 7 and 10 damage in here, actually for us, it's not that big. Actually saying that, we can guard in here next turn. Actually, we're not going to have to worry about necessarily, though we will. 50% chance we'll have to worry about it. I feel like this counterattack is a city destruction that I just don't want to miss out on it. Could just miss out on it, but this can shield us from the event because it's Dahan mixed with buildings. As is this. But I could just use guard in here to defend for the counter. I don't want that to cascade. So I think I have to do that. Time for manifest. It's time for something. I wonder what the real Spirit Iron pros would do in this situation. They just quit. No, they wouldn't. Actually, setting up for a sacred site in here is actually pretty nice. Because that extra 3 defend plus, it's just we're just all about the rack right now. All about the rack. Brain. Brain. Healthy up to stage 3 has been nice. Well, yeah, kind of, but also not. It's a common situation to be in with this spirit, though. It's like everything's on fire, but you got a healthy island. So the safety first approach is guard in here, remove this blight. Blood rack in one of these lands. Actually, in any of these lands. So we could... Okay, what we could think about is maybe blood racking in here. Placing our presence in here. Next turn... Oh, but that we could... Next year we could we could just fall into the brain tank and never recover. I kind of feel like we need to just keep on doing damage though. That's the thing. If we go Talons, Blood Rack, this is cascading, right? If it cascades into here, next turn we can go Pent Up somewhere and guard the healing land to defend in here and yoink up the blight. And we'll know what blight card we're up against. Is that knowledge worth? Probably not. The other problem is we'll have a double blight on the island, which means that we could just get killed by the event card. By Festering Pits of Blight could just kill us. If we get a very low blight card. Oh, this is also... Yeah, so we have to blood rack to defend in here in one of these 3 lands or itself. Maybe here would be good. There are 2 cities in here, which means that we could potentially use Pent in there to... Damn it, there aren't any extra tokens in there, so it'd only be 6 damage. Which is pretty sad. Wow, Pent is not looking good for us anymore, is it? Not very good for us. I think we have to... Yeah, I think we just have to keep the unhealthy for another turn. But then the trouble is we're not preventing the double build, but actually the double build doesn't make much difference. I mean, a bit of difference, not much. So I think Blood Rack for the counter, heal in there. Next turn we Pent Up and Talons. They're going to build a city in here. We could actually... Oh no, we need the defend in here. Or do we just let this one go? Or we could even yoink a blight from somewhere else so that it cascades, but then we are... This goes up to 2 briefly. You're like, why are you considering deliberately cascading the island? Because we might get a blight card that actually powers us up. Because we have Guard the Healing Land, we have got pretty good cleaning powers, though we are at stage 3 and there's flipping stuff everywhere. The other thing is that double mountain build means more things to kill potentially with lightning. If we do go for a cascade, it's better in here, so I don't want to place a presence in there because it'll get... Oh god. Right. Decisive mode. Do I think it's too passive though if I just defend. I mean, we get a bit of counter, but I don't think this is where... We have a passive turn, double builds in the mountains. Then the next turn, we have 8 energy again, but we don't gain extra power. But we're doing something like Pent Up in the land that we blood racked for a chunk of fear, along with Talon somewhere in a land that's built up for a chunk more fear. Hey, Hannes. Shoot fucking goals, England. Everyone, His Royal Highness has arrived. How you doing? The Gates. There you go. I think given the way these cards are lining up, I'm going to go with the passive route and then lose. Does that sound good? Oh, it sounds really good, peasant. So that's just... let's not just throw away presents, shall we? Let's not do that. Okay, I might gain a power that places in wetland. If we cascade, it wants to go here. But if we let it cascade that way, then we can't really defend in here. Okay, fine, peasant. Fine. Let's just put an extra one in there. Doing fine. How are you? Yeah, very well. I think this might be an L. I think this one might be an L. And I'm not sure exactly what I did wrong. I think maybe I should have gained a minor power earlier. I've had power issues all game. That's possible. So we do this to yoink that blight out. And we put some disease in a land, in or adjacent to this land. I like the idea of putting it in land that has the potential to do a lot of clearing, so I'm going to put it in here. This is also London territory. So yeah, once per board, place a town instead of an explorer. Brutal. On each board, add a beast or land without blight that has a town. Defend 1 per hard. Well, without blight that has a town. So, damn it, we placed in here, so we can't place a beast in here for future pent. So I think the main consideration is future pents. There is already a beast in here. So we could have 2 beasts in there for a future pence. In fact, that second beast there is going to mean that could be good in that. I'm gonna place it in here. And it's a double build. First one of the game though. Then we have they put their blight back. We get to counter. Get to destroy a city. Okay, wetland builds. Mountain wetland explorer. Okay, okay. Well, Towns of Lightning. It's not going to be enough to contain all that. Okay, it's asking me which land to explore because of the event, I think. Which one was it? Yeah, so once per board, place one town instead of one explorer. So it's asking me where I want to add a town. And I am looking at this going, I don't want to add a town anywhere. I don't want to add a town here because we actually... I didn't go with that cascade idea, did I? So next turn is Ravages. Add it in here. I think part of my brain has slightly gone into conservation mode because it's hard to see a way to win this now. Okay, so we're back to growth. Builds here are not auto losses. Actually, double build here is also acceptable, but now we've got all our fast fear. We should make more than 6 fast fear though. But we are miles away even from 3. It's a slow grinding loss. Isn't it the best kind of loss? Where it takes hours, all the best energy of your day. Okay, right. 7 damage Ravage. I had the idea, didn't I, of making a sacred site in there, and then I didn't do it. Really don't want to reclaim. Wow, look at us. We're so weird how we're so close to the edge of our tracks and we just don't feel very powerful at all. We just feel weak. So, if we gain 2 fear cards, we might get extra help with this defend. I think we need to kind of gamble on that happening. So, we could Talons in here to destroy an explorer and this city. Yeah, I think that was another mistake. I should have actually done the sacred site thing, especially once I'd realised I wasn't going to cascade into their mistake. So I think we hope that we can get some extra defend per Jahan. So we smash the city and an explorer, taking it down to 3 damage attack. I think that's something worth trying to do. So that's going to be 3 fear, 5 fear. And then... But what about in here? We could do 6 damage, which again is not enough to clear this land. Well, okay. I think, actually... I think we gain a minor power now. Should have done this earlier. Yeah, and that mistake here was... If this actually would have been a much better plan if I'd placed in here. Yeah, so mixed planning going on there. The timelines have been merged somehow. Okay. So... Am I really looking at minor power now? See, next turn we'll have 3 plays, you see. That's what I'm thinking about. We're not going to be able to play 3 mages. Especially after this turn. So I think we look at a minor. Using Pentalons will solve top wetlands. Ick. I'm going to use Pent down here. Our solution for top wetlands lies with these 2 Dahan. Do they want to help us? Okay, so mainly we're probably thinking about elements. now. So yeah, that's a 4-play thing, but actually animal element, 4 animal elements is unlikely. Pen is actually quite a it's a relatively easy threshold that wants fire. Lots of fire options here. So we like Beast, Fire, Mountain. Fire Air for Talons. Fire Air for Butlins. And it's the Han movement, so we get some counters. But we just don't have a rugged defense. Oh, we've got these are defend cards, but they're not big. Talons of Lightning could be a boon, though. Do we have... We're going to need to probably get to... Yeah. It does have the fire for Pent. Do we have another moon? No. Do we have Drought Threshold? No. We don't have any other fire or any other air, so it means we need to draft a second fire air card. Bloodspot, no! Bloodspot, why aren't you giving me the pertinent strategy information I need? Hey? Hey, I'm here. Poor little brain scurrying in its little wheel. Talons is a lovely card that deserves proper respect. It is, you know, it's all right. I think it's a bit overpriced, honestly. A bit overpriced, you ask me. It's worth 5.5. But they just rounded it up, didn't they? Because they couldn't be bothered to just double the price of everything and adjust every single thing in the game. I mean, Call to Migrate is also a good card. It could get us good counters in a world where we had beefy defends. In fact, we could use it to set up 2 defends. This threshold, of course, would be each adjacent land is potentially another whole fear card in itself, because there's flipping towns everywhere. I think I think it's good enough just for its effect. Oh, we're gonna have I think we're gonna have a Blighted Island this turn, aren't we? Probably. Get lucky with bringing towns threshold, you might be able to earn enough fear. Yeah. Yeah, the fact it has fire on as well has got me more intrigued, because it's also contributing towards this one. Potentially. So this turn is a slightly tragic attempt to just max fear and maybe defend in here, maybe get lucky with our fear cards in there. But we should gain 2 fear cards. But we're so far away from Terror 3. Crikey. Crikey, Jim. So there's only one land where this is... Actually, wait a second. Peasants. 1 fear each and 3 damage. Yeah, we may as well go with the thing that might keep our hand a little bit healthier. Adding Disease and Strife, though. There's a chance that the fear card will just be fine. No, we need to remove. I think, but the trouble is, this is like a desperation play. Your beasts do best when they're just chilling all game, you know. They just being great. So we could rub my eye a bit. Oh, actually, we can take it down to 1 town. That might be something that a card deals with. Talons in here. Now, in this land, we're gambling on the Dahan sort of solving our problems for us. You know, are they going to be up for it? I've worked very hard to make this island nice. Okay, what's our event? New species spread. Aided by moons, you say. What you mean is, event card, that you don't want to help me. Is that what we're saying? I think this is going to happen. I don't think we even have any moons. Apart from Pent, actually. So 50% odds roughly of adding a blight to a land with buildings, and then it comes back. Add a disease to a land with both Dahan and invaders. Each spirit with at least 2 Dahan amongst lands gains 1 energy. I hope I get that. I should get that. 2 damage to Dahan. Possible extra blight. Extra blight? I'm sure it's fine. It's not fine. It could mean we just lose. Our only way of getting this is to forget Pent. Pent potentially is another chunk of fear in this land, i.e. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 fear. It's not much of a chunk, is it, peasant? It's not much of a chunk. But we'd be losing one of our few cards. And it's an affordable card where we're about to go into 3 plays. So I think we have to let it bloom. It might mean we just lose this round. Because... oh, so we should be able to re-roll a 2 blight card, but I probably won't want to. So I think we have to let the invasive species bloom, and it will come back. Yeah, I can't afford to throw away Pen. Okay, so I think we got lucky there. So we add a disease to land with both Dahan and invaders and do 2 damage to Dahan there. Okay, so probably the best thing that this might do for us is be there for future Pent / help us with future Bloodrack plagues. So it probably wants to be adjacent to 2 of the same land type, maybe. I guess we've got an upcoming mountain wetland. So here we can flood these with an underwhelming 3 extra defend, which won't touch any of this. So it's kind of irrelevant. Let's put it in here because we have potential for a bigger Pent in there. These we're relying on to defend this land for us. I guess it's this then. So we do this at Dahan in there. Okay, 2 fear cards. What do we get? Each player may choose a land with Dahan or adjacent to at least 3 Dahan. Invaders do not ravage there this turn. With Dahan or adjacent to at least 3 Dahan. So we can prevent this ravage. I guess that's okay. We weren't preventing the build anyway because England. So I think we have to do that. And what's next? Invaders do not build in lands where Dahan outnumber buildings. I'd be surprised if there are any of those lands. Oh, there's one here. Okay. So, jungle builds. We do... what's our blight card? Aid from less... oh, God. It's like my favourite blight card. It's such a good blight card. Oof. Always happy to see it. I mean, I deliberately blight the island so I could see this card. It's Aid from Lesser Spirits. So we get to draw a minor power card per player, i.e. 2. Give 1 to each spirit. They may be used every turn as if played, but cost no card plays or energy. The downside of this card is that there's only 2 blight on it. The upside is that we've got lots of presence on the island, and we are Earth. My intuition is to keep it, yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm not capable of being intuitive with this card because I love it so much. I didn't know I could love a card in a game as much as I love Aid from Lesser Spirits. You know, part of me worries that when they make a 2nd edition for this, that they'll nerf this. And I'm like, no! I had to blight my island to get this card. Don't you take it away from me, All-Father. So I think aside from my loving the card and just picking it when it's not a good thing to pick anyway, this is going to help me with thresholds potentially. I've got 2 mages that can... 3 mages where the threshold... yeah, this is fast sphere as well. I've got 3 mages where the threshold is potentially very good. I've even got this here, if we can get... I might want to consider this. Though, yeah, we do still have some mountainous cards. This is never happening, but this might. And this is particularly good, I think, for a spirit like this that can clean and tidy. Now, I don't have my skip actions card, which would be nice in this situation, but I've still got guard the healing land. And we haven't immediately cascaded. And England isn't an adversity that just dumps extra blight on, not like flipping France. You have blight removal, it adds a lot of possibility. Yeah, I think we keep. Especially given that we need... Oh, God. Especially given that we need... Okay, wait. Maybe it's okay. This does have air on it for our talons. That little smile. More beasts. Is it your time to shine? Cold Trade's a big brain card. I've already used all my brain. Used all my brain already. I don't have any more brain. We don't really want to create more builds against England. They're doing fine on the build front. But elements. So the mountain green are good elements for this, but we don't have any daylight stuff yet. This would be lovely. The getting to repeat something like Pent is repeating Pent is ridiculous. Am I really going to take this just for the air? I mean, preventing the Ravage could be handy. It could be handy. And the thing is, if we get to Terra 3, it is just we will be able to just gather Dahan around, which is useful. Okay, so next turn we've got mountain and wetland ravages. We could use it to prevent a ravage, say, in this land next turn. That's the only one that already has a Dahan in it. The air lets you get Talon's Threshold. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing. Oh, actually, we've already got Call to Migrate, haven't we? So if we repeat this turn. Morbius helps us with the pent up, but we don't have the other moon. Getting this town threshold is pretty worth, and it's okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, mountain and wetland builds. The funny thing that happens with me, Jesus Christ, I hadn't really noticed this up here. This business up here is sometimes when I play against England, I just lose without noticing, especially if I play when I'm tired. It's not my proudest moment when I just lose because I'm not paying attention. Okay, there's a lot of wetland action this turn. I'm glad I kept my action skipping things. Just gonna put that over there. Put it down. Get it. I'm gonna put it behind my shoulders. This is at 6. An event could... Is the event just going to add a town to that? I don't think it will just add it to the highest, but... And there's so many buildings everywhere else, I don't think we're going to get wrecked by that particular thing. This Ravage here is now a must-address Ravage, because this is a cascade, as is this. Hmm. 5 damage is not enough to address this must-address Ravage. I'm pretty sure if we have any chance, it's based on reclaiming. Whoa. will have 3 actions though. Wow. Kind of need to. I think we have to reclaim. Yeah, we have to reclaim. We just don't have enough power if we don't reclaim. Where is... So there's build ravage in these wetlands as well, which is really, really awkward. So actually our only real solution to this is guard anyway, because that will remove the blight. Can we solve this land in here? Cool to trade already needs a Dahan in there. It's brutal. Very restrictive. Having all this presence is kind of useful anyway. I actually think we need to... We need to... So we're going to have 11 energy. We actually can't afford to... We could Talons migrate and Pent, but then we can't... Obviously, we're not playing guard. I'm not seeing anything that looks promising. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Not really. This build, Ravage build, is absolutely shocking. And we're miles. Okay, peas and ants. Okay. I think we've lost. But, okay, how have we lost? And why have we lost? That's my question to you, chat. I think our only real hope is getting all the fear cards. We can't... How much fear is this? So, this is 12 fear to get all 3 and upgrade to Terror 3. I think that's our only real hope. 12 fear should be doable. I think that is really our only hope. So I think max fear, which probably is about Talons. Talons migrate Pen, which is 710, which we can afford. I think that's our only hope, because if we try and just address the Ravages in the room, we can let this one go on the coast. We can let this one go. We can't let both of them go, because we've only got 2 blight left on our card. The build ravage thing is brutal. Even if we cleared this land, they would build ravage there anyway. See, this is the classic place where stillness would still be an amazing thing to have. So I think my only hope at this point is fear spam. I think that's only 11 fear, is it? Glimmer's done the flipping maths. If I was to foster Talons in here, that would be 5 fear with threshold, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus pen up calamity would be another 11, 12, 13, 14. We can make a lot of fear. I think another mistake I've made is I've had the opportunity to place presence in lands that I didn't already have presence, and I didn't. I think that was a mistake. Yeah, definitely was a mistake with the planning of, like, playing as if I was going to allow an overspill and then not allow, and then just working as if I was going to allow that overspill. So I think this is my... Do we... Yeah, we don't have any sun, unfortunately. It's the best chance you got. Yeah, I think it is. Let's just quickly check. We do have that threshold. We actually do have call to trade, so I can turn this into this ravage into a build instead. Which is fine. Let's just quickly check. Yeah, I think we just max on fear. It's YOLO time. Now, it's nice that we still have a disease here, because disease can work really nicely with fear cards. 6 damage. It's fear max. That's our 4 damage. Do we... Do we partly damage a city? There's nothing in here to do damage, so I think we... I'm going to partially damage this city. Okay. So I can prevent this ravage in here. I'm going to drag this explorer in. Oh, I also get to gather a town. Yeah, it shows how rarely I actually use this. We can reduce the odds of this killing me. It's going to be a... Yeah, I think that's worthwhile. Okay, and then we have Talons, and this is going to hit every adjacent land. So we do the one with the land with the most adjacencies that we can, which is this one. And it's 5 damage in the land, so I think, again, we maximize the fear. I mean, it's gonna, I'm going to, you know, they're going to be scared. And we YOLO for the cities. I just not even sure there's anything that's gonna finish this city off, but... It's just 1 damage, yeah. We'll aim high. And now we get to do adjacent town destruction. For another 5 fear. Yeah. Yeah, we're not getting rid of all those cities. It's not happening. Okay. Let's see what the event is. Okay, in each town, but at least 2 towns replace half with cities. Crikey. So we'll see what the other ones are. Invaders do not ravage in lands with disease or strife. Is that applicable? I need to remember this for my fear cards. No ravage in lands with disease or strife. And then we've got push 2 to harm for land with cities to land without cities. Are there lands without cities? Oh, there are a few. So, yeah, this is just happening everywhere. Wow, look at that, 4 cities in there. Nice. Okay. Okay, fear card time. So, strife and disease will prevent ravages. Each player adds a strife in a land with Dahan. In every land with strife, 1 damage per Dahan. This ravage is prevented anyway. We can't prevent this ravage or this ravage or this ravage. So this is still the best thing to do. It's a rough event versus England. Yeah, it's all the event. I had this game completely in hand before that event. This is good, though. I mean, it's a shame that it's not going to help us in this instance, but if we'd had a Dahan push first, it might have been good. So we're going to get... We're actually going to get another fear now, so... Yeah, there's no ravage here. Okay, fear card number 2. What you got for us? Isolation. Each player removes an invader from land with 2 or fewer invaders. Looks like I didn't have an option on that one. There was 1 and it was not... Each player chooses a different land and removes up to 2 health worth invaders per presence there. Okay, here's... Okay, we're getting the L. Yeah, we have... Yeah, we have lost. What's it telling me to do here? It's over. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Jim. So yeah, we die in... we got a couple of Ravages where we die. I mean, there probably was there a combination of fear cards that would have made that work? I don't know if there was. That was pretty rough. Rough. It was rough. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is a matchup I have won in the past. It's not like a really it's not the best versus England 6 matchup, but it's certainly not the worst. I wish I could look through the game. Wish I could see more about the game than this. Like what cards I had. But because part of the reason I'm doing this England 6 day is, partly because I hate myself. I want to suffer. Oh yeah, score serial killers. I remember a Rocky versus England 6 video on the tubes of you. Ah, the old tubes, eh? The old tubes. So yeah, so what have I thought about for my video for this? So try and keep London on the coast was an idea. Think about how many escalation effects you've got left. Scapegoats would have done most of the work. There's probably a combination that could have worked. Yeah, that could have really spiraled out for the invaders. I think I might have got slightly unfortunate powers, like things like Indomitable Claim, Paralyzing Fright. I was really up against it with the double, trying to prevent the double builds. Might look when I look at the VOD, I'll try and... Oh yeah, this is going on YouTube. If you've watched this and you have ideas, yeah, don't forget to timestamp them. Okay. Let's run a raffle. Thanks everyone for being here today. Do this every week, every Friday, at this time. Let's set up the next one. How long did that take? Jesus, nearly 3 hours. Crikey. England 6 is a cruncher. Okay, do I have 2 more England 6 games in me, or do I have 1 more England 6 game in me? I have 2. Let's work out what board we're on. I'm going to look at the newest message in chat. That's not just a join. Back just in time. That's a B board. It's B. It's Serpent. This isn't going to be a speed run, but I would like to get a Serpent and an Ocean game in if I can. So if you want a chance to win an indie game from the proper list is in the Discord. The prize list is a bit out of date. I keep forgetting to update it. There's like about a million things I need to do before a stream, and that's one that I forget. So, Serpent. Can I remember the tricks? Did I add the link to the tips tip? I think I did. Yes, I did. Armed with the tips tip, can I reclaim my dignity? You ever had dignity, peas and ants? Yeah, I had loads of it. So I think turn 1 we flow absorb, right? That's what we do. And we gain a power card and we place presence. I think the key thing to not do is try and be too clever with Serpent. It's already going to require all the cleverness. I actually don't have this in my physical copy. I don't have it in the deck. So just pretend this isn't here. Less than 30 seconds on that raffle if you want the chance. Moon Mountains is good. Fear is also really good. Purifying Flame, no. Too fast Fear. I think Moon Mountain is crucial. We're pretty mountainous anyway. The Fire Mountain's good too. Hey, nice win, Glimmer. A fine win. Glimmer is the real brains of the operation. When I win, it's because Glimmer's there. It's telling me the good news. Damn it. No mountain cards. If I had a mountain option here, I would consider it. So yeah, this is objectively the best card to pick in almost every, especially first minor power to be offered, but I'm not picking it. You could make a case for Shadows of the Burning Forest. It's duplicating a power I already have. But we could even use it fairly early on. I think I like Shadows of the Burning Forest. But Fast Fear, preventing those double builds. Interesting one. I'll tell you the bad ones too. Octo coming in with the congratulations. Glimmer's been training hard to win those raffles. This Fast Fear, I mean, the thing is, right, I think for the first few turns, I just don't play any of these cards anyway. I think the fact that this is 2 in the fast means I can kind of correct a little bit. The Explorer push is completely irrelevant. The energy cost probably doesn't matter because we're Snake. Actually, this does have Plant on. Plant's going to net us an energy a lot of the time. It's going to trigger this when we play it. But yeah, like I was saying, unlikely that we're going to play any of these cards. He's already crunching. Crunch, 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 crunch. Crunch, 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 crunch. Yeah, because we're already going to probably shift this town plus Explorer this turn anyway. Because we're gonna go for this with the gift of flowing, the absorbent flow, they call it. Serpent fans. I think we go Delusions. 2 fear and a plant for possible future play. True, true. Oh wow, it's actually a good board for Jungle Hungers as well. We've got jungle adjacency everywhere. And you know how the law of averages works, right? We didn't see Jungle Hungers last game. We're definitely going to see it this game. Jungle Hungers, of course, is great for Serpent. Because it's great for everyone. Okay, I'm going to go with it. We're probably not even going to play it for ages. We're not even going to play it. Right, so we definitely want to place it in here so we can push this Explorer and Town out. And we've only got one play, so we gift into Absorb Essence. Because that's just what you do when you're a solo Serpent. You've cracked probability right there. Yeah. Yeah, you may not have known that I'm Supermass. Oh yeah, got to remember not to... I've got to... I forget that I actually have to absorb Essence. Like when I'm trying to work out what I'm doing. So we get that extra mountain. They build in here. This is this land we let go. All right, that's and I have sped up a little bit. The other half of the secret. There's a secret. Why have I not been informed? It's a secret, peasant. The other butt. Is it even a secret if it doesn't have another butt? Okay, so here we can... We like the fear, but we also like this ravage being irrelevant. I probably will move this presence because we're almost certainly going to be going presence reclaim for a little while because we're gonna have very little presence on the island. Ooh, this is a bit gross actually. This is not Aegisable. We have got a situation that we cannot Aegis because these are both going to be 6 damage ravages. Our Aegis is going to be probably 4. Maybe 5. It's not nice. It's not nice. It's not nice at all. Let's put this in with the beast. The beast might give us a fear. Buttspot, you got to tell us about these secret butts. Yeah, got to. So we're letting this land go. I'm not happy about this. Not happy. We could get unlucky in here, which is why I'm definitely going to move this presence. I think moving it here just for, like... Because I think the Aegis is going to be nice for us anyway. So I think we reclaim. We move into there. And yeah, of course, prioritizing that presence placement. So that's for this Aegis. We can't actually place in here because there's blight. There's a restriction we have. But we can just place adjacent to it because we're not going to want to move this presence. So adjacent to this, we've got a very bad place and a good place. So we'll just put it in there. We'll just plonk it in there. Of course, I feel a bit more confident with this spirit. But possibly now I can be overconfident and lose that way instead. Okay, so if we were to gift in... Oops. If we were to gift into... into primordial deeps. Can we get double moon, double mountain this turn? Wait a second. I'm still relatively new to soloing Serpent as well, by the way. Because this you can use this to actually gain an additional moon and mountain. And we actually, Absorb Essence gets you an extra element anyway. So wait a second here, Jim. I can actually make it so we're not sacrificing 2 lands next turn by placing into here. And pushing away the town, so it's a 4 defend that we need. I don't know how international it got, but about 20 years ago there was a book named The Secret that was masquerading as self-help. Oh, I think I know I've heard of the one you mean, yeah. And it's like some kind of dating advice, except it's just really weird and manipulative. It's like, oh, okay. That sounds like a basis for a healthy relationship. Not that I know anything about that. I don't know how to do that. Oh, we also have to remember to absorb essence, right? So if we absorb this essence, then move this presence. Yeah, so we're going to rouse an anger in here. We're going to flow, probably to get this, and maybe to get double moon. Wow, okay. I feel like I've not consciously seen that Serpent before. And yeah, I make no claim to be a Serpent expert. So we're going to gain Gift of Deeps. And of course, you see these will say another. So if you're not super familiar with Spirit Island, because it's a solo Spirit game, I can target myself with them. And I know I've been doing that on game, but and that's partly why Serpent is so redonkulous in solo. These are some interesting choices. Interestingly, oh, we don't have a sacred site. We can't actually target rights of the land's rejection. We can't target portents of disaster. Not that, I mean, we can set that up for later, right? We don't need to use that immediately. This has perfect elements for Big Snake Gets Out of Bed here, which does all the fear and all the damage. So I think we actually want... Ah, okay, here's another little... Actually, no, it's not a misplay because it's very hard for us to get the... Yeah, we can't get the 4th fire. It's basically just envision what you want and do the work to get it. And they were claiming that you envision it hard enough, the universe would bend itself to work, make it work. Oh, that book! It's another... It's not the dating one. Yeah, I've met people that thought that was thought that was why they were doing so well in life, and it wasn't just their like really fortunate circumstances of birth. Yeah. This is good against England. These are good elements. This is also good. It's Fast Fear. What did I actually go with in the end? I went with Shadows. They both require sacred sites, which is a pain. Song of Sanctity is horrible. We don't speak of Song of Sanctity. If we do draft such on-element things as this, we have way better odds of doing this. And we have better odds of doing it earlier. We don't want to play it this turn anyway, really. So we don't care that we can't target these. As it goes, because we're absorbing every turn, we're not going to be able to play this for a while. But that's fine. I think we go with Rights here. Bearing in mind that Rights actually gets you Fear as well, potentially. Where are my Dahan? They're kind of in irrelevant places right now. Yeah, I like the Rights. I just love having Rights. Let's gain an extra moon and a mountain, and then we'll absorb a little bit of ourselves. We'll absorb this one to get the 4th mountain. I guess I just have... I mean, an event could just be like, oh yeah, lose a presence. And I die. problem with The Secret is when you start believing other people lack necessities because they don't want it enough. Oh yeah, there's a lot of that kind of toxic. I'd call it like toxic spirituality. I'm not an expert, right? I don't know if that's a phrase people use, but I have encountered people that have this or are like, they're in this world. Hippies are part of a counterculture that I live in. Or used to anyway. Goes hand in hand with the old, she should just pull herself up by her bootstraps narrative. Yeah, exactly. It's like the like when people have ideas like reincarnation is to do with what you've done in your past life. It's like, what? It's just another status quo justifier. It's called conservatism, says Glimmer. Certainly is. Okay, rising interest. We would like to weave some lies, but can we? We've got loads of energy because we're Serpent. Returning top fear card to the box is basically earning 5 fear. Next normal ravage, buildings do extra damage. We don't care about that. Beast to a jungle without blight. We won't get the fear, but that's fine. Do we just pay with money? I think we just pay with money, don't we? Interested to see what people think about that. You just pay with the money. I mean, by money, I mean energy. Because that is the easiest 5 fear that I'm likely to get at this stage of the game. On each board, add a town to land without a town is not really a big deal. This escalation, this speeding up the enemies is a big deal as well, because the nice thing about England is they're relatively slow. So yeah, I think we just pay the energy. Can we afford that? We'll spend 4 energy to do this. Next turn we'll be down to 3. We will be about okay. It is quite a lot of energy to spend, but it's not disastrous. I think accelerating England is really bad. Let's weave some. Come along with me. I'm going to weave some lies. 1 energy, 2 energy, 3 energy, 4 energy. Lies have been woven. Okay, given that we are against England, I think the only place where this wilderness token is likely to be at all relevant, it might, in this most inland land, we might be able to prevent builds in here. So I'm gonna put it in there. Yeah, I'll put it in there. Okay, mountain ravage. We have bad news ravage, good news ravage. Wetland build. Jungle explore. Okay, so that's actually pretty nice. That wild has already done its work. I probably should have just paid more attention to the Vader cards and gone, oh, it's jungle or sands next turn. Okay, so we are very moon mountainous. Okay, 6 damage next turn. We've got 2 pips on here. We can get to 5 defend if we basically repeat this turn next turn. We can afford it. It doesn't look like we can because we get an extra power back from this. So we can just about afford to do this next turn. The nice thing about that is that we will also not have to worry about this double mountain build. So I think, yeah, we push the town. If we push the town to here, of course, we've got to remember we're against England. We are potentially courting with them being London by pushing there. So I think we push in here because we might be able to defend that. It feels like it might be a good thing. Very small bend. And the other good thing is that if all these Londons are more balanced, we can spread out the Londonness. So we'll put that in there. 2 damage is irrelevant. Because England 5+. And we push into here. Yeah. Of course, sand is the stage 1 card that was skipped. Alright. So, this... Oh. For some reason, I actually thought we were going to get away without a build here, but it's going to happen. Oh well. But this build is not going to happen. Right. So this Ravage is a 4 damage Ravage. We can already defend it, actually. We can already defend it with the Aegis. So we don't need to absorb for this one, but we do for this. We need to... We could leave that presence there, but there's not much benefit to that. Where are we? So we're approaching the the tipping point. The tip's tipping point, which is where we can actually start placing extra presence. So build here, Ravage here. Yeah, we just don't need to move this presence, except for the risk factor. Getting up to 5 defend on our Aegis is so good. Alright, so 5 defend in here is it's irrelevant for this, but 5 will make a... I mean, 5 is going to mean that whatever happens to these jungles, as long as we keep on top of them, these are kind of in good shape. Ah, something else to think about. Okay, no preventable... Oh, we could actually use Rights of the Land's Rejection in here to prevent this build. We won't... We need to make a sacred site, which we can do by reclaiming and placing. So we could move into here and place it here. We can prevent this build. It won't gain us any fear. Yeah, I don't think that's actually particularly worthwhile. Oh, let me just quickly read the fine print. Before the build action, yes, unfortunately, this build here does mean that this build's here. So actually, I think I'm going to use Rights of the Land's Rejection. That's going to... Oh, the thing is, though, that last turn was really good. That was a cracking turn. A really good turn, because we gained 4 fear off Serpent gets upset. And that 4 fear is going to be enough to take us out of a worrying double wetland build. And crunch. And crunch. Yeah, do you concur on that crunch? Finally become delirious. Shadows of the Burning Forest, we can also you could push. We don't have any beat sticks yet, so I need to be careful not to cram everyone in together. Our dude's going to die in there. I don't think there's much can be done for them. Beyond just absorbing essence and... Beyond just using the Aegis. Absorb Aegis. Maybe this is a straightforward absorb Aegis turn. Though, if we go absorb... If we go flowing absorb Aegis... The other good thing about the absorb essence is that it gains us 2 energy net as well, especially since that event gained all our energy. So next turn, okay, the other thing to think about is that next turn is our turn where we aim to place 2 presents by triggering this second layer of the innate, which we do with the assistance of this any. This any is crucial. So that next turn is going to be flowing power, absorb, and deeps. So can we set up so we don't need to defend next turn? We can if we prevent this build, but this is a horrible one to let go. Flow will let you kill a town. Worth it. I am actually thinking. Wait. Thinking. What I'm thinking about. do something in the slow phase about this town so that we can just so that we can have a turn where we just grow. The trouble with our turn where we double presence place is that it's a very specific turn. It's these 3 cards, none of which are defend cards. It's unfortunate that they want to ravage on our blighted land. So I'm just trying to work out, can we just let that happen? It's not ideal. Not ideal, Jim. Our presence is up here. So yeah, that's maybe a... Did you get the W? Not on that last one. It was a long grinding loss. My 40 to 60%. I think it was accurate. I think that was an accurate approximation of my odds. Thanks for the well done. It's nothing like playing, doing a run for 3 hours and then losing, you know. It's fine. It's fine. I'll recover eventually. So okay, what about the turn after that? Obviously, we don't know what it is, and it could be anything. We don't know anything about what it's likely to be or not be. That said, if we can prevent this build by preventing this build this turn, because this build is going to build a town, and then it's going to mean that this build builds a town here. So I think that is good. To do that, we need the sacred site. That means that maybe the iron will blight this turn, but it will be just the blight, the overflow, and then that's it. If we get... So this particular situation is unusual in that we really don't have much presence compared to any other spirit. Well, maybe Fangs, similar. You'll always be a winner to me. Oh, thanks, Flies. So yeah, I think we prevent this build to make the acceleration turn a bit more palatable. Is that too YOLO? It might be too YOLO, you know. I guess the trouble with doing this is then we are... See, we get the nice 2 fear. We get to defend in here. Oh god, there's the blight in there as well. Yeah, or the other approach. Yeah, the trouble is we can't. Aegis is not part of the accelerated, of the kind of the double presence place. So as Glimmer was saying, if we use Gift of Flowing Power to play these cards, then we do get the... Oh no, we need the mountain. So we need to absorb to destroy a town in here. I'm more concerned about the town in here though. Okay, maybe we don't accelerate next turn. Maybe we wait a turn to accelerate. Because here's the thing. If we do an Aegis in here, we'll actually get a counterattack here. We'll defend here. It should be a very safe defend as well. So we don't need the sacred site here. And the trouble, yeah, we can't end up with a presence here because it's got blighted, and our presence started here. So we can't push here to enable us to have a 1 blight place kind of turn. My flowing suggestion was based on a different plan, was wrong anyway. I'm sure it was a wonderful plan. So I think maybe we don't accelerate that turn because this is a good counterattack. This is a must defend, I think. Because if the island blights, we could just lose because we've got so little presence on the island. I think that's just the truth. You cannot afford... Yeah, I think so. I think we might be waiting a turn to accelerate, and I guess we might not get to accelerate because if this is also jungle, or even if it's mountain, so that's quite high odds that actually it will affect one of these. So I wonder if we just have to accept that that we have to accelerate next turn. Either way, I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep these presents where they are, I think. And going to do my best to defend in here, which is basically a matter of essence flowing into Aegis. Very low on energy though, but this will boost us back up. And yeah, we'll get the third mountain from Essence to destroy a town. So there we are. We've got the 2 moons, 2 mountains, but we've also going to have the Essence. Oh yeah, we need to... I need to absorb this one. Yeah, and there's me forgetting I need to absorb. I'm forgetting that I have to take it off the map. I'm just not factoring that in for some reason. So we'll go third mountain, which means we could destroy a town in there for another fear. And we Aegis in here to hopefully get lucky with those defends. In each land, at least 2 towns replace half with cities. That's this one again. This effect again. Okay, what's our fear card? Each player may push a Dahan from a land with invaders or gather a Dahan into a land with invaders. Well. So, if we gather into here, we actually have 2 nice counterattacks next turn. I think that's irresistible, Bob. You're like, hey, my name's not Bob. Well, it is now. Bring it in. In it comes. Okay. What is our explore card? That's the question. Flying doesn't do anything there. That was the miscounting. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, you're right. It does nothing. I forgot you're going to get one from the track. This game's a bit complex. It is a bit complex. I am impressed that your hit rate is so high for actually spotting clever moves. Okay. Mountains, huh? Damn it. Mountains. Oh, and flipping London over here. Do we need to grab an early major? I think we might need to grab an early major. Yikes. That is scary. This is bad news because it's a coastal land as well. So there I was thinking earlier. So yeah, part of the reason the England 6 thing is for the how to be England thing. I mean, you know, it would help if I could be England, you know. The trouble with coast, of course, is that if it's a coastal land that is your London, then there are two coastal cards. There's basically, well, unless that particular land type isn't on the coast. It's only one place we can do that. Take that, town. Okay. Interesting. Just realised this isn't effective fast fear for us because there's nowhere where it can prevent a build. I guess there was no way of knowing that that was the case. I guess we knew that we were spread across only 2 land types. We knew what we were getting into. Maybe we want a presence in here eventually to help to start pruning this. Where are we with cards? Double build in wetlands is kind of horrible. Except there's no blight in there. This is well out of range of being solvable. Aegis is so good this time. I don't think fast growing is the way to go. Yeah, it's really, really good. No question. No question. So yeah, I think we have to do this. And you always have to place presence. Oh wait, actually, peasant, be more precise about this. There is a difference here. The difference is that I can't actually place presence directly in here, but I could move presence into here. Why do I want presence here? This is the only land that covers both mountains. So although it's maybe I'm slightly risking this presence. Is this a turn where I don't absorb essence? I think it might be. I think it might be. Yeah, we've got 9 presence on our board and 1 on on our spirit board and 1 on the map. So actually we don't need to absorb any more presence. If there is for the rest of the game. Because we've got a whole load of presence that's just out of the game. So need to place in here. And we have an any element. We're definitely aegising. So to get the acceleration, you need to use gift of the primordial deeps. I'm just going to check that to see if maybe the fact we've got shadows of the forest means we can cheese it. So we can play this to get 2 moons and 2 mountains. We've got an any plant. Oh no, if we play this then we're not playing flowing. Yeah, okay. Aegis plus both gifts gets you a town kill. Yeah, probably good. And I feel like I want to start having more presence on the island so I don't insta-die to things. Gift of Gifts. The other thing about Gift of Gifts is that this is where that other... We definitely want to play this. If we play this, it gets us another fire. Yeah, I think you're right. Double gifts is right. We won't do this just now because just in case I've calculated slightly wrongly. Yeah, because we use this to get 2 mountains and 2 moons. Or actually, or maybe we gain a useful minor power card. If you get a mountain mine, you can grab a green for an energy. Yeah, exactly. And we're a little bit broke from an energy point of view. Oh yeah, okay. My presence is in the right place. Phew, I for a second didn't notice that one. Oh god. Okay, so we'll play gift, and what do we get? What do we get? Ooh. We have got a couple of mountain options. We don't have sacred sites. Promises of protection though needs sacred sites. Okay, so Cycles of Time and Tide is amazing. We can use it to prevent a cascade over here. Somewhat relevant elements. It's also moony. But we do want 3rd mountain so that we can destroy a town. Actually, oh yeah, we've got this town to destroy. So I think it's Cycles of Time and Tide. Gain the elements. We do have an any element to gain. We Aegis in here. Oh wait. Yep. So we're going to be gaining a... Well, the event might influence this. Okay, on a coastal land on each board, move a town 1 or 2 lands inland. Disease does things that Dahan defend. So given that we've got complete clears on these lands, we don't want to move into these lands particularly. Though, that said, this is possibly going to be some of the safer lands to move into. We definitely want to move from this land because we'll be taking England apart a little bit. There's no boost on the damage, aside from the fact that they're being moved in. So I think... Yeah, we don't want to push in here because that's going to boost this out of Aegis range. Or, well, not only Aegis range, but also just useful defend card we might have in our pocket range. If we push into here... It's also in Rights of Lands rejection kind of territory. Sheesh, again, I calculate Serpent's elements incorrectly. They're so squiggly. They really are. Yeah, they really are. I suspect it takes a few plays to get a strong feel for them. So we definitely move from here, and it's inland, isn't it? 1 or 2 lands inland. Not here. Yeah, I think maybe to this desert. The nice thing about this desert is that it's wonky, right? We've got a completely clear desert, and it's not like 2 horrible lands. It's one that shouldn't be too horrible. So I'm going to move in here. Also, this would be nice future anger targets. Ah, wait a second. We've got rousers and anger. We can destroy a town in here. This turn. Yeah, we'll just push it in here and destroy it. That makes more sense, peas and ants. No lands with disease, eh? Ah, independent resolve. Damn it. Damn it, independent resolve. You're worrying. Okay, so we can counterattack to kill those. Okay, then we have mountain build. And, God, this is looking a bit grim, isn't it? So we do have choices. Where do we actually prefer to build England? There's no Dahan in there, so we can't use right to the land's rejection to prevent future builds. It's unfortunate. Can we push some in? Can we? Can we do that? We do have cycles of time and tide, but we're unlikely to have a good window to use it for a while now. Especially if we're going to try and crimp out a acceleration turn. This has more... Does it make any difference? I guess we could potentially push from here with Shadows of the Burning Forest. That's the one difference to do with the land type. Oh, I guess there's this. Okay, this is about to come off the end, but then you've got wetlands here as well. So this is going to build next turn. This is going to ravage next turn rather than build. I think I put it in here. It's a bit tricky. Yikes. Okay, so we take our pip of green for our power wake. And we do have a town destroying some fear in one of these lands. This is a 6 damage ravage this turn. We could prevent the town build, the city build in here. Intriguingly, this is actually... Thing is, by the time it gets explored and another town is built, it then goes from being a 5 damage to an 8 damage. And again, we're outside of Aegis ability. I think, given that this is going to ravage next turn, it feels like it might be wise to... Especially if I'm going to move this presence into one of these lands, it might be better to destroy this town in here. Because I think I'm moving this presence next turn, potentially. Are we 1 fear away from Terra 2? I think we might be, yeah. So we really want to get that upgrade. If we can. Do we have a preventable build with rights? No. No. This is going to build because it's got adjacent buildings. But at least we don't have double builds in those jungles. That's something. That is something. So we need to put some presence in one of these lands and start getting spooky in there. The Ravage itself is, if left alone, let's imagine we move this presence, we probably will, is 3 Blight. That isn't enough to kill us in one go, but we will be leaving a double Blight stack here. what I'm contemplating is the double presence place turn. So we've done it. We'll be doing it a turn later than ideal, but the advantage is we'll have an extra water. Actually, do we care about the extra water? These are the cards you play on your growth turn. You already got the... Oh, no, except not Aegis. You would play Absorb Essence instead. So, right, the water is not a relevant bonus. This... Because we only need 2 water for this effect. That is a horrible amount of damage. So... I just don't want to let this go. We've got the tool in hand to deal with this, right? And we've got this. Oh, we do have a build we can prevent. So we can gain and gain fear. So we can actually gain a second fear card and upgrade this existing one to a Terror 2. Trouble with that is that then we need to gain 5 fear before the next turn. Otherwise, we're looking at double builds in the mountains, which is lost condition territory. So, yeah, this is very yikes in here. Much yikes. Don't know if we're going to have the luxury of the double place. Even though I feel like it's necessary, we're going to need to do at least one to accelerate quickly enough. It feels wasteful to just let that blight fall so easily, but... We do have that plant element set there. But the trouble is, we need to get... Yeah, this doesn't work because it doesn't have a mountain on it. So, our general strategic options are reclaim, we can salvage this presence. The trouble, okay, the other problem we have is that if we've got so little presence on the board that we could just lose if tipping point is this card. Mountain would likely go to 6 buildings this turn and then 8 to 9 next turn. You need a big answer. Yeah. Yeah. Certainly do. I mean, yeah. Yeah, we do. Yeah, because escalation, unless it's coastal lands, but if it's coastal lands, it's also bad news. Do we... we could look at a major power. We've got Reclaim 1, which will be open to us, which is pretty nice if we are squeezing in a major power. But we don't actually have a lot of power. Well, most of this power has come from Absorb Essence, essentially. There's no way we want to stop placing presence, especially as we haven't done an early double. Emergency, major, and cycles. I mean, there are a lot of majors that will help us a great deal here. Like Indomitable Claim is like the most obvious one because it's the acceleration that will... The trouble with the... Yeah, the nice thing is we can go major without skipping our presence place. Take it now, it can be slow. That's true. That is true. Very true. Very true. Yeah, a lot of the ones we'd like are 4 or under. Paralyzing Fright. Be alright as well. Loses a presence the other mount. Yeah. Oh yeah, because we're not reclaiming, right? Troubling times in the Piezosphere. So there's the option of this. If this goes to 6, the fact it's a ravage is awkward because I can't just place in there and disrupt it. Crunch, 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 crunch. Sand, jungle, or coastal lands. Get jungle, we're kind of happy. Sand is even happier. Coastal lands, we are very sad. And we lose, probably. What about big answers, peasant? YOLO major time, eh? I think our actual presence placement is non-negotiable. It looks like we're going to lose to tipping point regardless. So I think gain a power card. Gain a major. Probably forget rituals or shadows. Yeah, there are enough blight cards proportionally that are just terrible news for us. Though, if we go down to one presence, then there are 2 cards that can just instantly kill us rather than just one. Because there's one, I think, in Branch of Claw that destroys one of your presence, and there's one, the tipping point, destroys 3. You need to do something about this. Or we just accept we're taking 3 blight. Where does that leave us? Blight here, escalation. This is up to 6. We'll have placed an extra presence, but we're not much more powerful anyway. We'll then be in a situation where we've got a 50-50 of losing on the escalation, assuming it's escalated this turn, and with nothing in hand that addresses that. So I think we have to look at a major power. I think that's our only option. Well, that is a major power. That's certainly a major power. It's almost certainly the right major power. In fact, we've got any. Boom. Hope's back on the menu. Can we? I'm wondering if we can get this threshold. I mean, this is clearly the only one that's even remotely useful. Let's just think about Blazing Renewal. We can't use. We've got no destroyed presence. Savage Transformation is not enough. I love you, Savage Transformation, but this is what's necessary. We probably do want to keep Absorb Essence, because if we can do some speedy nonsense, then that is ideal. Oh yeah, what were we revealing? Reclaim 1. Oh, we will have revealed Reclaim 1. So we could actually go claim Aegis to preserve our presence and maybe get above 3 presence on the board. Shadows of the Burning Forest we've not used at all yet. This does have great elements. We also have not used this at all yet, but this will be 2 Fast Fear after this build here in this jungle, which I think is valuable. We need to make a Sacred Site, but now we've got Indoclamo. We're going to possibly have Sacred Sites lying around, so I think Shadows of the Burning Forest is what goes. If we place presence here, so we could go defend and then reclaim 1, get Aegis to defend there. I think that's fine. That's good. It preserves our presence as well. We haven't addressed the fact that this is going to go to 6 though. But will we be able to use this with Threshold next turn to do this? How do we do that? We need 3 mountains. We also don't care so much about this trick now. What would be good is to make this happen. We can make that happen by playing this in conjunction with Gift of the Primordial Deeps on a future turn. We can use Deeps to get us 2 mountains. Unfortunately, if we reveal... Oh, actually, if we do reveal this mountain, we will get this effect. So we could use our... As long as we play this with the any as a sun, as a day, sorry, and the other card have at least 1 mountain, then we can actually get Threshold with this by revealing this Earth here. Sorry, I keep saying mountain. I mean Earth. It says Earth. So that's going to mean that it's going to be sat on 6, which is gross. Well, unless this is coastal lands. But it's also going to have the actions prevented. Can I get that can I get this turn? No. I have to get the water first. Indoclaim is such an interesting card because you can play it in 2 very different ways, sometimes not wanting Threshold. Yeah, it really is. It's one of the there are a few power cards that I thought I could make a video about this card. This is one of them. It's like on the never-ending mental list of potential videos to make. So, yeah, to do that trick next turn in here, I definitely need to place presence this turn. I don't know why I'm discussing with myself whether I place presence. I guess it impacts on this as well. So we are going to want to... I mean, God, this is horrible in here as well. It's horrible. Interestingly, we can use this for push, but that's getting ahead of ourselves. We don't have the actions for that just yet. You can butt it 2 very different ways. Sometimes not like Thresh Butt. You don't want Thresh Butt. You really don't. So I think we preserve our presence. No, we could reclaim Gift of Primordial Deeps. Instead of Aegis. Why would we do that, though? This is going to gain us 2 extra fear. And a useful minor power. We're going to be on 4 powers soon. We're going to want as many minor powers as possible. So I think I do want to... I guess I'm risking a presence. Next turn looks horrible. We can Indo-claim on one of these lands. The trouble is, if I'm Indo-claiming to prevent loss here, I'm not Indo-claiming in either of these either. That old chestnut. Because we're going to want to claim to do this every turn if we can. We're actually going to run out of money, though. Sorry, energy, because we're not absorbing essence. So we will actually only be able to do this once in the foreseeable future. Because we're going to be broke. So maybe we go Gift with the hope of getting one of the 2 energy minor powers, though actually only one of them is really good. But that one is really good because it'll be Gift of Constancy. We do have 1 Sacred Site requirement, which makes me think it's good to make a Sacred Site in here. Oh, and the other thing is maybe pushing, just going something like Indo and just using this to get that 1 fear we need to get a 2nd fear card and upgrade this existing fear card. It's often quite a big upgrade. If you cycles the coast mount, you can claim the other. I'm not sure that's right for the future. It looks good this turn. Yeah. Yeah. That is interesting as well, because what it means is whatever I reclaim from my discard pile will still be in my hand, right? Because I won't have just reclaimed and played. Which might mean we can actually skip the... we could skip reclaiming cards and go for one of the other 3 growth options. yoink, defend from hand, setting up for potentially. But God, this is like a 12 damage ravage. So actually, maybe we have to reclaim the claim anyway, except we won't be able to afford it. Oh no, we will be able to afford it. No, we won't. No, peasant, we won't. We won't be able to afford it for a little while. If you, yeah, you're going to have to let both wetlands go, probably. Yeah, I think I probably am. But we could do a double growth turn that turn. Wow. Yeah, right. There's nothing I can do here. What worries me is the London angle. Yeah, okay. All right. So the trouble is to do this trick, the flowing primordial essence trick, you need 3 energy. So to do that trick, I'd actually have to skip out on placing a presence to have the energy to do it next turn. Ha, lol. Turn after would be ugly. Yeah. It's a bit gross. Is there a solution in here? Let's go. Let's just quickly just gonna have another sanity check. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's clearly the right point there. That's almost certainly right. Coastal current could also be grim. Yeah. Yeah, we've got 1 in 3 chance of grimness. We're not in Aegis range either. Coast is also not nice against England because of the way it build ravage happens. So given that we accept probably that we're not going to be able to do anything about both of these. So yeah, I think cycles, claim. Though that said, claim in here means that we can push some of these towns out. Maybe we let this presence go. So we claim in here, but then that means we can start getting angry. Oh wait, we could. Oh no, if we go claim essence, we actually gain energy, and we can absorb this instead. And we can use our any to get our any off the tracks to get a sun, and we can use our any off the essence to get another mountain, which we can use to prevent the escalation effect in there. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Brain. And we can absorb this one, so instead of it dying, it's not bad. I think it's okay. I think I've also got to the point where I need to do something. I need to do something. I think I'm actually going to place in here because it's in with Dahan. We reclaim something. I don't know how much we care about what we reclaim. Let's take the deeps. Oh, what about flowing power? If we've put flowing power into the mix, what does that add? It adds another fire. Takes us up to 3 fire. Yeah, we add flowing power into the mix. And so if we go claim power, we can flow into the absorb essence. And then we'll have 3 fire, 3 mountains, so we can destroy a town somewhere. Great plan until it isn't. Yeah. I assure you, this is always going to be a great plan. It's certainly like a secret plan. It was like, you know, when there's a plan just like deeply hidden in a position, right? You're like, yeah, secret plan. It's it's bound to be very good. Okay, we get that. Do this. Have to take the water. Gain the fear. Upgrade the fear card. Okay, now we'll see like some great big hole we could drive a truck through in our plan, but okay. After advancing invaders, perform a build step for one terrain not shown under any invader action. Beast deal 2 damage. Add a Dahan to mountain or sands. Okay, 2 fear cards. Each player may gather and explore in time with buildings or a town in time with buildings. So the upgrade there doesn't seem like much. But we can use it to downgrade this little London here. This little London we've got going on. We can drag it into here because this is a good news land for us because it's easy. Yeah, we'll drag it into here. So actually that upgrade has made a difference. It's made like a real difference. The other thing it means is that we can... Yeah, I like it. I like it. What? Oh no, there's no land or city there. Wait. Okay, shut up, peasant. Shut up. You've not actually improved it at all. Okay, we can drag into here though. We could still... There's no benefit to doing that. That's just bad. Okay, fine. It's not as good as I was hoping. Because I just didn't read the card, alright? Oh, wetlands to sands. Town from jungle into right mountain. Right, we've got some suggestions from the chat. From jungle into right mountain. Prevent a city build. Not bad. Not bad. Preventing a city build. Yep. Also, we're keeping our jungles very, very Aegis friendly. This Ravage, yeah, unlikely to be solved by a single Terra 2 fear card. What was the other? Wetlands to sands. This wetland into this sands. I also like that. Wetlands will get to 6 buildings next turn in range of events. Yeah. Yeah, I think... Yeah, you're right. I think being safe... God, wait. Hi, my name's Peasant, and I don't know how to use the UI. Spent 400 hours in this app. I don't know how to use it. Okay, second fear card. Each player removes 2 explorers or a town from a land with Dahan. See, look at that upgrade. We can remove a town. We had one option. We got lucky there. The lottery favoured the glimmer choice over the poultry speaker choice. Okay, mountain ravage. Oh no. Yeah, that was a good spot. It's jungles. RNGesus. Well done, Glimmer. It's good to see. It's been immortalized. Okay, so we got a town destroy. I guess we do it in a land of all the towns, right? That's a no-brainer. And we also get to push a town. Where do we push this flipping town? Alright, so if they build a city here, we're up to a 6 damage. I mean, we probably push it in here, but let's just quickly check. 6 damage, because there's a counterattack, you see. You see? There is a counterattack. So we can actually yoink this. Are we going to get to 4 actions? No. Not next turn, unfortunately. So this is going to be up at 6, which is very aegisable versus more, which is less Aegis. Yeah, so I think we push in here. Aegis just covers both as is. Yeah. Yeah. We don't want to put too much pressure on the Aegis. All right, so yeah, crikey. Ooh, we've actually got a good right to the land's rejection there. We could get 2 fast fear. Wow. Okay, so because here's the real reason that turn was a lot better. Because we absorbed essence, it meant because this net gains us 2 energy as a solo spirit, because it's 2 gains you 3 and gets you another one. We can actually afford to Aegis again this turn. Sorry, not Aegis. I mean Indomitable Claim. So we can defend in one of these, actually, with Claim. Because of the extra energy from the Absorb. So, yeah, it makes sense to do that. The other nice thing is that when we get the Blight card, we won't have any double Blights anywhere. Actually, we can... Do we have another off-brand turn? I think maybe we do. We've actually got Reclaim 1 as well, which means we could even just Cycles of Time and Tide, remove this Blight, keep the unhealthy. Indomitable in one of these. The Indomitable will mean that we start having big turns. Big turns. Yeah, I think it's an easy. It's a very easy Blight to keep on the island. The other thing is that if we let the Blight go on the coast, we can use Cycles of Time and Tide on it. So yeah, we probably want it Indomitable in here. No full reclaim. Get some energy. Get some energy. Get some energy. Energy place. Energy place. The one thing is I don't have a beat stick. That's the thing that's... I know that as Serpent I kind of am a beat stick. Just quickly check these numbers. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, okay. I don't need to absorb. Even if it's useful, I don't have to keep on placing presence. So if I gain the energy... Yeah, we'll gain the energy because it will... Gaining the energy also empowers us to go for the multiple plays, which will mean we can clean up this Blight that's placed this turn. And then we get the big energy. Not a lot of fight back either. So, where do we want to place? We don't have a sacred site at the moment. Maybe I set that up because it will be sad because this is going to be pretty useful. So, actually, we're going to be if we do get our Indomitable back, we'll be in a 6/4. We can go 6/4 next turn. So the only place we can actually place that will immediately make a sacred site is in here, but actually this is a more useful sacred site for future major powers. We might soon be in this threshold here. I always forget to even consider this. 3 fire, 3 water, 3 mountain, 3 plant. Yeah, it's not very planty. So I'm going to put here because I think this is the place to Indomitable. We get our Indomitable back. We play it. Quick sanity check. We could potentially use this because we can make the sacred site here first and then use it. But I think yoinking this Blight, yeah, it's just better. Just better. And we can get this extra fast sphere as well with our Any. Bam. Not in range of sacred site. Will be after our Indomitable Claim in here. Because this will make a sacred site here. And I don't need the sacred site until we're actually in the fast phase. Okay, so we cycles, ba-bow. We claim. The other nice thing about this claim is that because it's actually preventing actions, it's going to mean we can ignore the escalate potentially. I mean, it might. There's only a 50% chance it is an escalate. So yeah, anyone that stumbled into this stream who is relatively new to Spirit Island or is watching on YouTube, I've got. And if you're on YouTube, you can't see. We've got in the chat. I've got a couple of very experienced Spirit Island players that are not 100% following the gameplay. I still love them, but it's more like, if you're struggling to follow it, don't worry. And if you are here and you're live, feel free to ask any questions. Damn UI, always covering what I want to read. Damn it, UI. So this is a bit of a non-decision. I shouldn't spend too much time on it, but I'm gonna. Wait a second. I'm gonna spend too much time on this. Maybe we make the sacred site. Oh no, this is actually for defending purposes. Shut up, peasant. What are you doing? We do this. I definitely want the fourth play. I could imagine trying to make it work. Not going energy. I mean, I probably am gonna go energy next turn. Okay, event card. Farmer seek Dahan for aid. This is the absolute worst card sometimes. Let's see. Next normal Ravage becomes a build. Gonna have to look at the boards to think about that. You're getting both next turn regardless. Well, no, because I could choose to go 5 actions. On each board, 2 damage to Dahan and land with buildings Dahan. Blight to land with these 2 buildings. Well, yeah, so a definite blight placement from this. Buildings have 1 less health, but we've got no damage this turn, so this is just not good. Or add a town to a land with Dahan. Next Ravage becomes a build. Let's just have a look. Ravage becomes a build is fine in here because we're preventing it, but horrible in here. Because then this goes to 5. It could go to 6 with Threshold. We don't. Bear in mind, we haven't got a beat stick yet. Psh, more towns against England. Who cares? Yeah. Who cares? Can't build England just out of towns. You can lose to that. Has anyone here lost to 7 town London? I wonder if I've done that by accident. I might have pushed 7 towns together. That sounds like the kind of thing I'd do. So this is a blight, and as we're doing no damage. Oh wait, we are rousing in anger, but it's a really small one. So I think if this Ravage becomes a build, they add a town. We keep our island healthy. It could go up to 6. And there will be a build here. What that'll mean is we might be forced to Indomitable in there to prevent. But we might want to just Indomitable anyway, except it means we won't be able to Indomitable in these lands here. But actually, as long as we remember to put a presence in here, we can just defend both of those with Aegis. We'll have 4 plays and probably 6 energy, but probably 6 energy. So we can afford to do that. We can actually afford to use Indomitable Claim just to prevent this from happening. So I actually think that's better. Had a wonky mouse that could run. You misclicked once and lost that way. Oh, nice. Hilarious. Let's kind of win that one too. They've actually added a undo and that kind of thing happens. I think I did one on a stream a couple of weeks ago where I accidentally lost because I made a 7. 7 City would be weirder. I think only Finder of Paths Unseen is capable of that. Yeah, thankfully they added an undo. Thankfully. So I think we teach these invaders. We teach these flipping invaders. We could even put a town in here for future rights. For a little bit of digital rights management. We could get 3 fear in the fast phase instead of just 2. So I think we teach. I like the teach. I'm going to put them in here. Now, so is it add a disease to land with both Dahan and invaders, 2 damage to Dahan here. So this counters and kills a city. Also here, I really want that Thor fear. Oh well, never mind. I'll get rid of it here then. Fine. I want to milk those invaders. Milk the English. Each player adds a strife in a different land with at least 2 invaders. Then each invader takes 1 damage per strife it has. Okay. Okay, invaders. This strife here is pretty nice. But wait a second. After this build, this is 6 damage, which is, again, aegisable from here. I do need to remember to put presence in there next turn. Push your presence into there. So, strifing one of these cities takes this down from however much this is, which is 9. It takes it down to 6. Oh, except they're gonna build a town. It's still going to be horrible. What about how... I think this strife here might be the most useful, potentially. Doing the Blight Jungle will be insurance versus events. That's true, because it's a 6 damage Ravage, but it's in with a presence, which can boost the damage. It's also going to have 3 invaders off this build. Actually, yeah, I think you're right. I think I like that. Because this is far bigger deal. This is far worse if it goes wrong than this one here. We could, this also has beasts in there that could help. Yeah, I like it, especially as there's no really clear. It doesn't feel like there's a very clear cut. Like, oh yeah, that's going to really be helpful. Use of that sweet, sweet insurance. Okay, Wetland Ravage. Oh yeah, so the Ravage became a build because of invaders teaching the Dahan. Sorry, Dahan teaching them stuff. Okay, we've got the escalation did go to 6. I feel a bit queasy. Okay, we get to rouse in anger, but we don't get to do any damage. But we can push a town from here, actually. Oh no, we can't. It's a 0 range deal. You can actually finish this town. I think that's probably the right thing to do. Actually, no, we can't finish it because it's only 1 damage, but we can push it out. We could push this town out of here. Similar insurance principle. Or we can... We're actually at the end of stage 2 now, so the insta-loss situation is less likely. I do need this needs to be prevented somehow. I feel a little bit hemmed in for my next turn, but I will have 4 actions instead of 2, so I think I like the idea of having some insurance in here as well. The damage is irrelevant, but the fear is not. And we'll push this into here. Okay, so the Aegis needs to... I need to drag into here. And I want to place presence, so there's no hidden information to learn. We will... This is great for Aegising in sands and mountains, so we'll move a presence from here. We'll maintain our sacred site here. So that's the presence rearrangement. We definitely place... How much energy have we actually got, and what do we want to do? What do we want to do with ourselves? We definitely want to claim because we're getting to silly season when it comes to our... We'll probably want to claim to get this any. We might even be able to get this presence placement as well, given that we're not going to need to use our any to get this threshold anymore. Well, we shouldn't. We shouldn't have to. Do you think I need a quick buying break? It's all got a bit too exciting. So, while I'm gone, I'm going to run a 1 minute. This is a good opportunity to do something that takes a minute. I'm going to have a quick bio break. I'm going to run a little raffle. It's going to run for a couple of minutes. Exclamation mark join. Your chance to win pointless meta currency and prizes. And as it's an interesting position, I'll leave it up. And I'll shuffle off sideways like a crab. So I will be right back. But I am going to run an advert, so sorry for people who aren't subbing. It removes pre-rolls for people if you're wondering why I'm doing it. I know a lot of board gamers aren't that familiar with how Twitch works, but yeah, so I won't get anything from this. All right. See you in a minute. Okay, looks like... Ooh, weird hearing my voice without headphones. Okay. All right, hopefully that means any ads gone. Okay, I'm now calm, ready to hopefully not mess this up. Flow like water, Major could make 7 cities on a misclick. Ooh. What did I miss? What did I miss there? Okay, not too much. Not too much was missed. Okay, so here's the thing to watch out for. Build. That's the thing I need to make sure of. Aegis is lovely here for a 4 fear counter, all going well. Hey, nice win, Fractal. So, congratulations. You've won. Sometimes can be quite a challenging raffle to win. A lot of very experienced rafflers kicking around here. So you've won a prize from the list on the Discord. It's a bit of a weird Discord. Don't worry, you don't have to stay around. Go in there. And it's actually fine. They're nice people in there. I just like saying stupid stuff. And there's a list that has all the prizes. And then there's a bit that says prize claim. You just put what you want in there. Then at the end of the stream, I find the prize and send you a Steam key. They're all Steam keys at the moment. But yeah, congratulations. And people might wave at you when you come in. Just ignore them. Don't make eye contact. Yeah, we need the energy. Of course we need the energy. So, where do we want to place our presence? We might want to start thinking about waking up. We actually have a moonfire. This pickup I've not played it yet. It might still be very relevant. Yeah, it's a Discord. It's generally quite a nice, intelligent crowd there. They just try to make me look bad, mostly. But yeah, no, we're all in too many Discords. I'd go so far as to say biting is an integral part of our lives. Maybe it is. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's no world where we don't take the energy. But there is a world where we consider Serpent rousing in anger. 5 moons, 6 fire, 6 mountain. Especially, we still got our gift, we still got our absorb. So we don't want to push on the edges, I suppose, is what I'm thinking. Like this land, this is actually adjacent to a lot of key lands. Key lands. Beyond the reaches of the Aegis, these are. You have to threshold a claim. Yeah. Yep. That was the plan all along. There was the plan all along. Cycles of time and tide actually doesn't have anything to do on the coast. Because the event made this ravage into a build. We might end up playing it anyway, and so that we could potentially get the double presence place. The double presence place, the extra presence place, or even the major, because we don't have a beat stick, would potentially get us the any element, which could get us better rousing. You can slow roll the cities plus rights combo. Oh, the cycles plus rights combo, sorry. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so we're definitely going to go energy. This has 4 adjacencies. This has 3 adjacencies. So I suppose from a point of view of... Actually, this has more, but I can't place directly in there because of the blight. Just thinking about this effect here. Maybe... Actually, maybe I should just be thinking more practically. There's a ravage in here this turn that should be fine. There's a potentially quite a big ravage in there and in here. This is quite let goable. Shame about the harm that are in there. Joke. I'm just gonna abandon this promising position. I've just got to do it. I've just got to do my cycles. All right. It's like doing your... What was it that people have those things where they have to walk around? And they've got to do their steps. That's what people say. I got to do my steps. You doing them for? No, it's good to be healthy. Actually, let's think about sacred sites. Let's go. I think just it not being in here is probably the main the main thing. Yeah, adjacencies, sacred site targeting everywhere, in or adjacent to everywhere. Okay, so we need to make sure we don't lose to this build. The only way we have of doing that, guaranteed doing that, was with this threshold. We're gonna have... Okay, we've got 3 other plays. Do we have... Because here's the thing, right? If we get to indomitable claim in the fast phase, so we can reveal this. We've got another any to play with. That's what I'm grasping at. The internet tone doesn't always carry through. You've got to use the kappas. That's what it is. Let me show you. You might be like, what the hell are you talking about, peasant? That's what you use, and then everyone knows. I'm going for a major boomstick soon, or fear major. Let's have a look at our cards. We are going a bit slowly, aren't we? What is that? So Kappa is like, I don't know, like it changes very quickly, but Kappa has been the traditional, like, I am joking. I am definitely joking by saying this. And then there's like a million different Kappas as well. Here's me pretending I know about Twitch culture. I know a little bit about Twitch culture. I've been on here a little bit. Okay, what the extra presence placement would mean being at 12 energy or 5 plays, which the 12 energy I think is more to the point. Were they a streamer? I think there's someone on Twitch staff. I'm not sure exactly. I don't know the origin story of Kappa, but you might actually see it. I don't know how much time you spend on Twitch, but like if you're around Twitch, you might see like people saying Kappa. It's very 2014. Okay, yeah. See, my information's old. All right. I got a Twitch for Dummies pamphlet because I'm flipping boomer. Okay, we get extra elements from Absorb as well. We need the Aegis in here. All right, the Aegis is non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. The gift of flowing power gets us extras towards Serpent Wake, so we may as well use it. Not that we're going to be short the fire anyway. What's What are our elements looking like right now? Right meow. Okay, that's our 4 plays, and we get to play one more. And now our elements. See, we need 3 greens for the gaining that major. That's not going to happen. And of course, we need to make sure we skip all invader actions in there. Don't see it used very much anymore. Maybe just hanging out in the right places. Yeah, I don't see it used much anymore either, actually. I'm sure it was, yeah, like a couple of years ago, I think I saw it more. I think you're more likely to see like Bob Ross Kappa or variations on Kappa. So, if that's our hand, we're a little bit moonlight. Bear in mind we need the 5 moons to do that. But we're not that far off for maybe when we get to 5 actions, getting Serpent Rousers for 5, 6, 6 and 7 energy. Because we could use this to get 2 moons and mountains. So that's our 4, 6, and then we're short 2 fire and a moon. But if we're not doing other stuff. Oh, and that's not including the gift. In fact, we could get that this turn. We could gift into Primordial to get 2 moons, 2 mountains, but then we're short of fire. But if we Indoclamo, we can get this any. You get 3 ennies. Oh, and there's an any from Absorb Essence. Don't want to rush this. It'll be. I feel like the win should be here. In fact, probably to someone that's played a lot of Serpent, it might just be obvious. Especially as our Aegis does deal with this Ravage. We definitely need to make sure we do the claim though. I think we just use our any. We've got an any from here, and we've got an any from here. We actually only need 2 green for this, and we've got the mountain, so we can place a bonus presence without breaking a sweat. If we flow into Primordial Deeps, we can gain 2 moons and 2 mountains, which will. Okay, we've got options here. We can either use our any from Essence and our any from here to get the 2 plants to place another presence, which is very good. Or, okay, I was going to say, or we could do this, but we can't because we don't have enough energy to do that. It costs 7 energy. So that's not a thing to do. The thing to do is to get the second placement presence. I'd probably go any 12 to the 12 energy. Though actually it doesn't matter because next turn if we reclaim and place then we're at full. Okay, fine. Fine, peas and ants. Fine. Yeah, we could absorb this presence that we place here. Though actually we probably do want to use our little rouse in here. We will destroy a city in the slow. Yeah, the fact that we've got no kind of plant generation makes going for this major a bit grim. But we don't have a beat stick, right? Do we need to try and get this beat stick? We don't have enough ennies to get this threshold and that beat stick, and this is necessary not to lose. So your only beat stick, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But next turn, okay, so next turn though, if we place a presence, 2 presents this turn, next turn we could reclaim and gain a major instead of getting the energy. Because we're going to gain some energy from Essence. And the thing is, though, that our Serpent Rouse and Anger is going to be number of presents we have in and adjacent to that land. It's not a lot of damage against England. We need an actual like Jungle Hungers kind of card or multiple cards like that. Oh yeah, we do have the... Okay, wait a second. We could flow into Cycles of Time and Tide instead of using our any on Indomitable Claim. And then we could use our 3 ennies. So our Essence any, this any, and this any for 3 plants. so that we could gain a major without forgetting. And given that we can't afford to do the big major, given that we will... I think that's actually the right thing to do. Let's undo this element choice. So, okay, that element choice is still available. So I think we flow into cycles to get our day. We'll do it here, incidentally. Primordial Deeps could get you a sun or plant. Oh, that's true, isn't it? That is true. Okay, what's the benefit of this? One more fear from this. Okay, that's not... It's good, but it's not important. But gaining a major power, I think, is really good. Without forgetting, I mean, the fact it's not forgetting is kind of nice. The benefit of gaining a major power doing this is that it means that we could just take this. Deep Space would like to get more Moon Mountain Fear. Yes. We need a beat stick. We're not. I don't think we're going to win this without a beat stick or some card that does more than 3 fear and stalls. Because all of us Indomitable Claim now is kind of... It's getting to the end of its use. Whereas gaining the 3 plants from our Ennies, I think that's far more valuable for us. Far more valuable. We're going to have plenty of time to do deeps. Plenty of time. Cycles makes it a lock. What do you mean? So if I can gain a major power this turn, that's better. That means that I could place this 12 energy presence next turn. I'll also get to place presence. I'll also get this energy. I don't see that there's any... I'm struggling to see the... It's a risk you like to say. Okay, you're not saying it's a good thing to do. Just a risk I like to take. It's an unnecessary risk, though. I mean, so I could guarantee being in a position to take 12 energy next turn and have a major power to play, or I could maybe get a minor power. If I choose to immediately play the minor power, I won't get... Oh, I might get an extra moon. I feel like it's a gamble when I don't need a gamble, and I'd rather gamble on a major power. Okay, alright. Okay. So, we now have threshold on the claim. We need to do it in here to prevent... Is there any new information being revealed? No. We need to do this in here. Get ourselves an any. We now have... and we absorb essence. Now we want to probably use our waken power, sorry, not waken power, our rouse and anger in here to just diffuse this a little bit. This is the only place where this actually does anything for us. If we were going to remove a presence from some... Wow, this has got loads of adjacencies. Probably actually... Okay, so probably I'm going to absorb Waken Power back into this land. Actually, no, let's just take from here. Let's take from down here. Okay, we'll get our third plant. And then we Aegis in here to defend with all those, deal with those Ravagers. So I guess, okay, so if we'd gone deeps, we would have got 2 more fear. But major card gain. Invaders do +1 damage per Ravage. So, fear card time. Explore does not affect coastal lands. Lands with disease are not source invaders when exploring. Okay. So, wetland build here is prevented. I like Minor Lottery in the fast phase. Yeah. I think getting the major, we've got plenty. Well, we don't have plenty of time, but we've got some time to pick up minors, and I'd rather have the major power and then pick up minor powers to complement it than just picking up a random minor power. And I don't know what my beat stick is. Now I know that I've got quite a lot of element flexibility, but I could be using that element flexibility to use my use my Wakened power. I'd rather not be stretching it more ways than I have to. Okay, so there's our sand build. Jungle wetland. Oh, you want to do wetland things, do you? And the other thing is we need that beat stick more than we need a minor power. Or maybe it's not a beat stick, but... So, where do we want to add a presence? I guess somewhere with the most adjacencies. This has a lot of adjacencies. So with this turn where we've got a couple of very mostly off-brand cards, we're looking for 5, 6, 6, and 7 energy. So we didn't have the energy this turn anyway, but 5, 6, 6. So I think if we did go deeps and rights instead of claim and cycles, we could be doing a big rouse. The big rouse. So I think we've got good odds of getting a big rouse. And yeah, I guess future Aegises, that's an 11 damage ravage. Our Aegis is 7. But we might claim in there, I suppose. So yeah, I think I'm gonna... Is there any... Yeah, don't think it makes any odds. Major power time. Well, these are some powers, aren't they? Jim? Unlock the gates of deepest power. Should be pretty easy to get that threshold. This has perfect elements for being Big Grumpy Serpent, though the island's not got much blight on it. It's got 1 blight on. But Big Grumpy Serpent. Jungle Hungers is a good way of pruning this situation, but not great elements. Infinite Vitality is ridiculous, but there's not enough blight in the island to justify it. Okay, this of course also has perfect elements, and it should be pretty easy for us to get threshold. The perfect elements does count for something. Well, says Poultry Speaker. You're correct in the strategy. Serpent's about to go bananas isn't too desperate. Well, yeah. I mean, look at this power choice. Wow. I mean, it could have been like that last game where my power choices all felt like slaps in the face. So Jungle Hungers is great because it's an easy threshold. It's plant as well. Plant, of course, helps us with these things. Not that this is relevant anymore, really. This is still relevant. Gaining a mage is still relevant. Unlock the gates. I mean, it's pretty YOLO. When Branch and Claw first came out, this was like, I flipping loved this card. Unlock the gates gives you more opportunities to be paralyzed by analytic decision making. Oh, let's just celebrate. Just celebrate all the scathing things Blue says in chat. The only way I know how to celebrate anything, which is a raffle. Your chance to win. And you might say, Peasant, why are you rewarding Blues for being so scathing? And you know what? I don't know why. Don't know why. But yeah, who doesn't want a bit more analysis paralysis in their life? Hey, Progressor. Okay, so really, how easy is this threshold to get? Okay, we weren't even trying to get a variety here. And we had all but beast and whatever that is, air. I guess land thrashes could be good if it all starts going wrong. Hey, things. Just making some lunch. Excellent. I do enjoy having a meal a day. I have this one meal. I don't know. I get pretty hype. I start getting excited about it the night before. And then I eat the meal, and then I just have to distract myself till the next day. Just had pizza for dinner. Nice. I've not had pizza in ages. I just eat canned foods. Oh, I also should consider the turn instead of just being excited about all these mages. So we've got a 7 damage Ravage down here, which is defendable with Aegis. And we have a 11 damage Ravage up there, which is not defendable with Aegis, but we could claim it. I don't want to claim it. Vitality we could use, but I don't think it's particularly worthwhile for us. Hey, nice win, Progressor. Good clean win. Good clean win. I think jungle's a safe play, unlike has a lot of potential. Glimmer is split. The thing about this is that it is a bit of a meme card. Well, it's not a meme card. We don't have meme cards here, but it does have all the elements on it. It's like, you want an element? Yeah, Unlock's got it. Unlock's got you covered. Jungle Hungers is the only card that fits the bill of Beatstick. It also would be a card that I could play next turn and then immediately de-Londonify this and almost certainly gain 5 fear, 3 towns and a city, 5 fear, which is a fear card, and it's 3, which is pretty cheap. This board is also really good, except I don't have a presence in there right now. But this is a really good board for Jungle Hungers. There's nowhere on this map that's safe from Jungle Hungers. I guess the other question is, am I pushing to wake the snake? Wake the snake Roberts next turn? If I can wake that snake. Oof. I mean, but England, it's not that much damage. But it will be a lot of fear, because what it will mean is cities being destroyed in almost every land on the board. Well, all these central lands anyway. No longer a PG stream. Oh, really? Have I just used some ancient cultural reference that is now, like, absolutely cursed? Sorry about that. I don't know about the world after the 90s. I was just kept in a salted barrel in a cave for 20 years and then released. But I was very wrinkled. The fact that I was thinking about taking land thrashes just for the elements, and then this just has the elements and this as well, even if we don't get the threshold, it means more powers. More powers is more fun. I'm going to have to go into the plan tank. Is it time for plan tank? What am I destroying this turn in here? A city. I'd be destroyed if there were any snake-related phases left that aren't euphemisms or something or other. It's a blimmin' nightmare. All these people that keep snakes. I don't know what. Does anyone here keep a snake? But why? Why? Why would you do that? I don't know. I've never met a snake. I don't really... Aside from this snake... You know, I've not really had much to do with snakes. So we are going to be rousing an anger in here. So we get a town push and a city destroy. So this is less of a London situation. It's going to be down to 4. This is 5 fears worth of destruction. But the elements aren't great. They're okay. They're not terrible. Interestingly, it is moon that we're a little bit short of on this run, but then we didn't use our deeps. We probably will be retiring cycles of time and tide. Aegis, oh wow, Aegis with counterattack as well. So we probably do want to just defend in there. Though we could just let it go. Just let it go. We've got a healthy flipping island. We've got a really healthy island. So yeah, no claim. If we don't have claim and we have... So yeah, next turn we would claim in presence place. We'll have 19 energy. Had one when I was a kid. High cool factor. Yeah, oh, I suppose they're kind of cool, aren't they? They're like a cool animal to have. Kids have got a pass. I'm more worried about the adults. Had frogs, not cool at all. I actually had newts for a while, and then they had this... They got this disease, and it was really traumatizing. What did Woody really mean when he said, "There's a snake in my boot"? Oh, God. What's this doing in here? I think I like this for the elements. We always found them dried up on the staircase because they'd escape. Oh, God. That's similar to my trauma story. Some weird Tarantino reference, no doubt. Yeah, Octo's a cephalopod of culture. They know some of the things that have happened. In Tarantino, some kind of biscuit. Actually went to the pub where Quentin Tarantino was thrown out for talking during the music in Dublin. I felt very cultured at that moment. I think we unlock the gates. I think we unlock. We unlock the perfect elements. All the elements. Now, it's not 5 fear, but we've got so much energy, no expensive cards. We're going to get to use Gift of Primal Deeps. Glimmer's going to be thrilled. Let's thrill me as well with Unlock the Gates. Unlock the gates to perfect elements. Okay, so anger we do in here to reduce the risk. I know there is a disease in there, but I think we still have to reduce those risks. So we take out a city. And we push the town. I think I'm letting this land go. They're going to build twice in here. So that's going to go from 4 to 9 damage outside of Aegis range. But we are gaining fear cards at a rate now. So I think I push to the coast. Actually, I don't like that much. Don't like it. Yeah, definitely don't push into this double build. Don't push into that for a 6. Don't push into there, because it's about to build again. I'm going to push here. Or do I just not push, actually? Wait a second. There is going to be a Ravage here next turn. No, there isn't. There isn't going to be a Ravage here. There's going to be a build here next turn. Yeah, I will push. Mounted prop, says Glimmer. Okay. Aegis, gamble. So we actually, we do want that 5th action because we've got 19 energy. We do get to move our presence. Now we might be we might be doing this. I guess that's the thing to consider. If I was evacuating a land, I'd be considering that as well. So just don't move in here, present. This is actually adjacent to a lot of stuff. Actually, I think I'm happy with the presence exactly where it is. So I'll pretend move. Which apparently is a thing. Apparently that works. You can do that. So we do place another presence somewhere. And so given that all our built-up lands are surrounding this jungle, I think placing in here for the angry snake is probably the right place. And I just because I could put in there, I don't think I think I'm planning to let this land go anyway. So there's no need to just throw presents away. 19 energy. Crikey. So ideally we don't want to absorb on this turn, because at this point we are just removing our presence from the board for minimal benefit. But if the elements don't line up, then maybe we will. So let's just play out some of the cards we want to play. We've got so much energy that... Okay, let's just play the on-brand thing. So we're definitely Aegising. We definitely want to do some primordials. We're looking 5, 6, 6, and 7 energy left over. So we could spend 6 energy. Actually, we can't just play everything we want. This has perfect elements for getting angry. Bearing in mind, we've got 2 Ennies on our board as well. So, yeah, we've not got that threshold yet. What are we short on? We're short on air and beast. So, air and animal. So, we would have to use both of our Ennies off the board to get this threshold. Is this threshold worth it? It is worth it. Play absorb, but don't cast it. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I'd not thought of that. But I like. Yeah, that's a good thing to know. Actually, that might still be the right thing to do. In fact, it might still be right to play it. We've got flow. So 5, 6, 6. I'm trying to get this in my memory because I think it will make me much more fluent as a snake wrangler. 5, 6, 6. Yeah, of course, this is the perfect elements, isn't it? In fact, we're now just 1 fire off. So if we gift a flowing power into absorb essence, we've kind of got it, haven't we? We're not playing Indomitable Claim doing this. We've still got all the energy. We still got the energy we need to... Oh, we could still do Indomitable Claim. Oh no, it's just that just nowhere near as useful. We use this for emergencies. This Ravage here is not an emergency. This build here is more worrying. Yeah, this is emergencies only. So if we flow into Essence to get the 5th, 6th, 6th, actually that is perfect. And then we could use our Ennies to pick up a plant, an air. Oh, we do need to use the Essence to get the sun. Because we... Oh no, we don't have the air either. Oh god. Need a sun. We are short. So this looks like a good turn, right? Let's... Okay. Maybe we can't do it. Maybe we can't get this threshold as well as the biggest threshold in the game. Because we've got 4 things that we have 1 on. We've got 2 Ennies here and 1 Ennie off this. So we can't get the threshold on this, which is quite impressive, isn't it? Well done, Snake. But we don't need to rush it. We probably still want to play this anyway. It's true. You need a butt to live. Something I wish I'd known when I was younger. Oh, nice with the Gift of Deeps. We can actually just go... We can look at the card, of course, but we can go Moon Mountain to get up to 6 fear from this. So 5, 6, 6. Yeah. So, okay, so we're not going to get the threshold on this. Just shows what a tricky threshold it is, eh? Because we are missing the things. Oh wait, we could get it by, instead of flowing into essence, we could flow into time and tide. Oh no, we'd have to not play some of these other things and then jeopardize our rousing and anger. Harrow with cards. Okay, this Rights of the Land's reduction is I'd feel is, if we could upgrade these level 2s to a level 3, that's very worthwhile. That's actually going to take 4 fear in the fast phase. We don't have... This is our only fast fear unless we use claim. So let me... I think probably... Maybe we flow into claim. That gets us the mountain. That gets us this. We can use this for the fast fear and prevent this ravage, incidentally. Primordial could get you a few elements, but you may want a flexible plan. Yes. Yeah. I'm excited to use Primordial. I do enjoy using it. So, if we flow into claim, that'll get us our 6th mountain. And our sun. No, we don't need the sun. We need the sun. We need the sun for this threshold, which will gain us a fear card and convert these two from level 2 to level 3, which is really good. Brain? P-Brain? Are you there? We need the... Could you also get elements from unlock if you hit that threshold? I can't get any more elements off my board. So I should have 2 Ennies right now. I could just use my Ennies to get the 2nd and 3rd plant, which would mean I can gain a major in the same way that I gained this major. Yeah, the unlock the gates threshold currently needs 4 elements, and I can only get to 3 extra elements because the absorb essence just gets me elements I already have in abundance. So if I go gift into claim, I'll get the threshold and claim. I'll upgrade my fear cards. I'd also get the 6th mountain, and then just short moon mountain, which I can just get from gift of primordial deeps, or I can get from my Ennies. I think that's the right way to do it. We also incidentally will prevent this ravage, and we'll move our presence maybe from here to here. So actually, that's where we're going to want our presence to be for a future Aegis. So yeah, I don't think we can quite do the gates, and because our cards are pretty focused. Yeah, we don't have like plant or animal elements at all, which is just a stretch. I think that's what does it. So I think, yeah, we flow, we get the fast. Yeah, all right. So we still will be able to trigger Serpent Rouses. Okay. Is that the... Yeah, I think this is fine. This is fine. Just quickly check for loss. Okay, that's a 6. That's a 5 to a 6. That's kind of gross. Primordial first, says Glimmer. It is the new information. This is also new information, but this isn't as important, I don't think. The trouble with the new information is you can't undo after new information. So, I just want to check my... Yeah. 5, 6. 6th mountain. Yeah, okay. May affect flowing decision. That's true. That is true. Yeah, because this isn't a decision. I've already made this decision, but it could be changed. Yeah. Good call. What do we get? Rain of Blood. Call of the Dahan Ways. Okay, so this is interesting because it actually means we might get the unlock threshold. We actually don't need to convert Gift into Moon Mountain because of the plan of. Oh God, it feels complicated. Is it complicated? No. You're freaking out over nothing, peasant. This gets us air that we don't have. It also gets us beast animal that we don't have. I wonder if pushing an explorer. I just don't think it's going to be relevant. We'll also get to play it immediately, so we can get this threshold. God, I hadn't even realised that. I hadn't really grasped that decision would impact on that decision, really, on the unlock the gates threshold decision. So if we play Reign of Blood, all of a sudden we have the animal, we have the air, and we're just short sun and plant, which we can take. But the cost of that is we don't do this. I think. No. The cost of that. So instead, okay, we could do this, and then we could get the threshold and unlock the gates. Now, I reckon there's a high chance if we get a fast card, we will gain at least one fear from it. At least one. Maybe two. Why does that matter? Because it's this upgrading cards thing. Maybe I'm getting too hung up on that. And it doesn't matter if this blights. Instead of flowing claim, you could flow absorb essence, which has the perfect elements for our snaky wakey. I keep coming up with stupid names for it. Sorry. Snaky wakey gets us the 5/6/6 we want. Find moon. So instead, we flow the absorb, and it's Rain of Blood as well. You've got to take it. You don't have to take it. Prowling plus claim should let you get both thresholds, but it's a good card. It's a good card. Okay, so Blues is saying Prowling Panthers get you both thresholds. Ooh. Well, it's got good elements. The moon and fire are good. They are something we'd want, and the animal is helpful for this. So the animal goes to 2, but then we've still got. Then we put our 2 extras in there, in the plant, and there. We get this. The Piezo brain is shut down. Let's not put that completely in the way. That. Actually, at this point, the board's almost irrelevant. It's an irrelevant board. Oh, I've just put it behind my head, haven't I? Classic. Classic. And I've covering over elements. There you go. So if you're Prowling Panthers, Moon, Fire, we get the mountain from here. So that's our 5/6/6 that we want. The beast is there. We've got this sun from here, and then we go pip pip. You're not wrong, Blues. And we can add a beast. Who doesn't love adding beasts? The fact this is 0 cost is kind of irrelevant. Does it cost us? It costs us. Okay, so this is going to cost. It is actually relevant. If we gift a flowing into Indo Clamo, that takes us down to 7 energy. We need 7 energy for our innate for this. So we actually need the 7 energy for this 5/6/6. It's actually cost me 7 energy to use. That is harsh. Blues was looking so good. Blues was looking like the biggest brainer around. But actually, the fact this does cost energy is relevant. Unless you need energy for unlock Major 2. We could just forget it. We could just use it and forget it. I mean, what is the Snake Major going to do? Okay, so it's going to basically do 4 damage in... at least 4 damage in all of the lands around here. What does that actually translate to? Most of the time, that's going to translate to... everywhere in the city, that's 2 fear. So it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 fear. 11, 12 fear. And then in here, it's another 2 fear. 14 fear for RN8. Probably going to be better than keeping a major power. Yeah. So we can forget it at the end of turn. So I think we have to go with it. It's a shame though. That looked really good. Looks really good. I've now forgot what my plan was now. Thanks, Blues. Okay, we can flow and power. Play the claim. Claim has threshold. We have 2 Ennies. The Ennies go 5, 6. Oh wait, this is going to give the card that we play with unlock is going to give me elements. What am I missing here? So only Rain of Blood works, but it means you eat a blight unless you want to gamble on drawing the right element. Yeah, so I've got a pristine island practically. Wait, I feel like I've miscalculated here. What's going on? So we flow. We get this. Oh, we need that. Are we short of fire? How am I short of fire? Oh, because we've... I guess I'm just short of fire, huh? Just short of fire. Damn it. Yeah, it's so much fear. It's definitely worth going for. Maybe I actually... Yeah, okay, I've done that classic peasant having 2 plans that just merged in my head somehow. So I think we do absorb an essence, but maybe we don't actually play it. So yeah, we've got the 5/6/6 now. We don't gain 3 fast fear. So you've learned to absorb unless you want to gamble. I think I'm gonna take the unlock. Okay. So if this, whatever we play, if we pay half its cost, we get to keep it. That's almost any power we're going to get to keep, apart from Cast Down. Which I probably don't want to play it anyway. I like having an island. Now that we are in rousing and anger territory, I don't actually want to absorb. Brain. So actually... Oh, wait a second. I think it's actually... Have I... Okay, let me just... Okay, so we go... Oh, wait. If we go... God. If you go with the I'm now just going to play it out because my brain is struggling to do it properly. If we, instead of playing Claim, we play Essence, we can afford to do the Blues approach. Right? Because we don't need the extra energy for Indomitable. We then have extra fear from this. And we just... Oh, but we don't have this. We do have this extra beast. So now, if we use the actual essence on ourselves, Rights is getting to do good work this turn. Good for you, Rights. So given that our rousing is a slow phase thing, we can actually use Unlock the Gates first, and then we can adapt our... Oh no, we can't adapt our elements because we need them for the threshold. So the benefit of this is we get 2 more fear, but we lose a presence on the island. This presence here actually is the difference between a town destruction in this land and a... No, I don't like it. Sorry. I'm sorry. We have to go with Rain of Blood because I think it works better. I think it works better. Oh, flowing power gives it... Oh, yeah, okay. I just need to do it. As it's got to that point where I just need... Yeah, my brain has just scrambled itself. Come on, peasant. You're... The brain. The pea brain. And now I'm just repeating the same mistake. Oh my god. Just deep breath, Pizzo. You got this. You absorb the essence. You get the things. You do this. You do this. You've got this threshold. This you're letting go. The serpent is rousing anger. Okay. This is all very good. This defend here. There's no point in waiting on that defend. New info from unlock, yeah. Yeah, I think the new info is a good thing to do. Yeah. Okay, so we could immediately play this for 3 and keep it. And do we have... We're going to have the threshold on it. Crikey. And we're still going to have the energy. Oh, this is a weird one. You have to kind of do not forget. You could choose to forget a card here. Do not forget. Play for 3 energy. I think this is worth keeping. So... And I think, yeah, I don't want to actually absorb anymore. If I could absorb, but it would gain me a moon, but I don't think that's worth this doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 less damage spread over 5 lands. Okay, so we can... I think this is just the best land to do this, except there isn't a build. So, no build... Because this is 3 fear. Wow. After a whole game of just sat there. Just being sat there. They're not going to build this turn. Oh, Jesus. I flipping did the Aegis in the wrong flipping land. That is how adult I am. The Aegis was meant to be in here. And I did it in here. Oh, well. Mistakes were made. That's a pretty bad mistake there, present. That's pretty bad. Hopefully not punished. So, this is going to do 5 damage and then destroy a town in each adjacent land. That's actually that's a frustrating mistake, but you just have to make mistakes sometimes, otherwise something. So that's got 4 adjacent lands. That's got 3. This is actually building this turn. Actually, don't know if it makes much difference. We're just in a bit of a doing the fear damage situation now. 3. No, we do it here. Okay, so we got the upgrade. That is a shame about that. Damn it, peasant. I mean, I could have targeted in here to take this down to 5 damage. but I don't think that's worth. Damn it. Clumsy. Clumsy mistake, Pizzo. So, given that we are waking in power, in this land, we're going to be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. So that is a city and 2 towns. So I'm going to destroy an explorer. Could have that Dahan life wasn't worth saving, your estimation. No, it's just me getting mixed up about what was ravaging, what wasn't. Flipping terrible. Disappointing. At least I didn't lose a presence in there. Okay, and then there's no... The only bet we could absorb an essence for the sake of a moon. Let me just quickly check I've actually enabled that. I have. Yeah, the energy was right. Okay. Oh, but that's with spending all that. Addled. Okay, in each board, choose a land with Dahan and buildings. Invaders do 3 damage to Dahan. Ignoring defend powers. Beasts deal 2 damage. Ooh, reckless offensive. Haven't seen you in a while. In each board, choose a land with at least 2 Dahan and at least 2 buildings. Each Dahan destroys a building and add 1 blight. Okay, well, we're going to get this. This is going to happen early. Or green for another major power. If you... Oh, what have I missed here? Oh, sorry, with the absorb essence. Yeah, the thing is that any presence I remove is basically removing like 4 or 5 damage from my snake. And the thing is, it's damage. So I can get rid of explorers. I can get rid of all sorts. Okay, so we've got beast damage. And where's the other one? Okay, so in here we're going to be doing 2, 3, 4, 7 damage. Oh, this is a 6, 8. Let's kill the explorer and do a damage to a city. Oh yeah, and we've... So yeah, we had reckless offensive in here, which kind of... I don't know, I deserve that. Oh no, it's going to flip in cascade. Oh, that is brutal. Each player removes explorer or town from any land. Okay, fine. We'll cover our ass here. What's the event? So yeah, we'll prevent that cast. It's frustrating when you make that kind of error. Okay, scapegoats. There it is. The tier 3 tier 3 scapegoats. Wow, so much scapegoating going on. This is like the only scapegoating I really enjoy, apart from blaming Flat Eyes for things. It's a lot of scapegoating. It's an extra fear card worth of scapegoating. Might be full clear. Okay. Each player removes up to 4 health worth invaders from land with beast disease or at least 2 Dahan. 4 health invaders. Okay, so... we can... This actually is safe now. We don't need to do this in here, especially given that there's going to be 7 damage in here. But, actually... I think we removed the town. We remove the town. Interestingly, if we had defended in there, this result would have still happened. Weird. It's weird when it works out like that. Except they just waste a fear card on it. This animation could stand to be a bit quicker. I'm on I slowed it down because I normally have it on super quick, but I try and go medium these days. These days. Oh, actually, yeah, this is the only sane place to move from. So given that we're going to destroy these to gain fear, I'm going to remove this town. Each player adds strife in a land with Dahan. In every land with strife, 1 damage per Dahan. Well, let's clear out these explorers, I suppose. Okay. Each player removes an invader from land with 2 or fewer invaders. Well, okay then. So in here, we've actually got 5 damage, so we could remove a city from there. here we're going to have only 4 damage, so a city from there is good, and it's a wetland, so we want to be reducing that. It's more priority than this. That feels like a good choice. This is also 4, but this is... Yeah, let's remove the city from here. Final fear card. Super quick or instant animations is clearly the only valid option. Attention to detail and careful artistry of animators be damned. Those flipping animators. What are they doing, eh? So we could remove a town from here. That means we're going to clear this land with our Angry Snake ability. This also is taking these wetlands down into the Aegis ability category. Yeah, we'll do that there. Actually, I could have been thinking about clearing the inland a bit more. I mean, we're almost to the point where this isn't going to build. How's it going with England 6 so far? Okay, so first game was a very long loss with Earth against England. I thought I was on a 40 to 60% chance of winning that, just from, like, that's how I would gamble, and I lost. It's quite long. And now we are Snake, and hopefully, I've already messed this up a little bit, but luckily not punished. Hopefully this is a... Could remove that town. 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're actually not clearing that. Maybe we go with clearing... No. We'll go with the idea of making this Aegisable. He's played 8 cards in Ultimate Mage's turn with all the elements. It's going all right. There's still part of me that's paranoid that I'm going to just lose, though. Okay. Look at them building away. Bless them. Sands and wetlands. Quite. We can cover all of these with an Aegis. Love to see it. Well, you don't really love to see those flipping Europeans coming over here. Okay, Rain of Blood. Now the real magic happens. Ah, yeah, 3 fear for 0 energy. We can actually add a... Oh, we can actually use this to move a presence. Oh, God. Am I going to calculate it? Should I calculate? So, because it's a presence placement, I can, in theory, take it from one bit of the board and put it in another. So, is that a good way to spend my few remaining brain cells? Probably not. This presence here is actually not really going to make any difference compared to if I put it here, where it's going to affect all of these lands. Do I want to calculate it out properly? I don't think I do. I definitely want a presence in here for next turn for an Aegis. So I'm going to just do this now, okay? I'm not gonna calculate it, because if I do, I'm not going to have any brain power left. I might not need any more brain power. I'm optimistic that I can get an ocean game in. That's my optimism. Okay, so we need to pick like an origin land where we're gonna do 6 damage and push towns. I'd forgotten to factor that in. So so actually that move might have just been a mistake. Okay, so in here 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage in there. That land's cleared. 3, 4, 5. This land is not cleared. No downside to just doing it and undoing it if your guesstimate is wrong. That's true. That is true. I'd forgotten that Serpent Rounds actually has like a focus land, like a focal point land. As in that I have to pick a land and it's going to do this large amount of damage in there. So that makes me want to leave this presence in here and maybe take one from somewhere else. Because actually this 6 damage in conjunction with these adjacencies is just going to clear this land. So let's just move this one into here. Because we actually don't need more damage adjacent to this or this. Yeah, we'll just move that one. Okay, that's better. West, okay, let's see what Glimmer says. West wetland to central sands. East Mountain needs the extra damage. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, right. So that's bringing the extras over because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is not enough to clear that. I like it, Glimmer. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think Glimmer's won this game. Yeah, because there's only 4 in there. All right. So Serpent Rouse and Anger. We focal point in here. So 4 damage and just 2 more remain, which will be covered by the next bit. Oh, I won. Is it gonna do the rest of it? It might do the rest of it. Is it gonna do all the... Okay, we are gonna get to destroy everything. Thanks for the well done. It's the trouble. You get caught up in the up in the mix. I think especially when you're playing 8 cards a turn. Okay, so we do... The game is graciously going to let us clear up the rest of the island. Didn't realise it was so close. I don't mean either. I have no idea what's happening. But great job. Thanks, Things. Thank you, Things. Thank you so much. Okay, so... Oh, we've not cleared this land. Oh, we've won anyway. No, whatever. Doesn't matter. We've not cleared that land. That's fine. So, yeah, it's a complicated game. This is quite a complicated... Well, not complicated, but it's a challenging fight. And we've just won. If you have questions, Things, or anyone else about this game, I'm very happy to have a go at answering them. It's okay, I'll pick it up as you go. Well, we're about to start a new game, and it should be a simpler game than this one is, because it's going to be with ocean. So we're in the ocean. Yeah. So yeah, let's try and get an ocean game going. We're playing against the hardest single adversary in the base game. Serial killers, you get to know what the score is. Ooh, it's a very nice score. There you go. Nice. Hey, thanks for the GG, Joe Adult Man. So yeah, partly why I'm doing this is for the I'm about to make a video on, not about, I'm gonna think about it for a while. I'm about to make a video on England beating England. So I'm playing against England. I've had one loss, one Serpent win. Ocean isn't as strong as Serpent, but I've played more with Ocean, so optimistic. So let's see so I'm looking back in chat. Okay, NICE. Okay, Seaboard, Ocean, England 6. Let's go. Let's go. Let's not wait around. Yeah, thanks for the follow. And thanks everyone for being here today. All you viewers, you chatters. Glimmer for making all the best moves. Thanks. So the reason I've ordered it this way is that in theory, this should be my most comfortable England matchup. That's just the theory though. Let's see how it goes. Glimmer carry as usual. It's like Glimwise Gamgee. I'm here, getting all the credit, getting all the glory, getting all the big Twitch money. I don't get big Twitch money, don't worry. All right, so Ocean is particularly good against England because we've got powers that just ignore the bonus health on England. But yeah, if anyone has any questions about this game, doesn't matter how simple they are or complicated, it's quite hard to pitch what I'm saying. But I will happily answer any questions. I try and pitch so it's mildly accessible, but I don't want to go into too many details because I know that some of the viewers are like quite experienced, probably more experienced than me. So there we are. Anyway, I'm Ocean. I can't place on the board. I have to. I can, but mostly I can't. Actually, I'm going to be in the ocean or on the coast. Most games, that would be the case. The first decision I've got to do is to place a presence on one of these lands. And typically I like to just go in with a guaranteed town. Guaranteed town. So yeah, this is right. This is the start of a game of Spirit Island. So I know that things. I doesn't know what the hell's going on. But yeah, we're right at the start. This is my opening hand. This is my spirit. This is my spirit board. So in the physical game, these are like little tokens that you've got on here. And I'm deciding where to put my first token. Now, the only guaranteed town is in here, so I think I'm going to put in here. We might want to think about... Oh, we're against flipping England. Okay, that does change things. Beginner explanations don't bother me. I can focus on the board. Focus on getting the carry. So, yeah, this is a kind of one of the setup decisions I have to make as this spirit. So I put one of my presents in the ocean and then one in a coastal land. Now my ability to I can drown towns, which is a special kind of destruction where I just go out and eat it. I eat their towns, and it gives me energy. Like that's the currency of this game. And you spend energy to play these powers. I start with 0, 1, 0, 1. These are the costs of my cards. So you definitely want to be drowning invaders, and this is my only guaranteed drown. Something you might want to think about when in the opening placement is how to use this card. Let's just over-explain it. Well, not over-explain. I'm going to just explain this card. So this is the cost. These are the elements that it's going to give me if I play it. I want elements because if I have these elements, I get this ability. This is fear, and my goal is to scare away these Europeans, right? And that poor Glimmer's there like, I want to focus on the board, and you've hidden it behind a picture of ocean. But sorry, Glimmer. But this is water and mountain. So this is what I need to drown towns. I also have like other abilities that drown towns. So that's a brief overview of the elements. You notice there are red and blue cards. These red ones happen before the invaders do things, and the blue ones happen after in each round. And this is gather, so I can like grab one of these explorer guys with the little flag into a land that I'm in. But England, this is a bit beyond beginner, but that doesn't work so well against England. I'll leave it at that for now. So I'm going to put my presence in there, and we've got an explorer. So that green card at the bottom is saying that their invaders are first going to go into the jungle. So you notice on the map, there's no one in this jungle apart from this beast that's kind of my friend. And up here, there's a city. But look, who's this guy? Who's this guy? Presents for the invaders, something like that. So against any other adversary, I'd be able to maybe grab this explorer with this card and stop them from building in here. So you notice this is actually shifted across. These guys are going to build here and here this turn, which in itself isn't a problem, but it might become a problem. I'm thinking about that, but I also let's just explain the turn roughly. So first thing I do is I pick one of these growth options. So either this one, or this one. So reclaiming cards is getting my cards from my discard pile. Gaining a card is getting new powers. There's this business with presence. So that's taking stuff from my board and putting them on the map. Now I'm ocean, so I actually can't place except on the coast and in the sea. That's unusual. Most spirits can just place wherever they like. Do you have to flood the mainland? Not really. There's like a tidal cycle with the spirit, which is super cool and can be a bit you can trip up on it. But basically, I place in the ocean and gain energy. This is probably what I'm going to do this turn. And then I've got this option that pushes a presence from each ocean. So my presence will go inland into the coast. And then if I run out of cards, as a loose example, I'd actually want to get my cards back, but then I get gathered back into the ocean. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But my objective is to scare away the invaders. Now, there's a few ways of doing that. Either you can destroy them all, and then that's kind of terrifying, and they go away. So that's what this means here. Terror level 1. Destroy explorers, towns, and cities. If I generate fear, which is this funny symbol here, I can actually gain these fear cards. And if I gain 4 fear cards, then we'll be at Terror 2. At Terror 2, I just need to destroy all the buildings. And then more cards. And then Terror 3, I just need to destroy all the cities. And Terror 4, I just win because I've scared them so much. Okay. So that's how you win. So it's like a kind of... If you generate loads of fear, you don't have to destroy as much. Or even anything. You can win without destroying anything if you're just very, very scary. So I'm going to go with that middle option, but that I'm just doing that because that's what I do. It's just the best thing to do turn 1. Trust me. So you scare the life out of them. Got it. Yeah. So terror level 1, you have to wipe them out. At terror level 4, they just run away. And then there's like grades in between. Have you destroyed all their cities at terror 3, or have you destroyed all their buildings at terror 2? So I've unlocked this. So I've got 2 plays. I get to play 2 of these cards from my hand. I have 1 energy that I'm starting the game with, and that's come from this because I placed these 2 presents in the ocean that were here, and I've gained an energy. I have a single energy. So I can play 2 cards. So I'm just going to play a couple of cards. So you'll notice that these have popped up because these elements here, these 2 moons, 2 waters, a air, which is the purple one, and the earth, have meant that I also get this bonus ability here and this bonus ability here. So I'm going to get to drown a town. And that's why I want to be in a land with a town, so that I can drown it. Okay. This is a card. This is a slow. It happened after the invaders. I'm basically going to give myself some energy, and I get to push a town and up to 2 explorers, 2 Dahan from one of my lands. I'm mainly playing this for the energy and the elements. But the town. Oh, I'm going to butt that town. So I choose these things. I click finish playing cards, and this is a physical board game originally. And now we're in the fast phase, so I can do my red things. So this is a 0 range coastal power. So basically, I have to have a presence, like a disc, on a coastal land to play it. And I've done that, and I've gained a fear. So 1 out of the 5 fear I need. You don't normally need this much fear, but sometimes you challenge yourself. Just realised that my start might not have been right, but it's okay. Well, I don't know if it's okay. Bloody Europeans trying to discover things in Dahan's backyard. I know, right? So, oh yeah, I didn't explain that at all, did I? I played this card here, and it dragged that explorer into the ocean. And you might have noticed my energy bump up because I drowned it. Okay, new card has come up. So we had our fast stuff. Now we've got the invader phase. They built a town here and a town here, and then they explored into this wetland and this wetland, like these things. And now you'll see that this jungle card is in the ravage phase. It might be a bit small depending on what you're watching on. That means that this next turn coming, they will actually kind of attack the land. It's actually symbolizing like building horrible farms, chopping down all the trees, that kind of thing, because that's what Europeans do. So you'll see I've got this drown here, and it's a 0 range on the coast. So that means in with my disc basically most of the time. So I'm going to target in there, and it's going to drown that city. You notice that little fear thing goes there. Whenever you destroy a building, you gain fear. If you destroy a city, you gain 2 fear, and if you destroy a town, you gain 1 fear. So I've now got 2 out of the 5 fear I need to gain a card. Wow. That's great, isn't it, Peasant? Yes. So I'm going to play this card on myself. It says another, but because I'm playing as a single spirit, I can do that on myself. I can take care of myself, you know? Hi from Spain. The spirit is so hard to win in solo game. Good luck. Ah, it's a common misconception. It's a very, very good spirit in solo. You might not be able to put your presence in land as ocean, but you just don't need to some of the time. Yeah, hello, Takara. From England. So, that was my first turn. I've got 2 cards that I played are in my discard pile. And now I'm back to the growth option. Sorry if I went too fast there, things. It's like an anti-colonialist kind of game. Like the idea, the designer, I think I heard them say that there's like, have you heard of Settlers of Catan? You might have done. But it's like, there's a lot of games where you just show up somewhere and just colonize it. And like part of the idea behind this was, oh yeah, what about the people that live there already, you know? Don't worry about going fast, I'll keep up. Oh, watch out, I might start speedrunning. I can't speedrun this game. Okay, so Ravage. So we're going to have a Ravage here. Now, I haven't talked about this card. Let's talk about it now. Costs me 1, gives me a moon and a water. Coastal. Most of my cards are coastal. 2 fear, defend 4. Played Catan a couple of times. Okay, yeah. So it's like you're fighting as the island, the spirit of the island. So this is 2 fear, which we know about. Defend 4, it's how you counteract them ravaging. So the jungle is going to ravage this turn, and they do as much kind of damage as it's called damage actually. It's damage. So 3 for a city, 2 for a town, and this is 4 defend. So it is just about enough, unless I get unlucky. But we'll see if we get unlucky or not. So growth option, I'm going to go with this one here, which gains me a power card, and I also get to place a presence and push a presence from each ocean. I'm going to look at the card first. Do I want to think about an early major? This is not ideal, but a minor power is just as likely to help me as a major with this spot here. This is probably just doomed because I can't reach there. That's the difficulty that Takara was probably talking about, is that most spirits can just go where they like on the island. There is a spirit that's like the equivalent, but for the inland, in one of the expansions. So I'm going to gain a minor power, and this is one of the best things about the game. So you get a choice when you gain a power. Minor powers are much smaller. They cost 0 or 1, and then major powers can cost up to 9, but most of them cost 3 or 4. But I'm going to go with a minor power. So I get a choice of 4 of these. Ooh. This actually might have a use. It's unusual against England 6. So, yeah. So I now get to choose one of the I get to choose one of these. Ooh, this defends this land that's more crucial. Okay. So yeah, I could pick one of these and add them to my hand, and I'm going to be able to play it this turn. Now you'd be saying, Peasant, what do these cards do? Well, this is like same anatomy as the previous one. So cost, red ones are before the invaders, blue are after. The fact they're after isn't necessarily a downside. It's often a positive. So here's another defend card. So it's at range 1, and it needs the Harn in there, and it's a defend 4. So I can actually use it in this land next turn. I don't really need to use it this turn. What's your biggest pro tip for getting from intermediate skill level to my level? Play a lot, probably. Place a lot of presence. Don't worry. Sometimes you just gotta let lands be blighted, but probably it's just playing a lot. There are some really strong Spirit Island players. I just talk about it more on the internet with my face flapping around. So yeah, God, crunch. What do I take? So disorienting landscape. Let's just look at it. So it's range 2. That's generally really good with ocean because I can't place my presence inland. I can't reach out here, and unusually, this is a situation where I could actually prevent a build against England. So things and anyone else that's not super familiar. This is a adversary, and you use these to like up the difficulty or change the challenge. And England is weird because they can build even if they're not there. They kind of just have to be nearby. And it's true. I live here. That's what it's like. So they don't need an explorer to be in a land. Except in this case, because there's only one building adjacent, I could actually prevent this build here. It's actually a tricky decision because this card I actually prefer because it's a defend card that I can use next turn in this spot here. And so remember, the defend 4 means that this explorer plus the town that's going to get built this turn will do 3 damage. This is defend 4, which should cover it. I say should because there is some uncertainty, and we'll see why in a second. So I've got a certain build prevent in here, which is good. Actually, it's not. Is it certain? Might get unlucky with the event, actually. We might get unlucky with the event. There's a Dahan here as well, so that's quite good for this targeting too. I think the fact that I could still get messed over by the event hurts. So yeah, we've not seen the event just yet. I think I'm going to take elusive ambushes. These are blight removal cards, which is actually pretty good. I shouldn't just skip over that. So, actually, this is pretty good. It's got Water Mountain. Actually, this is good. Wait a second. Why have I been ignoring this? So, Water Mountain are the elements I need for my Break the Shore. Joe Adult Man. For me, a big step in my game was actually paying attention to the elements. That was a huge one for me. But maybe that was more what got me to intermediate, actually. Not that I don't know where I am now, but yeah. So, certainly that took me from beginner to better. So those elements are kind of tasty. And I could do it this turn. No, I couldn't. No, I couldn't. That does mean that when this ravages, I could just immediately clean up this blight. And it also means I could drown one of these cities this turn. Does it? Yeah, it does. That's actually really good. That's probably even better than this. And I might be able to draw a solution for that soon. Soon trademark. But this helps with this problem. Crunch, 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 crunch. Taking it. So this needs a sacred site to target, so I need 2 presence in the land. Paying attention in what sense? Oh god, if I said something and then forgotten what I'm talking about. Possible. Oh, the elements thing. All right, so like when you gain a card, really thinking about making sure it matches up to your elements on your innate or on your major powers. I think when I first was playing, I didn't really do that very much, and I noticed it was quite a big step up. I mean, it's a very obvious thing to do. I doubt many people skip that. That was just a me thing, you know. It was just yeah. So to play this, I need a sacred site. So I'm gonna make a sacred site in one of these lands. Oh, it has to be one of these to target there. Let's make a sacred site in here. And gonna go all plays. Another decision. I definitely would forget to pay attention to dates. There's so much going on. Yeah, there is quite a lot going on. It's like the most important. It's not always though. That's the thing. Spirit Island's a great game. There are a lot of situational things with it, and each spirit does have different priorities. So this turn, if I play these, I'm actually going to have some town drowning capacity. So I think I'm gonna place a risky presence in here. It might get destroyed if I get unlucky with the event. So I've got 3 plays now. I'm gonna play these 3. Bam. I'm gonna get to drown a city, which is gonna gain me 3 energy. It's gonna help me with my energy game, and I might even be able to gain a major next turn. This is I think this might be right. It also could be wrong. Could be wrong. The fear works out quite well as well. England 6 has a rule where if you don't gain a fear card in a given turn, where this build's going to happen, it will build twice, which is not what you want. You don't want that. Actually, sometimes Ocean might want that because Ocean's hungry. So why did I put this presence up here? Because from here you can really reach into the island in a way that you can't down here. But that's more just like I've played quite a lot with Ocean type thing. This is actually quite risky because this thing here, the event, this is our first one of the game, could upset this. Okay, so for example, see this? Invaders do +1 damage per land. We didn't have that, which is lucky because if we did, I would have lost the presence up there. On each board, choose a sacred site, gather an explorer into its land, and add 1 additional explorer. Okay. So that's going to gather from here. Now, yeah, all right. All right. One little rules thing for people that are actual physical board gamers is that these won't ever drag... With Ocean, this kind of thing won't actually drag things into the ocean for you to drown because it's actually specifically about your own powers. So Ocean's priority when playing is extend their reach. Wow, that's a... Yeah. Sometimes. Often. Yeah. Often. But yeah, if you can extend your reach, that's valuable. We'll drag this one in. Oh, okay, so that event went by a little bit quickly. Let's just look at it. So, oh, we've already had one. I just skipped it. Quite tired, you see. It's quite a taxing game. So this is the event. What actually happened? Remove a blight from land with at least 2 Dahan. Oh, wow. The event removed this blight. So the events are pretty cool. But that's like a first expansion thing. Okay, so we've got a counter-attack here. It doesn't actually matter. Yeah, it really doesn't matter. Do events generally get worse for you as you go through terror levels, or does it mostly vary? I actually don't know. I very deliberately have not analysed the event deck. Some people ask me, like, Peasant, how do you stay so ignorant? And I say, it's a gift, you know? I'm like, I don't want to know the exact details of the event deck. I'm like, you know, and so I just don't know. Because I did have someone ask about making a video about events, and I started thinking about researching it because it takes quite a while when I try and think of something useful to say, and I started like getting the events outside, and I was like, actually no, I don't want to analyze it. Maintain your blissful ignorance, though. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. When you can predict like 2 to 4 turns out, it stops becoming fun. Well, that's why events are good, because they're quite varied, especially with once you've got like all the expansions. And the thing is, like, I'll get there eventually. So okay, so this ravage happened here, and this is blight that's come down, and I'm now going to clean it up with this. So whatever, England losers. We've got ocean breaks the shore, so I could drown a city in either of these lands. Let's look at what's come up. Sand. Okay. It makes sense to swallow the land dwellers here. We're going to eat one of our Dahan, but that's fine. They're tasty. Just curious, since events, branch and claw stuff is what I'm least familiar with. Ah, okay. Okay, yeah, alright. So the main way that events get worse is if your island is blighted. If your blight card is flipped, the events can be horrible. As in, oh, I've lost now. or like, oh, you're like hanging on with like 1 blight left on your card, and the event can just kill you effectively. So they do add a bit more incentive to really keep your island clean. So, okay, we've got a build here. Next turn, I'm going to eat this city just to keep this a little bit more manageable. The disease will prevent the build, but it's still... If I eat this city now, I can drag these 2 explorers into the sea next turn, and then this ravage shouldn't be a problem by the time I've eaten everyone. These ravages are a problem, and I got very lucky with that event, removing that blight. That was... look at all this energy. But if you're someone that like likes the base games, worried about events, they can take a while to get used to, and they're not for everyone. But I think they're great. I really do. I think they're definitely worth trying. Okay, I've got no cards. Do I want to reclaim now? So, or do I want to keep placing presents? This is the better way of doing that normally. Could even go for a major. Events expand the decision space because of the uncertainty. They can feel unfair or overwhelmed if you're a new player. I love them now. Events are a mainstay for Poultry Speaker, even teaching new players. Yeah, they also make the game less calculable. Because I think you can get to a point where base is amazing, by the way. I was surprised because this app for a long time didn't have events in it. And so I was playing base, having played a lot of that with events, and I was surprised how good it still was. So I've got a strategic choice here. I can either reclaim, which is the straightforward way of doing, or I can place a presence, get to 4 plays, but only have 1 card. Why would you want to do that, Peasant? Glad you asked. Because more plays is more power. I don't think it's a good idea here. Yeah, not a good idea. Not a bad idea, but not a good idea either. Yeah, the coast is looking fine. Blight here, town build here. We can't prevent that town build. Do we look at a major this turn? For me, there was just too much upkeep on TTS. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. TTS, yeah, like, if you've got upkeep to do, TTS really makes you feel it. I like to dedicate a single person to some task, like you always remember the event fear cards before Invader phase. The thing is, I actually haven't played this that often with other people. When I have, I basically just do everything. I just sit in my corner, I play as green, I just go, oh, do you want a present? And I just do all the moving. That's how I remember it anyway. It might be a lie. Blight here, town build here, unpreventable town build outside of outrageous luck. Tidal Boon could push some Dahan out to there. Do we gain a major or a minor power? This is actually a really good card to pick up. Slowly creeping from the shadows, yeah. Also, green is the best support spirit. Yeah, just such a good lad. Really love playing green with other players. Yeah, everyone loves you. Yeah. So, things or anyone that's not so familiar with this game. If I gain a major power, I actually have to forget or like take a card from my existing cards and just it's not available to me anymore. So it's quite a big decision. You don't want to do it lightly. But knowing when to do it can be part of the trick. I think typically I do it in the past I've definitely done it later than I should. More present, thanks. Oh, you prevent that massive ravage. Thanks. Thanks, BFL. Ravage. Actually, you know, I've got such a good thing to do this turn with these Call of the Deeps that I'm definitely going to reclaim. So let's forget about trying to extend. It's not that generally that good with Ocean to do that, actually. And we got to retreat into the ocean, but we'll look at our card first. We've got 3 plays. I actually think I might look at a major. Though what would I want to forget? I could forget Swallow the Land Dwellers, maybe. This Renewing Rain's going to be really handy in here. So this thing here, it removes a blight. So what that does for me is these guys, they're going to build this turn. Next turn, they're going to ravage. They're going to place a blight. And I can go, oh, that's great. You've placed the blight there. But I'm just going to remove it. Now, what that does, it puts it back on my card, which means that my island is still healthy, right? The other thing it means is that the blight isn't on the board. Because if a blight gets placed on a blight, oof, it's terrible. What happens then is that an additional blight gets placed. So it's like a more you don't want that to happen, really. Oh yeah, England. We're against England 6. We need to make sure we're generating consistent fear. Actually, I think minor power is more likely to generate consistent fear for me right now. What I really need for consistent fears are these what I call my ocean fear, or think of, so like moon, air, water. This is the only card that you start with that has those lovely elements. Crunch. Defend mine will be very handy in that way it lands. Yeah, it would be good. There's a counter as well. Defend major would be good as well, though. We've got the energy for a defend major. Oh yeah, let's look at some. So I'm just going to look at the deck. So these are what major powers are like. They cost 4, 5, 4, 9. It's the most expensive one. 2, 4, 3. This is actually an opportunity to have a slow turn as well. We've already got the fear card in the bank. I think we could forget Swallow the Land Dwellers. Especially now we've got Renewing Rain. I think looking at a major is good. So what would I call a defense major? Winds is big defense. So that's defense 6, range 3, which is lovely for you as ocean. Tsunami, actually not that good for ocean. Hard to believe. Sweep into the sea, good for ocean. Because it drags things out of the inland. Things like Indomitable Claims, very good. This is the only way as ocean you can place on the actual not coast. Wrap doesn't work. Oh, what? Yeah, no wrapping for me. It's actually that's actually significant. That's a fair chunk of the available useful majors. Oh yeah, do we have tigers hunting? We've got tigers. Yeah, not enough damage. It's actually quite a significant proportion of the defend. I mean, I guess vigor would work. This is oh, we don't have sacred sites. Oh, okay. We could have a sacred site. Yeah, okay. Glimmers convince me. As usual, Glimwise Gamgee. Okay, so another day, another minor power choice. Rain of Blood is great because it's a load of fear. And it has the air water. Water is our most important fear element. And Moon we can eventually get off our track. Does Blades of Renewal work for placing an ocean presence inland? No. Alas not. The only way is Indomitable Claim. I think there might be another way with Jagged Earth stuff. There might be. Poison's Dew is pointless against England. You don't care. I mean, yeah. I think this is clearly Rain of Blood's time to shine, as it always is. Because we need to generate fear. We're going to be able to get up to 5. Yeah. This is Rain of Blood time. This is Rain of Blood time. I've got to remember not to burn out my brain on small decisions that don't make any odds. Okay. We're not actually going to be able to get the 3 fear from Rain this turn. So we don't care so much about preserving our sacred site. So I think I might keep a presence just in a couple of different areas. Oh no, Renewing Rain in here we want. So we will keep we'll keep this sacred site for Renewing Rain. I think Renewing Rain's probably... Oh, but then we don't care so much about the elements. Might be a good Rain of Blood turn. It might be even a good Grasping Tide turn. Wild. I think there's a Jagged Earth card, but I can't remember it. Yeah, I think there is a way of doing it in Jagged Earth. Maybe an event even. Or something like that. So Blight, but at least counterattack. Oh, we don't need to Renewing Rain just yet. Yeah, I'm a little bit scrambled. Do apologise. Just flipping scrambled today. Yeah, we'll go with the widespread. These disease on the coast, we actually don't really want that. We want the disease in here. Okay, we've got 3 plays. We probably want to consider making sure that our fear lines up well. So actually, we want to make sure we don't gain 3 fast fear. Or if we do, that we overshoot so that we don't have to gain a load more fear. That's because of this ability here. So during any invader phase where you resolve no fear cards, perform the build from high immigration twice. That can be real bad news. Bad news. So we don't have a Ravage on the coast this turn, but we will have one in here next turn. So we'll keep Grasping Tide for that. Call of the Deeps is gonna... We can just yoink 2 of these Explorers. That's pretty nice. If to get more fear, we need to play another Moon. So I think we go Tidal Boon. So that's 2 fast fear. Actually, that works out perfectly. We might get a town from the event. think that's right. Okay, so I've made my choices. So if I eat these 2 explorers, then you might think, oh, we don't need another. And this is going to prevent this build. You might think, oh, we don't need Grasping Tide. But if there's a coastal explorer, we're about to enter the 2nd stage. So all these, we'll basically get another version of these cards. Oh, am I in a position to make Coastal London? I am in a position to have Coastal London. Yes. You're like, what the hell are you talking about, peasant? And I'll tell you what I'm talking about. So I lose if they build 7 or more buildings in a single land. I just lose. And this escalation effect, which is going to start happening soon, they always basically build in the land with most buildings. That's why I consider London. If they build it on the coast, I could just eat London. I could just take little chunks off it. It makes London very manageable. It can be quite hard to, sustain London in that way. So we'll eat them, get more energy. Maybe major next turn. Forgetting, I don't really want to forget any of these, but that's actually perfect. Okay, when exploring once per board, place a town instead of exploring. Okay, we might get a town in one of our lands that we want. Okay, on each board, add a beast to a land without disease that has a town. During Ravage, in every land, 1 defend per Dahan in the land. That's very lucky. Okay, the events deck likes me. They're like, hey, you're playing Ocean. Good for you, peas and ants. I'm going to put the beast in here because this is like the beast might help me in here. Yeah. So the event cards sometimes say, oh, the beast does this, the beast does that. That's why they're out there. Each player moves an explorer town from a land with a sacred site. Next fear card. So that jungle, that disease there prevented that jungle build. Oh, damn it. We don't have coastal London. But we did get very lucky. The event card gave 2 Dahan. So to defend to the Dahan, and then they counterattacked. And we do have a blight there, but nothing we can do. Coastal Explorer. Okay, so the first one is going to be a town because of the event. Well, actually, we've got a town down from this and a town down from that. These are going to... We're going to eat the town wherever it is, so it doesn't really make any odds. These are about to shift down. Yeah, it makes no difference because I'm going to eat it. I'm just going to eat it. Actually, if I was in with Dahan, it might make a difference for Boone, but no. Because this card lets me push some Dahan from one of my lands. And if there's a town in there, I could push the land into the town into the sea and then eat it. Oh, Glimmer says jungle. But why? I'm going to eat it anyway. Oh, okay, I'll put it in the jungle. I'm going to eat that. Eat that little town. Okay, so we'll eat that town. Well, not mountain. Okay, yeah. Just don't put it in the mountain. It would have... Oh, wait. Oh, the other thing is extra fear. Because this gets me an extra fear if there are 2 buildings. Let's do it in the right order, shall we? Should we do that? Peas and ants. Or, oh wow, I just realised that my ocean name. Pebs and Sands. Okay, so this turn, what have we got? We've got an extra build here. Who cares? We've got a Ravage here. Sad. Ravage here, defendable. Builds. We'll just eat them all. It's not actually a very eaty hand, but... not very eaty at all. See, these aren't preventable because these 2 buildings here. So we're gonna go. We're gonna go. Do I want to gain a major? These are such good cards for me. I actually think I'm going to keep on with mines. I know this is 15 energy just sat there. The thing is, right, we need to maybe go for majors earlier than you'd think because If we don't get a useful one, we can be in a lot of trouble. Because of our ranging issues, right? Because we can't reach in here. That is the that's why a lot of people say Ocean's not great in solo. Especially people that haven't really tried it. You do have this quite big difficulty, but you also have you're just very strong as well, so. You like Glimmer likes a major here. Yeah, I do. If it's not appropriate, I can just forget it. It's just that I have such a nice collection of cards. I guess the candidate for getting is maybe Rain of Blood. I don't like that idea. Why am I saying Rain of Blood? Because I can use this set here to eat this city. Bearing in mind there is going to be coastal build. There's going to be plenty to eat. So what do I... So if I play all of these, and I want to swallow the land dwellers as well, because there's going to be a town to eat here. Ideally, I'd be in a position where there was nothing to defend apart from in this land here. Though you don't really want the counterattack. I think it's a minor ocean point, is that if you can boon your Dahan away from the coast, that's ideal. Especially in solo. So, what are we forgetting out of these? Maybe we could afford to forget Tidal Boon, but it's just... Maybe it is Rain of Blood that we forget. Or the Major itself. We've got a little bit of a reprieve because of this being coastal. So, because the coast is not our problem area. Cool the Deeps. Fear elements, though. It's our only fear card. Well, our only perfect fear element card. And it's generally pretty... Yeah, it's not so good against England. Yeah, yeah, I could get behind that. Because although this does gain you like 2 or 3 fear, this is fast fear, which, you know, I mean, it's still the same thing, right? Okay, so if you gain a major now in this turn, we'll go up to 4 plays and 7 cards. So then if we do this again next turn... No, we probably can't do that again next turn. If we do this, we'll get up to 4 plays and 8 cards, which means we can go this twice. Yeah, I think we need the major. We need to do stuff. Yeah, we look at a major. So, yeah. One little tip. Look at, like, if you're playing with a physical copy, no one cares. But if you're playing, like, by the rules, you shouldn't undo once you've got new information. And this, what you gain, might influence your presence. So, wow, what a tip. Well, these are cards. These really are cards. The fact that Paralyzing Fright, I want to keep my... Oh, I've got Rain of Blood. Huh. Because going from 4 fear to 8 fear is wild. Sea Monsters is also of interest, because wow, it's any coastal land, which isn't a problem, but it is this land. Where are our beasts at? If I don't have the range to get there, unfortunately. Pyroclastic Flow is not good, because we need it to go from a mountain. Infinite Vitality is actually pretty good for us, because we can actually use it with Threshold. 4 mountains is not easy, but it's also not hard. I'm almost certainly going Paralyzing Fright, don't worry. But we can actually use it to prevent Blight going down, and then we can remove a Blight from an adjacent land. So let's imagine I have a Sacred Site here, and I play it in one of these 2 lands. I can actually yoink a Blight from here. It's really, really good. Is it Paralyzing Fright good? Maybe it is. Because we can yoink this, we can, you know, if we have a Sacred Site here, we can yoink Blight from anywhere on the island in the fast phase and prevent another Blight. Wow, yes. Yeah, I know, it's wild. And because we've got it early, we can also gain Beat Sticks later on. Paralyzing Fright is very good as well, though. We can use it this turn to prevent a Blight going here. The Threshold is not going to be easy till we've got 5 actions, really. This is one of the standout cards in base. Invaders skip all actions in target lands, so no explorers, no builds, no ravagers. So Sacred Site here means we can use it in either of these lands. But the Infinite Vitality is so good. Like if we forget one of these two, we've actually pretty much got the Earth already, and that's without trying very hard. We can even use it. No, we don't really want to use it this turn because we want to eat this city. It's better to Renewing Rain this turn and then clean up. So I think it probably is Fright, but this is good. I think it's Fright. The thing is, we've already drafted a useful mountain miner power. We're very hemmed. If we want to use this, we do need the 4 mountains. It's going to take a while to get Earth unless we get acceleration. Oh boy. No coast beast, no beast in here. You can play all your cards this turn. Yeah, I know. Useful mountain miner power. Was my theatre group's vocal warm-up, yeah. Spirit Island theatre group. Oh, sorry, Glimmer. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, of course, yeah. I was talking as if this was something I'd do instead of this, yeah. Wow. As this spirit in this situation, this is worrying, right? Because this is far away. This solves it. But it doesn't solve some of your other problems, whereas this can. If I get a Sacred Site in these 2 lands, I can basically prevent anything in those lands. And then it's just this land I'm worried about. And it gains... I think I have to go Fright. I'm gonna feel bad about it. Maybe Grasping Tide is what I forget. Where are we on Fear? I don't want to... Am I really contemplating forgetting Tidal Boon? I think I might be. It is energy income. It is Water Mountain. But... Actually, I don't want to... I actually don't need I don't need multiple air cards for this threshold, but I do want multiple air cards for this Fear. If I'm going in with this Fear card, I could really lead into Fear. Glimmer says Call or Tide. Tidal Boon. Yeah. Don't you dare get rid of Rain of Blood. Don't you dare, peasant. Yeah, I think... Okay, we do have Rain of Blood. We do have this for Get Our Air. I think Tidal Boon is so important. Like, I've got a lot of energy now, but... I might not have a lot of energy soon, trademark. I'm kind of forced... I can't do it this turn, but on future turns, I'm kind of forced to use this in conjunction with Paralyzing Fright. The thing is, we're going to be at 4 actions. So it's fine. Okay, so Paralyzing Fright we could use in here to prevent this Ravage, which is good. That's good. We need a Sacred Site here to do it, though. We also need to push a presence from here. Yeah, so we'll push it into here because we can just eat this town. Eating is better than defending. We can defend whatever's left. Because the counterattack is great everywhere for Ocean except on the coast, where you just grumble. Well, I do anyway. Oh, we don't actually need to Renewing Rain now. Except Renewing Rain allows the city drown because it gets us our 3rd water element. You see, we need 3 water, 2 mountain for that. So I'm basically playing it for the elements because, in theory at least, there won't be any Blight in here. Though we might get an event card that puts Blight somewhere. Jungle Sand. And the nice thing is, if I don't know, I'm gonna have to bring a presence in next turn, probably anyway. Yeah, so this is good enough. So we get to pound, paralyzing, fright. Oh, we just upgraded all our fear cards. So yeah, one key thing when you're playing as Ocean is gaining enough fear that your fear cards help you with the lands you can't reach. And a single fear card is very unpredictable, but if you can get a ton of them, you can then be, you know, more disappointed. That's what it's all about. Years of Little Rain. Not going to argue with that. This is probably my favourite event. So, I don't know why I'm even pausing, just to enjoy the moment. Basically, I'm always going to activate Ease the Drought, almost always. The one caveat on this one is that each spirit, the words are, each spirit may add a presence to one of their lands with Dahan, right? But this is one of the many reasons why I always try and have Dahan in my lands. Shit, do I not have any Dahan in my lands? No! Frodo, no. Pain. That is pain. Actually, it's not so bad for Ocean, because Ocean's presence placement isn't horrible. I just added it. I just added it! This is the trouble with playing hard games when your brain doesn't work. Glimmer's like, peasant, just calm down. Drink your purple water. You just ended it. Calm down. Be still, my beating peasant heart. So, yeah, I'm going to do this. So we ease the drought. You always ease the drought. So we've already got 3, so it's only cost me 1 element, 1 energy. And all our cards are wonderful. I get to just place a presence. Disgusting. What have we actually got? If I place... Oh no, that's Moon up there. Well, we go actions. Ugh. Purple water, weird memory. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay, so I get to place another presence in with a Dahan, so it's going to go in here. I've got a place for plays because I'm reclaiming next turn. So I'd rather have 5 plays and 1 fewer Moon. I think... I'll probably have 2 moons, which is enough to get this tier, but 3 moons is a whole other tier. We would have to all play water cards. I'm probably going to try and get the paralyzing fright fear though, which is a massive step up. So actually, yeah, we go with the plays. We go with the plays. This has to go in with Dahan. Okay, my beasts are going to do some damage. 2 damage. And we've got 3 fear cards. So it's probably possibly worth doing partial damage. So I'm actually going to do partial damage to that town. So yeah, the reason it's not dead is because it's England 6. England 5 and 6 have healthier towns. Ah, God, actually, I don't know. I don't think that's right, actually. I don't think a Terra... I don't think I'm actually like to get help. I'll take the guaranteed Explorer kill. And same here. God. Okay, fear card number 1. Each player adds a strife in a land with or adjacent to beasts. Invaders skip their normal Explorer and building lands with beasts. Wow. I don't think this counts as a normal build. I think this is the normal build, so we're not going to get any benefit from that. So we've got no beasts in there. So, a strife in or adjacent. So, because I've got the Renewing Rain thing going on, I can kind of clean up in this jungle and this sand, so they're not high priority. So it's one of these. This is in with Blight, so I think this is more of a priority. They are about to build a city there, so maybe it doesn't make much odds. But I think I'm going to go with it anyway, because this is... Basically, if this blights, it's 2 blight off my card. If this blights, it's just 1. That's the thinking there. Each player may choose a land with Dahan or adjacent to at least 3 Dahan. Invaders do not ravage there this turn. They're not ravaging here anyway. And it doesn't matter here. So yeah, just no... No benefit to that. Thanks for your card. Scapegoats at 2. We've already seen scapegoats at 3 today. Okay. So, we're now into the slow phase. England are choosing to build their capital city. I'm going to plonk it on the coast, because remember, always put London on the coast. Though, London here is not horrible, but yeah, we want to be able to prune London. You always want to be able to prune London if you can. Just gets out of hand otherwise. Just realised that there is, you know, coastal lands here, but it's still okay. So there's the only blight on the island is this one here. I can't reach it with renewing rain, so I'm just gonna target it somewhere. Get it, stop it flashing. We have a city drown, so it makes sense to do that because the city's worth more fearable energy. Okay, and now we have Swallow the Land Dwellers, which is an explorer and a town. So if we do it here, then this land should be just a lone explorer. Oh no, build Ravage. Well spotted, peas and ants. I probably am going to Paralyzing Fright in this land, actually, because I don't really want the counterattack. No, that's silly. There's plenty to eat. There's plenty to eat, peasant. So probably you'll Paralyzing Fright in one of these. Which means if I Paralyzing Fright here, then maybe, yeah, then we Swallow the Land Dwellers in here. Oh, no, this is the build Ravage. So I think we'd Swallow in here. Then our London's here. By the time this happens, though, not sure I want my London to be in there. I was driving around late at night sampling sewage with an engineer. In the large pipe we opened, the sewage was dark, purple, and had unique smell between ink and unidentified chemical. We called it in. We were tasked with trying to find the source before it stopped. Crikey, that sounds really stressful. So what the hell is this? Especially like if you don't know what it is, right? What the hell is this? I think we just take the extra energy because we haven't done our energy track. This is kind of expensive. So yeah, we just drown. We think with our gut on this one. Just like a purple liquid that you couldn't identify it, like that you didn't like. What is it? Ugh. Like was like energy drink or something. Okay, so that's build Ravage in there. So that's a 3 damage Ravage. Maybe we just let that one happen. I think we reclaim and gain a minor power. Possibly. Where are we with our fear cards? City build here, city Ravage there. Nothing we can do about it right now. Some company was dumping a lot of something. Never found out. Jesus. Okay, I've got 6 cards. You can't, as Ocean, you really don't want to be reclaiming every turn. Like, generally. I mean, there are exceptions, but you don't want to be doing that. Because if you do, all your presents end up in the ocean. So you generally, like, once you get to this stage of the game, it's generally reclaim, like push, reclaim, something like that. Because that's getting you more powers. Why am I talking about this? I don't know. That's a good question. Glad you raised it, peasant. I'm thinking... What I'm considering is, do I gain a major power or do I gain a minor power? I'm definitely going to reclaim here, I think. Especially with this, we're up 5 plays as well. So we're going to get this threshold here for 8 fear instead of 4, which is wonderful. Not going to do this yet. I'll do it after I've picked a card. 5 plays is going to mean pretty good potential for for everything we want. Okay, here's something of interest. We don't have a fear card. We will have one though. We're definitely playing this. Okay, not something to worry about. It was dime tap. What is this dime tap of which you speak, poultry speaker? If I gain a major, I have to forget one of these. I actually don't want to forget these. I don't want to give them up. I don't want to let them down. Children's cough medicine, purple, gross. Okay. So I actually don't want to give up on these cards. I think I'm going to gain a minor, especially at 5 actions, yeah. So currently we're sat at 6. If I gain a minor power this turn, we don't have to play all 5. It's going to enable me to keep on going. Takes me back. Delish. Some people like it, don't they? Have 0 fond memories of that stuff. It's still oddly nostalgic. Oh my god. So I think I'm going to go with a minor here. A minor power. Well, these are some powers I can get behind. Defend 2 just sorts this land out from the build ravage. So if we use Grasping Tide, I mean, we may as well Grasping Tide with the counterattack. Portents is really nice. This many, I know I've got 16 energy, right? I know that. I know it's not always obvious what I do and don't know, because, you know, I miss obvious things sometimes. But the 0 cost is still, because once this, it's entirely possible with Ocean that you eat everyone on the coast, and then you broke and got no energy. Let's have a look at our fear deck. Oops. So how far are we from 3? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I forgot. I haven't mentioned my best fact about England 6. When you're playing base game against England 6, they use the entire fear deck apart from 2 cards. There you go. Wow, that's a good fact. Wow. Educational. I'm inching towards having a multimedia system where I can press the button and a big rainbow goes across the screen. Big educational rainbow. But we're not there yet. Okay, Apparitions is awesome. We can gather explorers into the sea, and it has fear elements. It has the moon, air, water. This turn, I'm going to want to play Paralyzing Fright as well as 2 of Boon and Swallow. I kind of want to do that. I want there to be a few like fairly visual, silly things, but not too noisy. That's what I'm aiming for, but not too like sound noisy, but maybe occasionally like visually a little noisy. So the lack of water on these portents does matter, especially if we're going to be using Paralyzing Fright, because that doesn't have water on. Actually, everything else has water on. Because that's the key ingredient for both this and this. So we're going to be defending. If we use it, say, Apparitions is nice this turn. It has our fear elements, but it also means we can defend in that coastal wetland. So even if because they're England, even if I eat that explorer, they'll still do their business there. Wait a second. Renewing Rain. I could clean it up later. I could actually move that presence out of there, let it blight, and then clean it up this turn. I could clean it up this turn. Why don't I clean it up this turn? You thought about that, peasant? Trancing is a nice replacement for getting called to the deeps previously. Yeah, exactly. It's the same effect, but it just costs 1 more, so it must be better. You know, like when you pay twice the amount for the same thing, and you're like, yeah, just, you know, they can't justify. It's actually more than twice, infinitely more. It's the fear elements thing. The fact it deals with this. I mean, we might get unlucky with the event and that 3 damage won't be defended by 2. Yeah, I like it because we can Paralyzing Fright up here. In the bottom mountain, we can Grasping Tide. Though that, we could be unlucky. We could get an unlucky event here. And this entrancing apparitions is gonna, because it's got the good elements, it's gonna really help us. We could even use it to. No, we're not gonna do anything inland with that. Portents is also very good. It's fast fear. We like that. Well, call only targets coastal, so you can use it inland with one. But yeah, one costa. Oh, that's true. More than infinitely more. Infinite doesn't get you there. Yeah, right. You can add it to itself infinite times. It still won't get there. Yeah, I think because it helps me this turn, that makes that makes a difference. So, I think. Oh, they are going to build a town here. How much eating are we doing this turn? If we go paralyzing, grasping, entrancing, then maybe swallow title. It's a lot of eating. Let's leave that presence in there. We're going to use our paralyzing fright in here, so we don't need a sacred site in there. Yeah, I think that's fine. England 6 that are not likely to have too many lands with just an explorer. Yeah, exactly. Its main use case is not there. Okay, so that's our coast kind of dealt with, but incidental extra business. All right, so we need 2 more mountain cards to get the threshold on paralyzing fright. That's a massively important threshold to meet. What even are you about, Zero? You were pulling back the sands, no? I was thinking about it, but then eating opportunities. You can't forget those eating opportunities. So we're going to... Oh, no, we don't need to... Oh, that was the alternate plan, wasn't it? Instead of entrancing apparitions, it was to go renewing, just let it blight, and then renewing rain. Yeah, that slipped my mind. Got hungry. Actually, I think they're kind of pretty equivalent, really. I guess, actually, let's just go back to that power choice, because, actually, if I do pull that presence back and just clean up the blight, it does mean that my main justification for picking entrancing apparitions just isn't really there anymore. Because all of my cards, apart from Powers and Fright, have water. So if I go Paralyzing Fright this turn and then Renewing Rain, Swallow and Boon, there's going to be so many towns to be on the coast. So this turn, Fright, Tide, Rain, Boon, Land Dwellers. Oh, we need second air. Okay, so there was another good thing there. So it's Fright, Blood, Tide, Fright, Blood, Tide, Rain, Boon. Huh. So what does that leave us next turn? Fright, Blood, Tide, Rain, Boon. Not a lot. It leaves us with... Yeah, it leaves us with Swallow the Land Dwellers. Oh, what a rancid turn that would be. We might be forced to reclaim twice in a row. Damn it. It's worth it for the fear on the paralyzing turn. Yeah, we'll get the fear anyway. We can use Rain of Blood instead. Yeah, I think it's actually quite similar in their effect. I think I will go with the original one, though. I think it could still prove useful. It is net energy positive if I drag from there. It is a defend card I can potentially use inland. I'm going to drag this one in. Going to Renewing Rain and clean up after this build Ravage. Especially as, like, we could lose a presence in there. You know, it could go wrong. We're going to Paralyzing Fright in here. We're going to Grasping Tide in here. We need air. And we need another mountain. So we've got our air. We just need to play one of these. Tidal Boon just guaranteed gives me two energy and a Dahan push. We could even potentially... No, well, there might be towns in there. I think we go Boon for the guaranteed extra energy. We've actually got double Building Drown as well from here. We've got so much town drowning. Tidal is more fear. Oh yeah, because of the moon limitation. Ah, so if I went with apparitions instead of rain, what does that actually look like? We would have less drowning, but we'd have 3 moons for water. Damn it, actually looks kind of appetizing that way. Ah, but then we wouldn't have the mountains we need. I'm happy with this. I think this is fine. I think, yeah, maybe that is like a nudge better. Yeah, and I'm not that keen on this counterattack either. And tries to help next turn, doesn't use it. That was old. That was an old idea. Old ideas, poultry speaker. I'm all about the new ideas. Anyway, slice up. You're getting a ton of fear. Yeah, hopefully. So we prevent this ravage. It's a decent amount of fear. What can I say? 3 cards. And yeah, don't mind reclaiming doing that again next turn. Okay. On an inland land on each board, replace the explorer with a town. What? It's an outrage. You bastards. Crikey. Okay, so each player may push an explorer town from a land with Dahan. So yeah, we don't want to push from there. We want to push from one of these. We might have more eating than we can do. We've got Tidal Boon. We've got a double eat from Ocean Breaks the Shore. God, I'm annoyed that these Dahan are in here. Have I got a way of pushing them out? Oh well. 15 fear turn, not counting building destruction. That's all right. So yeah, we push from one of these to... What have we actually had so far? What eating have we got? We've got double eat and then another eat. So yeah, I think we just push into here and then we'll eat them in a moment. Interestingly, this also makes London in here, which is also fine. Even after this mountain build. That works pretty well. Each player adds a strife in a land with beasts, disease, or town, or explore the Han. Just blame everything else. Times are Mac on the menu, boys. We eating them towns. Strife with the beast, disease. So this is renewing Rainable in the future as well. Not a high priority. I should have factored that in from this push as well, actually. I didn't. Okay. I think in here is the best. There's a city there. Okay, next fear card. Invaders do not build in lands where Dahan outnumber buildings. Damn it. Taking away my coastal builds. Trying to eat here. Skip the... Oh, God. It's getting funky. We've got ourselves a funky one. Skip the next normal explore. During the next invader phase, draw an additional explore card. Let's see. Is it going to be one of those times where it just is completely cursed? Or is it going to help us? We'll see. Coastal Ravage. Oh, they blighted my flipping coast. Why are they... Have the invaders got extra health or something? Oh, no. This is... Oh, okay. Actually... could have the town survive. Wait a second. So there's a ravage, there's a build, there's an escalation effect. The escalate, well, def guaranteed escalation effect. We've already had coastal lands. That's going to go. That's going to stay at 3 this turn. So we've got a double eat we could do. If we kill the explorers and let the town live, we can actually eat the city and the town in here. For lots of energy and fear, because we have that ability to drown a city. I feel like it's a waste not to use it. We've also got, from an eating point of view, Tidal Boon, so we could push one of these towns out, and it should hopefully still be our coastal London that we dreamed of. Alternately, I could clear the town, gain a fear, clear an extra explorer. Okay, and then just triple it here and clear this land. I don't know. Good spot. I'd have missed it. God, that spot's just a mess of emotions these days. Love, disapproval. Is that just greed though? Could be greed, but we are kind of fear racing. That's kind of the deal. Most often it's the deal. By doing this, we get to gain. See, we only really gain a fear because we're killing a city instead of a town. We're also not really clearing the coast, right? The trouble with being greedy like that is we could be punished for it. Because this would be if I just push a single town, destroy these buildings here. This is 2 towns after a city build and the explore. You're then looking at an 8 damage ravage. That's beyond the scope of Grasping Tide. And also, if this is ravaging, I'm also dealing with this, which is be better to paralyzing fright that. I think it's greedy, actually. I think it's too greedy. We're going to have stuff to eat in here. Yeah, it's too greedy. Eating Mountain keeps London on jungle. I don't think it impacts it, does it? Because yeah, I'm not sure it. But well, because okay, so yeah, I don't think it makes much odds. Oh, I suppose what it does. Yeah. Okay, so what it means is that I can make sure that London's in here. Going to eat jungle this time. New Rain is jungle, though. We can just clean this up, can't we? Because when this escalation effect crops up, this is going to be, regardless of what I do now, this is still going to be the biggest collection of buildings. And then there's still, after that, one more escalation. Okay, yeah, let's go greedy. Let's go greedy. Oh yeah, there's this mountain here. So we will get the choice. Huh? Oh, we don't have an explore this turn. Oh god. Oh god. So we're gonna have build ravage here. What a pain. Then no build next turn. We're gonna have double escalation next turn. What the hell? So if they build on the coast, this will go to 4. I think we're paralyzing fright here to absorb both escalations. We'll get to choose this unless the event hurts us. Oh, they didn't build because of the fear card. Ah, okay. See, escalation in here is a nightmare. There's nothing we can do about this. This is how you lose. In an otherwise reasonable position. So I think I have to leave this alone. I'll scare them. I'll rain some blood on them. You know, give them a... This isn't a charity. Because, yeah, this is how we lose. And we can push these to Han. Lovely. I'm tired of them trying to eat my food. Get in land. Eat them food. Eat these guys. They love being eaten. Okay, we've got our security fear card as well. And Yeah, so if I drown these, I gain 2 fear, but then we get double escalation here, and land I just can't reach. That's not happening. Not doing that. Yeah, that fear card. It's such a mind scrambler, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so we have Build Ravage in here. I think we reclaim and repeat, actually. Just need to make sure we keep a sacred site in a useful location. Because, yeah, this is a particularly funky encounter. People that aren't familiar with this particular matchup. So, yeah, not really Glimmer and Poultry Speaker in chat. And so you've really got to play around your limitation a bit. Okay, we can get to Terra 3 this turn. I think we probably do pretty much the same thing, actually, this turn. Except maybe with Entrancing Apparitions instead, just for the fear gains. Oh, and gain a card. So if that's what we played last turn, yeah, Rain of Blood is good. Is a good time. After the double escalation, we can eat these guys a little bit. Actually, we'll be able to eat 2 cities. And that tastes good. Actually, no, we won't, because we're preventing those builds, Peasant. But wow, we'd be preventing 3 builds in there. Okay, yeah, we're definitely reclaiming then. Let's not even. So, what do we gain then? It is a bit grim constantly reclaiming as Ocean, because you can see my influence is gradually just being taken away. So we probably want to gain a minor power this turn to give us a bit more staying power. We might even want to do a half turn this turn. Reclaim spam ends the game very quickly. Oh, what? Yeah, possibly. Let's just see. How many fear cards have we got to generate? How much fear is it? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 complete fear cards, which is 25 fear because it's England. 6. 25 fear. So paralyzing fright with threshold is 8. Plus blood is 11, 12, 13. Yeah, okay. I think we might be able to do it with spam. There will be a blight going down here. 15 plus fear turns, yeah. So we only need 25. We only need 25 fear. So we need to defend against the Build Ravage in here. I think we. Yeah, but I think this is slightly preferable to keep as a sacred site. So we retreat that into there probably, and I think we gain a minor power. I mean, yeah, if we're spamming reclaim, let's just gain a minor power, because I like the minor powers. They're good. Okay, I don't like these minor powers. These are terrible. Spiral words actually could be good. Could be useful. Get us the air. Could be a way of letting us really have full thresholds on both, because the extra air. No. Absorb corruption though. Yeah, I think Glimmer's right. I think we have the solution, because let's just quickly sanity check, because it's grim when you lose because of just that kind of mistake. Okay, yeah, 25 fear is necessary. 16 from fright, another 6 from Rain of Blood, and so that's 22. Yeah, okay. So we gather in. We paralyzing, we rain, we do this. We boon, and we probably entrancing instead. Get full splinters, get to drown a city. So, oh, didn't get the. Oh yeah, we need third mountain. We need third mountain. So we were using renewing rain before, weren't we? So there's our 8, 11, 12, 13. 15. Yeah, okay. So we prevent 3 builds. Unless we get really unlucky with the... Unless we get really unlucky with the event. I'm not sure exactly how. So we need to prevent this build ravage from being a problem. And we need to pound some of the old ships. These guys must be terrified. And yeah. Invader phase. In the single land with most invaders, push the explorer town to each adjacent land. So we actually have a choice here. We can guarantee, we could really make sure that London isn't going to happen. What are the other things here? Each beast generates a fear if invaders are present, moves to adjacent land if not. So we're going to get a couple of fear from that too. Yeah, let's just make sure by pushing these to adjacent lands. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I feel like I need to do this slightly optimally. Push this up here. Push this in here. Because these are healable with Renewing Rain. If you're wondering why I'm doing that. Oh, but I'm also making 2 lands that are just as much of a threat to the Londonness of as that. So actually, that's bad. just ignore any of my attempts up here. Like I knew what I was talking about there. Okay, beasts are going to gain me a couple of fear now. No lands with Dahan and Blight. I think they would have done some tidying for me. Each player chooses a different land with buildings. Gather 1 Dahan into that land, then 2 damage per Dahan there. Well, okay then. So it's 7 damage to kill 2 buildings. So it's, sorry, to kill a city and a town. I wonder about trying to... yeah, it doesn't matter, Peasant. I think you've done it. So actually, I think I'm just going to drag in here and kill this city. Because it's more fear. We might even do it now. Each player moves up to 5 health invaders from a land with disease or an explorer town from an inland land. Do we have disease? No. Explorer or town. So let's just remove from this cursed land. So here's a little tip. If you want to choose a specific card and you were in super awesome 2D classic mode, you use this little eye thing. It's actually useful if you just want to see what's going to happen. I try not to use it because I don't want to get out of the habit of checking, because I do play the game physically. So I don't want to... Oops. I don't want to be in the habit... I don't want to lose the habit of just looking at the board rather than trusting the tool. So I very deliberately don't really do that. Each player adds a strife to an invader. For the rest of this turn, invaders have -1 health per strife. So just add some strife in there. Final fear card. Each player remove up to 3 health worth invaders from land without cities. So let's just clear this land because it's got a strife in. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay. Mountain Ravage. We get a Blight inland. This was defended from Grasping Tide. Now we have a double escalation, which is this is the kind of thing, especially playing with the app, because you don't have to administer it yourself, where you could just get wrecked. Okay, so now we've got fun things to do. And so yeah, this is the doesn't matter. Double building drown. Yeah, okay. Let's just eat everyone. We'll clear out our pretend. Like we set up this like fake cardboard cutout of London. It's like, yeah, and now it's gone because it was just made of papier-mâché. Okay, so now we just need 3 fear. So yeah, the spam does it. So we can drag and we can just... Okay, let's just quickly gain a minor power. Matters not. A lot of people like root biters with ocean, but it very rarely feels competitive, despite the fact it's a push into the ocean. I think with multi-spirit, you're much more likely to be able to use this. But yeah, that's an aside. Geez, that would have been a quadruple build on the coastal jungle for the loss. Yep. Would have been bad. Okay, so yeah, we could just win in style with Paralyzing Fright. Style. 1 card. No threshold. A shark could swim faster than me, but I can run faster than a shark. So in a triathlon, it would all come down to who is the better cyclist. Thank you, Viking. Thank you very much. Right, that's 7 hours of Spirit Island. Did I learn anything about playing against England? I'm not sure. I got some notes. Keep London on the coast is good. Yeah, skipping on escalations is strong in that example. There aren't many cards or spirits where that's going to be a thing that you can do, but if you can do it, then that's good. Skipping escalate. I think that was the useful how to beat England lesson on that one. Do anyone have any other ideas? Have Glimmer watching and putting things out. Have Poultry Speaker also watching and putting things out. Because I always feel like you're going to lose to the London thing on the escalation. Fear miners are important. Yeah, especially against 6. I need to also remember that not everyone's going to want to be trying to beat England 6. But yeah, the fear miners are important. I think they're actually just really important for almost every... I think everyone apart from Thunder Speaker. Because Thunder Speaker just goes splat, splat, splat. And everyone else has to, do a bit of scaring. So, Fear Miners says... says Glimwell Tarley. No, that's the wrong series. Jesus, yeah, my brain's addled. I'm addled. Okay, cool. Let's run a last raffle. Thanks everyone so much for joining me. I'm Peasant. I stream Spirit Island on Fridays. 2 p.m. UK time, mornings US. If you fancy a chance to win a Steam key, now is your chance. ! Join or pointless meta currency. Ooh, 73 for the serial killers. Just stop serial killing. Okay. Right, let's find someone to raid. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. I could... Ooh. There's actually someone in the board game category that I actually might want to raid. It's unusual. That sounded really catty. That didn't mean it to come out that catty, but it did. The board games category is such a funny category. It's a funny category. How about tabletop tonight? Yeah, let's do it. So yeah, keep the board games going, says Gerald Altman. So we're going to read Rule. I think I've seen like a YouTube video or something. They seem cool. Poor Count Chocolate didn't deserve getting killed by serial killers. No, they didn't. So Fear Mine is important. I'm just going to make sure that the raffle is won before I queue up the raid. Well, I'll queue it up, but I won't press enter. And I need to check I've spelt the name right, guys. There's so many things to take care of here. Rule Gaviola. Rule Gaviola. Okay. So yeah, I'm back next week streaming. Monday is indie game news show. And then looking at generally new games and demos that have come out. Hey, well done, Joe Adultman. And yeah, of course it's rigged. It's not rigged. Just everyone has very good odds of winning. So the way it works, jump in the Discord. I've queued up my raid, but in the Discord, !Discord, There's a prize list. It's quite long. Okay, sorry about that. And then there's a prize claim channel. Just put in there what you want. After stream, I generally take a little break, and then I like just give it out. And it's just a Steam key. Yeah, and yeah, you don't have to stick around or anything. It's just that I made enough admin errors that I had to do something more sensible than what I was doing before. Okay. That was unwelcome. You don't have to stick around. Cool. Let's raid rule. So yeah, new show Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Factorio. Friday, more of this nonsense. I'm not sure what the theme is for next week. I don't know, it might be more England. It might even be like England 5. Did it in the wrong order, didn't I? I should have started with England 5. Oh well. Thank you for the prize. It's really, hey, you're very welcome, Joe. Thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting. Thanks everyone for watching. Thank you all the workers. The workers? Yeah, the workers, but the lurkers. Oh, God. Streamed Factorio yesterday for like 10 hours or something. River England 5. Oh, I was trying River England 6 because I'm masochistic. Oh, I should actually be a big brainer and get this sorted at my end. Okay. Okay. Lurkers of the stream unite. Exactly. Exactly, Mr. Progressor. Okay. Yeah, so back next week. Looks like, oh yeah, also Anarka dropped in and said there's no Nova Drift update over the weekend, probably almost certainly. So yeah, no impromptu streams. So yeah, don't you could chill out. You could all stand down. All right. All right. So I'll hopefully see some of you next week. So yeah, get your Shiba salutes out. Button press.